Chapter 1, Dumped at the Start, Activating the Goddess Winning System. September marks the start of the new school year, and Tianhai University is bustling with students. Young Tian gazed at the campus that felt both familiar and strange, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had been on this parallel Earth for 3 whole years. This planet was highly similar to his original world, but the entertainment industry lacked the well-known stars he knew, and the job market was much tougher, especially in Tianhai, a top-tier city, where finding a decent job was virtually impossible for recent college graduates. Freshmen on campus are beaming with joy as they head to their dream schools with their backpacks, while seniors, who are about to enter their 4th year, are all frowning. The pressure of finding employment is suffocating ordinary people. Damn it, it's so hard to find a job this year. Ugh, don't even mention it. I got rejected for another job interview, and the reason was that I didn't have any work experience. I haven't even graduated yet, where would I get any experience? If you won't let me work, how am I supposed to gain work experience? Just let me in first. I really envy those rich kids. They can just coast through 3 or 4 years of college, graduate, and go straight home to inherit the family business. They don't have to worry about any of this. Envy is useless. Hurry up and revise your resume and keep applying. A degree from Tianhai University is always more useful than those from other schools. A group of senior students were walking and complaining when they passed a handsome guy holding a bouquet of flowers, and they all shook their heads. These days, without money and a job, talking about love is just empty talk. As they passed by, young Tian was secretly delighted. Luckily, I've done well and received an offer from the Zhao group. I can start work tomorrow and won't have to worry about finding a job. Under the scorching sun, young Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been standing downstairs at the girls' dormitory for a full 3 hours. Why isn't Lily out yet? Lily was his girlfriend from college, young and beautiful, whom he had pursued for 2.5 years before she agreed to be his girlfriend. He was just about to take out his phone to make a call when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing at the dormitory entrance. It's Lily. She looked different today. She was wearing black stockings. Her long legs were encased in black stockings, making her look sexy and alluring, which instantly made young Tian's eyes pop out. He had asked her to wear black stockings several times before, but she had ruthlessly refused each time. Young Tian excitedly clutched the flowers and was about to step forward when he saw a strange boy follow him out and take Lily's hand directly. What devastated him even more was that Lily not only didn't resist, but also took the initiative to tiptoe and kiss the boy's face. Buzz Young Tian's mind exploded, his heart felt like it had been stabbed, the smile on his face froze instantly, the flowers in his hand almost fell to the ground, and his blood seemed to freeze. Lily was smiling and talking to the boy when she turned her head and glanced at young Tian. She paused for 2 seconds, then a mocking smile appeared on her lips. She thought the backup had already left because he couldn't wait, but she didn't expect him to stand there stupidly for 3 hours. Honey, go get the car first, I'll be there in a few minutes. Lily said gently to the boy, then turned and walked up to young Tian, her face instantly turning as cold as ice. Yang Tian, let's break up. You saw what happened just now. Don't contact me again. I'm afraid Zhao Tianming will misunderstand. Yang Tian clenched his fists, veins bulging, and growled resentfully, is it because of money? So what if I am? Lily scoffed, waving the designer bag on her wrist. I'm graduating soon, and I don't want to live a hard life from now on. What you can give me, Zhao Tianming can give. What you can't give, Zhao Tianming can still give. See this bag? It cost 28,000 yuan. Zhao Tianming just bought it for me yesterday. Can you afford that? What can you give me? Just this tattered bouquet of flowers? What I want is a high-quality life, not a life of squeezing into rent and eating instant noodles with you. Lily snatched the flowers from young Tian's hand and casually threw them into the nearby trash can, her eyes full of disdain. Besides being a little handsome and knowing how to do some so-called romantic things, what else do you have? You can only blame yourself for being born into the wrong family, not a wealthy one. I've blocked all your contact methods. There's no future for us. A car horn sounded in the distance, and Zhao Tianming pulled up in a BMW by the roadside. Lily immediately put on a sweet smile and swayed her hips as she ran over. Once Lily was settled in the passenger seat of the BMW, Zhao Tianming rolled down the window, looked down at young Tian who was standing there dumbfounded, and mocked, Kid, you'd better get back to finding a job. A poor wretch like you doesn't deserve to date? That's hilarious. With a stomp of the accelerator, the BMW sped away, leaving young Tian standing alone, a surge of pent-up anger welling up inside him. After 3 years in the afterlife, he finally adapted to this world, worked hard to get a job offer, only to be treated as a backup option and humiliated in public. But he was helpless in this society. Without money, there is no dignity or status. Just then, my phone rang. It was a call from the Zhao Group's HR department. Hello? I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, after our company's second review, you do not meet our hiring standards. You have no work experience and will not be hired. Beep beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tian forced a bitter smile. So that's what Zhao Tianming meant by changing jobs. The Zhao Group is basically his company. What a cruel heart. Yang Tian gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment and anger. Damn it, if I had money, I wouldn't put up with this kind of treatment. Money is the most useless thing in the world. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Who? Who's speaking? Yang Tian looked around, but there were only students coming and going, and no one came near. Ding. Host meets binding requirements. Binding with Goddess System is in progress. Binding successful. Newbie gift pack automatically activated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Goddess Consumption Black Card and 1 Consumption Rebate Black Card. System rule, lock onto any goddess for romance. All expenses related to the goddess will be fully covered by the system, and the host will receive a 10% rebate on the amount spent. After successfully romancing a goddess, the lock will automatically be released, and you can continue to romance the next one. Scan for goddesses within a 10-kilometer radius? A series of notification sounds stunned Yang Tian. Then, 2 black bank cards appeared out of thin air in his palm, one with all XS and the other with all 8s. They felt cold to the touch and he had never seen them before. Is it really a system? Yang Tian held the bank card, took a full 3 seconds to react, and then suddenly burst into wild laughter. The confusion of navigating life, the pain of heartbreak, the frustration of unemployment, and the anger of being humiliated all vanished completely at this moment. He had read a lot of novels, and he instantly understood just how amazing the system was. Spend the system's money to woo goddesses and get rebates, isn't that just making money while dating? Go to work? Even a dog wouldn't go. Ha ha ha. To hell with work. To hell with Zhao Tianming. To hell with gold diggers. Yang Tian laughed wildly and arrogantly. With the system, I can make money just by picking up goddesses. Why would I need to work? After calming his excitement, Yang Tian silently asked himself, System, what kind of person qualifies as a goddess? The system will comprehensively evaluate based on factors such as appearance, figure, purity, and social status. The host can confidently pursue goddesses certified by the system. I see. Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Scan for nearby goddesses. Chapter 2, Bind to the goddess and obtain unlimited funds. Scan for nearby goddesses. Yang Tian shouted with wild joy. Ding. Scan complete. 2 certified goddesses detected within 10 kilometers of the host, China's top star Li Qing and Tianhai University's campus Belle Pan Lei. Lock rules, only 1 can be locked at a time. Unlocking midway requires clearing all remaining balance. Successful completion will automatically unlock, and you can rescan. Please select and lock onto a target immediately. The moment the cold system notification faded, Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Li Qing, a top star? Although he doesn't follow celebrities, he knows that this woman is at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, with an absolutely stunning appearance and figure, and her new movie is being promoted everywhere. As for the campus Belle Pan Lei, everyone at Tianhai University knows her. She's the epitome of pure and sweet girls, and it's said that countless rich second-generation guys are chasing after her, but so far no one has been heard of being able to win her over. I want both. Yang Tian rubbed his hands together, then remembered the system's hidden function and immediately muttered, scan the spending records of both of them. Ding. Li Qing top celebrity, spending limit unlimited. Ding. Pan Lei University beauty, spending limit 30 million. His holy crap. Yang Tian gasped, almost jumping up. Unlimited spending? This means that as long as he wins over Li Qing, he can spend hundreds of millions on her and get a 10% rebate, easily becoming a billionaire. In comparison, Pan Lei's 30 million is simply insignificant. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Tian decisively shouted, lock on top goddess Li Qing. Ding. Lock successful. Li Qing's exclusive unlimited spending black card has been activated. Rules reiterated, this can only be used for purchases related to Li Qing. The system will cover the entire cost, and the host will receive a 10% rebate. Extra benefits: successfully winning over Li Qing will permanently increase your rebate by 5% plus and unlock a mysterious special reward. The more goddesses you win over, the higher your rebate rate will be, with no upper limit. The series of notification sounds made young Tian feel incredibly happy. The rebates can be stacked? Is this going to make him the world's richest man by dating goddesses? Inquire about Li Qing's detailed information. Ding! Goddess information has been locked and synchronized to the host's mind. Goddess, Li Qing, identity, top-tier celebrity, type, mature and sophisticated woman, hobbies, acting, sports, tea drinking, personal mobile number, 197x x 8888 updated in real time, current location, Tian Entertainment Media Company. Address, Villa number 98, West Garden, currently facing financial difficulties and urgently needs 100 million yuan to promote a new movie. Only the first hint, no further hints. Holy crap! They even gave me their private phone number? Young Tian excitedly pulled out his phone to save the number. If he sold it to her fans, wouldn't it fetch millions? But now he doesn't care about this little bit of money at all. Just give Li Qing tens of millions, and the rebates will be enough. Young Tian eagerly dialed the number, and the result was beep. Beep. The number you dialed is busy. It hung up? He dialed again, and it hung up again. Young Tian called more than 10 times in a row, but each time the call was disconnected after only one ring. He was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Damn it, what a bad start. Young Tian scratched his head, then his eyes hardened. Don't panic. As long as we know where she is, we'll eventually meet her. We need to get to meet her first before we can pay for the rebate. With that thought in mind, young Tian stopped hesitating, turned around and rushed out of the school, heading straight for Tian Entertainment Media Company. As for the girls' dormitory, he had long since lost all interest in it. Thankfully, he had seen through Li Li's gold-digging nature beforehand. Otherwise, the child might not even want to be with him. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of Tian Entertainment Media Company, Li Qing wore a black bodycon dress, and even her exquisite makeup couldn't hide the fatigue in her eyes. She had just finished a fan meeting for her new movie at Tianhai University and was leaning back in her chair drinking coffee to refresh herself when her phone kept popping up with calls from unknown numbers, which annoyed her so much that she frowned. What kind of stupid number is this? I can't even block it. Li Qing tried several times and found that the unknown number did not have a block option at all, as if it was forcibly bound to her phone. Furious, she slammed her phone on the table after silencing it, gritting her teeth. This is unbelievable. I just got a new personal number, how could I be being harassed? If all else fails, I'll just have to change my number. None of these carriers are reliable. Just then, the office door was kicked open with a bang. Secretary Lin Xiao, clutching a thick stack of documents, was deathly pale and her voice trembling. Sister Chang. Something terrible has happened. Several banks that had previously agreed to lend money have suddenly reneged on their contracts. The 100 million loan is gone. What? Li Qing sat up abruptly, her face turning deathly pale. My new movie is still waiting for this 100 million for follow-up promotion. If we can't raise the money within 3 days, not only will the promotion be interrupted, but the performance-based agreement we signed with the investors will also be triggered. Then the company will have to go bankrupt and be liquidated. Lin Xiao said with a mournful face, unable to finish her sentence. Li Qing snatched the documents and flipped through them, her fingers trembling. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed several bank managers, her tone incredibly humble. Manager Wang, the loan we agreed on before, could you make an exception? Ms. Li, I'm so sorry, but we suddenly received a notice that your loan application has been rejected. Manager Zhang, we had everything agreed upon beforehand. I'm sorry, Ms. Li, this is a decision made by head office, and there's nothing I can do about it. She made several calls, only to be met with perfunctory responses and rejections. Li Qing put down her phone, a chill running through her body. She knew perfectly well that someone was behind this. But verbal agreements are invalid, and she had no recourse when the bank breached the contract. Sister Chung, what should we do now? Lin Xiao was so anxious she was almost crying. Li Qing took a deep breath, a resolute glint in her eyes. I'll mortgage all my villas and sports cars. Whether it's a bank or a loan company, I'll borrow whatever I can to get through this. She never imagined that after so many years in the entertainment industry, she would find herself in such a desperate situation at the most crucial moment. Chapter 3: An Accidental Encounter with the School Beauty. Li Qing grabbed her hair in frustration, her face extremely pale. A perfectly good bet with huge potential profits has been ruined by a funding shortage at the crucial moment of promotion. If they can't raise 100 million within 3 days, the new movie's promotion will be halted, the bet will fail, and Tian Tian Entertainment Media will have to go bankrupt and be liquidated. Sister Qing, I've already contacted the mortgage company, but the process will take at least 5 days, which is impossible. Lin Xiao stamped her feet anxiously, then suddenly seemed to remember something and hesitated before saying, "There's another way. Wang Kuan is downstairs right now, and he said he can lend the company 100 million in his personal capacity to save the company from this emergency." Wang Kuan? Li Qing's heart skipped a beat, and her face instantly darkened. This man surnamed Wang, relying on the financial backing of a conglomerate, has been relentlessly pursuing her for the past 6 months, only to be rejected by her no less than 10 times. He is notorious for his womanizing, and his methods of manipulating female celebrities are even more infamous. Could it be that he orchestrated the bank's mass defaults? A terrible thought flashed through Li Qing's mind, and she felt a chill run down her spine. They cut off her funding 1 minute and then immediately sent money to her door the next. What a coincidence. This bastard has probably already got his eye on all her properties and sports cars. Let him in. Li Qing gritted her teeth, a resolute glint in her eyes. Now that the die is cast, even if it's a trap, she has no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. A moment later, the office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a fleshy face and a round belly walked in. It was Wang Kuan. He stared lecherously at Li Qing's figure, a nauseating smirk playing on his lips. "Qing, long time no see, you've become more and more beautiful." Wang Kuan rubbed his hands together, approaching step by step, his tone flippant. Li Qing forced herself to suppress her nausea, took a step back to create distance, and asked coldly, "Enough nonsense. What are the conditions for lending me 100 million? Seeing her resistance, Wang Kuan wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled even more lewdly. "The conditions are very simple. I'll lend you 100 million for a month, without a single penny of interest. All you have to do is spend the night with me." "You're dreaming." Li Qing slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, pointing to the door and shouting angrily, "Get out. Even if my company goes bankrupt, I will never agree to such a despicable request. TSK, don't be so quick to refuse." Wang Kuan pulled out a business card and threw it on the table, his tone laced with threat. "Besides me, no one can raise 100 million for you in 3 days. Think about your company, think about your performance-based agreement. The feeling of bankruptcy is far worse than spending a night with me." After saying that, he gave Li Qing a sinister look, then turned and strode away. Li Qing stared at the business card on the table, trembling with rage. She grabbed the card, tore it to shreds, and threw it into the trash can. She slumped onto the sofa, burying her face in her hands, feeling utterly helpless and desperate for the first time. Are we really going to have to give in to this bastard? Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. It was the same unfamiliar number that had been dialed more than a dozen times. Who is it? How annoying. Li Qing finally snapped, grabbing her phone and roaring. Downstairs at Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company, in a shady spot. Yang Tian's eardrums ached from the roaring voice on the phone, and he was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap? I didn't offend her, did I? She only made a dozen or so calls. Afraid that Li Qing would hang up, he quickly shouted, "Don't hang up. Li Qing. I know you're facing a financial crisis. 100 million, right? I can help you solve it. Let's meet." He wasn't bragging. After locking onto Li Qing, with the unlimited spending black card in hand, the system could afford to pay for anything, not just 100 million, but even 1 billion or 10 billion. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a busy signal. He hung up again? Yang Tian was speechless. Did he mute me? He had known all along that the goddess locked by the system couldn't block him, but now it seemed that Li Qing was truly annoyed by his constant beatings. Looking at the armed security guards at the company entrance, Yang Tian felt even more troubled. Without a work permit, he couldn't even get through the gate. If only I had chosen Pan Lei back then, at least I could have seen her at school. Yang Tian regretted it a little, but now that the die was cast, he could only wait and see. Just then, a group of beautifully dressed girls walked out of the company, led by Pan Lei, the campus belle of Tianhai University. Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and he leaned over to listen to their conversation. Wow, it's so hard to get into Tian Tian Entertainment. I was rejected right after the interview. You're right. I heard that other companies let you get in through underhanded means, but this one is different. It's all about ability. But what's the point of being talented? I still got eliminated. I'm even thinking of becoming a streamer. No way. Tian Tian Entertainment is the cleanest company in the industry. I plan to try it again next time. Yang Tian then realized that Pan Lei had come for an interview. With her looks and figure, she still didn't pass? This company's standards are way too high. After watching Pan Lei and the others leave, Yang Tian turned his gaze back to the company gate, his eyes resolute. Li Qing, I don't believe you won't come out. Just one meeting, and I'll throw 100 million at you. I don't believe you won't be tempted. He crouched in the shade, beginning his long wait. The first step in winning over the top goddess was to arrange a meeting first. Chapter 4: Difficult Problems. The top floor conference room of Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company. The round conference table was packed with board members, each with an unfriendly expression. Li Qing, seated at the head of the table, wore a business suit that accentuated her stunning figure, but could not hide the weariness and coldness in her eyes. She had just struggled out of the quagmire of a financial crisis and now had to face this group of covetous shareholders. Distinguished directors, the company urgently needs 100 million yuan to tide us over, Li Qing said bluntly, her voice firm and unwavering. Invest according to your shareholding ratio, and once the new movie is released and profitable, I will distribute dividends at the highest interest rate in the industry, and return the principal in full. She had assumed that the company's bankruptcy would be bad for everyone, and that the board members would certainly not stand idly by. But as soon as he finished speaking, a man with a beer belly and a greasy face suddenly stood up. It was Zhao Sihai, the third largest shareholder. Humph. Mr. Li's words are meaningless. Zhao Sihai sneered, speaking sarcastically. I heard that Wang Kuan was willing to lend the company 100 million yuan interest-free, but you refused. Now you turn around and ask us to pay up, treating us like suckers? What? Such a good thing? I disagree with investing. You signed the gambling agreement for the new movie yourself, so if we lose, it has nothing to do with us. Exactly. We advised you not to act impulsively back then, but you wouldn't listen. Now that things have gone wrong, you only think of us? We'll let you pay us, but only if you hand over control of the company. Otherwise, forget it. The board members ganged up on her, their spittle nearly landing on Li Qing's face. Li Qing's heart sank, and her cold gaze fixed on Zhao Sihai. Her conversation with Wang Kuan should only be known to the two of them. Zhao Sihai's ability to speak so clearly shows that he is colluding with Wang Kuan. The bank's breach of contract and the board's pressure on her, this was all a conspiracy against her. Do you know Wang Kuan's conditions? Li Qing slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her voice icy cold. He wants me to spend the night with him. I will never agree to such a despicable request. As for management rights, she said, her gaze sweeping across the room, I'm telling you, no way. But I'll make this clear. After this crisis, I will buy back all the shares you hold at the price we originally agreed upon. She had had enough of these parasites. Tian Tian Entertainment owes its success to her rule of prohibiting unspoken rules and letting talent speak for itself, but these directors had long coveted the company's artists and wanted to turn her company into their backyard. Zhao Sihai's expression changed, then he grinned sinisterly. President Li, don't be so quick to rule things out. We can raise 100 million. But you must hand over management control. Otherwise, you can expect the company to go bankrupt and be burdened with huge debts. His words reflected the sentiments of all the board members. Over the years, they've been suppressed by Li Qing and unable to engage in any unethical practices with the artists. They've been itching for this. This time, they teamed up with Wang Kuan to set up a scheme to force Li Qing to submit. Li Qing was trembling with anger, but there was nothing she could do. These directors only held shares, not power. If she were to be forced into bankruptcy, all her years of hard work would be for naught. I'll think about it, Li Qing said, then turned and left, her back view resolute. In the conference room, Zhao Sihai watched her retreating figure, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Humph, she won't listen to reason, so she'll have to suffer the consequences. Either she goes to Wang Kuan's company, or she hands over management control. Li Qing won't be able to escape this time. Then the company will be ours, and we can do whatever we want with those beautiful artists we own. Come on, brothers, see you at the hotel tonight. Let the music play and the dancing continue. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see the show. The lewd laughter of the board members could be faintly heard in the corridor, even through the door. Li Qing returned to her office and had barely sat down when her secretary, Lin Xiao, rushed in with a mournful face. Sister Chang, something terrible has happened. All the banks and loan companies refuse to mortgage your villa and sports car. Wang Cohen's consortium has already spoken to them, and no one dares to help us. Just as I thought. Li Qing closed her eyes, her heart turning ice cold. Our escape route is completely cut off. She had no choice but to either stay with Wang Cohen or hand over the management of the company and let those parasites harm the artists. Neither of these two paths wanted her. But Tian Tian Entertainment is her life's work, and the new movie is her hope. She can't just give up like this. After hesitating for a long time, Li Qing tremblingly picked up Wang Cohen's torn business card from the trash can and pieced it together little by little. Do I really have to sacrifice myself? Just as she took out her phone to dial Wang Cohen's number, the screen suddenly lit up more than 100 missed calls, all from that unknown number. Li Qing was stunned. She did receive the call before the shareholders' meeting, but she hung up because she was upset and put the phone on silent. She never expected that this stranger would be so persistent, making over 100 phone calls. He said he could solve all my problems, Li Qing murmured to herself, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Now that she's desperate, she might as well take a gamble rather than wait to die. She took a deep breath and pressed the redial button. The moment the call connected, Li Qing cut straight to the point without waiting for the other person to speak. Her voice trembled slightly, but was incredibly firm. You said you could solve all my problems? I need 100 million right now. Can you do that? Chapter 5 First Meeting. You say you can solve all my problems? I desperately need 100 million right now. Can you do that? Li Qing regretted her words as soon as they were spoken. This was a real 100 million yuan, not just $1 for buying groceries. The stranger on the phone was someone she had previously mistook for a scammer. She would have deleted him long ago if she could block him. If he can't do it, I'll immediately change my phone number and never be harassed again. Li Qing bit her lip, already prepared for the worst. I can do it. Not just 100 million, even 1 billion is no problem. Yang Tian on the other end of the phone was so excited he almost jumped up. I'm downstairs at Tian Tian Entertainment. Come down and pick me up, let's talk face to face. You're just bragging without thinking. Li Qing rolled her eyes. Even a top-tier female star worth billions couldn't just casually pull out 100 million in liquid funds, yet this stranger dared to say he had $1 billion? But then she thought, he's downstairs, might as well go and take a look. What if he really is a hidden tycoon? Then she won't be forced to offer herself to Wang Cohen. Moreover, the strange number that couldn't be blocked also piqued her curiosity. Okay, I'll come down right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Qing quickly touched up her makeup and hurried downstairs in her high heels. At the entrance of Tian Tian Entertainment Media, Yang Tian rubbed his hands together, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Finally, I'm going to see the top goddess. These past few hours have been worth it. Stop. No pass, no entry. The tall and imposing security guard at the gate stopped him, his eyes wary as if guarding against a thief. This kid had been squatting at the gate for ages, acting suspiciously. He was clearly up to no good. I'm not going in. I'll wait for your boss, Li Qing, to come pick me up. Yang Tian waved his hand helplessly. He had specifically put the phone on speakerphone when he made the call, but these security guards still didn't believe him. Ha, trying to impersonate our boss's friend? We've seen this trick 1,000,000 times. The security guard sneered, staring intently at him, afraid he would rush in. Yang Tian, too lazy to waste words, was about to say something more when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure out of the corner of his eye. Li Qing, wearing a black bodycon dress and high heels, walked over gracefully. The sunlight shone on her face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Here. I made the call. Yang Tian waved excitedly, his heart pounding wildly. Get up close to this top star. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. Fair skin, a hot figure, and an aura that's absolutely captivating. Li Qing glanced at him, her brows furrowing slightly. This kid is dressed plainly, has an average appearance, just a little more handsome than the average person, and looks to be in his early 20s. He doesn't look like someone who can casually pull out 100 million. She took out her phone and dialed the number back, only confirming it was him when she heard Yang Tian's phone ring in his pocket. Let him in. Li Qing waved to the security guard. The security guards were instantly stunned. Was he really the boss's friend? They had thought he was here to cause trouble. The security guards quickly put on smiles and made a pleased gesture. while inwardly cursing themselves 800 times. Yang Tian glanced smugly at the security guard and followed Li Qing toward the elevator. Along the way, many female celebrities frequently turned to look at him, which made him feel very pleased. No wonder it's an entertainment company, so many beauties. In the elevator, Li Qing extended her hand and said calmly, "Li Qing, let's get to know each other." Yang Tian. Yang Tian was so nervous that his tongue was tied. He reached out and grasped her hand. It was so tender and smooth, as soft as cotton. He subconsciously held on for a couple more seconds until Li Qing suddenly withdrew her hand, at which point he awkwardly scratched his head. Fortunately, Li Qing didn't show any disgust, which put his mind at ease. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Li Qing stopped after taking only 2 steps, her face instantly darkening. Yang Tian almost bumped into her back, and when he looked up, a middle-aged man with a fleshy face and a round belly was blocking the corridor. It was Wang Kuan. "Qing, I knew you'd change your mind." Wang Kuan leered at Li Qing, completely ignoring Yang Tian, who was dressed plainly beside him, whom he regarded as just a company cleaner. "The shareholders' meeting didn't go well, did it? Those directors are all old foxes. As long as you agree to spend one night with me, 100 million will be deposited into your account immediately, and I'll help you get through this crisis." Looking at his lewd appearance, Li Qing felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She turned to look at Yang Tian beside her. Although she wasn't sure if the kid could come up with 100 million, she just didn't want Wang Kuan to be smug. She reached out and grabbed Yang Tian's hand, her tone icy. "No need to trouble you, someone has already taken care of my financial problems." After saying that, she pulled Yang Tian towards the office, deliberately slowing down her pace to provoke Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan exploded on the spot. He'd been pursuing Li Qing for half a year without even touching her hand, and now Li Qing had actually taken his hand? Who dared to mess with him? Looking at Yang Tian's plain clothes and young age, Wang Kuan laughed loudly, saying sarcastically, "Him? A pretty boy who hasn't even grown his hair yet? It's already impressive that he can come up with 10 million, let alone help you get 100 million? That's laughable." Yang Tian originally didn't want to pay attention to this fat guy, and was secretly pleased to be held hands with his goddess, but he instantly got angry when he heard this. He broke free from Li Qing's grasp, turned to stare at Wang Kuan, and sneered, "At least I don't force people to do dirty things when I lend them money. Unlike some people who think they can do whatever they want just because they have a few stinking coins, they're truly shameful. You're asking for it." Wang Kuan's face turned ashen with rage, and he raised his hand to strike. "Wang Kuan." Li Qing quickly grabbed Yang Tian and pulled him towards the office. "Don't bother with him. He has a powerful financial group behind him. We can't afford to offend him." She was worried that Wang Kuan would retaliate against Yang Tian. After all, the strength of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate was something they couldn't compete with. Wang Kuan watched the 2 men walk into the office, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He pulled out his phone with a sinister look. "Dare to steal my woman? Investigate. Find out everything about this kid. I'll make sure he can't stay in Tianhai." In the office, Li Qing locked the door, turned to look at Yang Tian, her eyes filled with trepidation. You really can come up with 100 million? Yang Tian patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry. Call the finance department over now, and I'll transfer the money on the spot." He had already asked the system, and Li Qing's company crisis was related to goddess-related expenses, so the unlimited black card could be used directly. Li Qing was skeptical, but she still dialed her secretary Lin Xiao's number. "Lin Xiao, call the finance person to my office immediately, the sooner the better." Chapter 6, Wrong Card? He promptly swiped 100 million. Inhumanly extravagant. "Please have a seat." "Thank you so much this time." Li Qing clutched the hem of her clothes, and only when she saw Yang Tian sitting calmly on the sofa drinking tea did her heart finally settle down. She had just been muttering to herself, if this kid dared to lie to her, Tian Entertainment Media would almost collapse, and she wouldn't have time to play along with his act. But then she thought again that Yang Tian wouldn't gain anything by lying to her, so she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly poured a cup of hot tea for him. If Yang Tianjin could really come up with 100 million yuan, then her company's crisis would truly be resolved. Less than 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. As soon as Li Qing opened the door, her face instantly darkened. Besides her secretary Lin Xiao and the accountant, Wang Kuan's ever-present figure stood in the doorway. "You're not welcome here, get out." Li Qing reached out to push him out. Wang Kuan abruptly shoved her hand away, the force so strong that Li Qing stumbled and bumped into the doorframe. He swaggered in, scanned the office, and fixed his gaze on young Tian on the sofa, his nostrils practically pointing to the sky. Yang Tian, is it? Wang Kuan stood with his hands on his hips, spitting as he spoke. I just used my connections to check, and you're just a poor student who just graduated from Tianhai University. Your family is just an ordinary working-class family, yet you're acting like a rich guy? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times right now and apologize. I'll pretend what happened before never happened. When he found out young Tian's identity, he almost burst out laughing. He was actually mocked by a recent graduate? If this got out, he'd lose all face in the industry. How could he ever face anyone again? Young Tian paused, his hand holding the teacup twitching slightly, and his brows furrowed. Has their identity been discovered? A thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly calmed down since he had the system with him. He had to make Wang Kuan lose face today. Just then, the female accountant stood nearby with a card reader. Yang Tian ignored Wang Kuan, took out a black card from his pocket, and handed it over. It's just 100 million, right? Swipe the card. The pin is 6/8. As soon as he said that, Wang Kuan burst out laughing. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Wang Kuan slapped his thigh, almost laughing to tears. Don't you know the rules? Large transfers require advance booking. 100 million. Not 10,000. Do you think the bank is your private property? He was convinced that young Tian was acting. A student from an ordinary family would be lucky to come up with a few thousand yuan, let alone 100 million. He himself had only managed to scrape together 100 million yuan a month in advance. Li Qing's heart also tightened. She knew Wang Kuan's influence investigating someone's identity was a piece of cake for him. Just now, she thought young Tian's confidence seemed genuine, but after Wang Kuan's words, she couldn't help but wonder, was young Tian really lying to her? Sister Qing. Shall I swipe it? The female accountant asked softly, her hand trembling slightly as she held the black card. Li Qing gritted her teeth and looked at young Tian. Young Tian sat on the sofa, her gaze steady, showing no sign of panic. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she could tell at a glance who was faking it and who was genuinely confident. Young Tian's confidence was definitely not an act. Swish. Li Qing gritted her teeth and said. Seeing that she still believed young Tian, Wang Kuan snorted coldly, plopped down on the sofa next to him, and said with a mocking look in his eyes, Fine, I'll see if this card can be swiped for 100 million. When I expose you, Li Qing, you'd better apologize to me properly. The female accountant took a deep breath, swiped the card on the machine, entered 100 million, and then entered the password. The next second. Beep beep beep. Insufficient balance. The machine's beeping sounds were particularly jarring in the quiet office. Li Qing's heart skipped a beat and sank to the bottom. Wang Kuan stood up abruptly, pointed at young Tian, and laughed loudly. Ha! Insufficient funds. Li Qing, did you see that? This is the lifeline you're clinging to. Now you know you were wrong, right? Come with me, I'll immediately swipe 100 million for you, but my demands aren't the same as before. They have to be doubled. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Li Qing's wrist, his eyes filled with greasy desire. Get away! Li Qing abruptly shook off his hand, her face deathly pale. Is it really the only option left to agree to Wang Kuan's conditions? She looked at young Tian, her eyes full of doubt. What was the source of young Tian's confidence just now? Just when Li Qing was about to despair, young Tian suddenly scratched his head and interrupted her with a smile. Ahem. Sorry, I took the wrong card. As he spoke, he pulled another black card from his pocket, a card with a string of CXS that made people dizzy. Swipe this one, same pin. Young Tian handed the card to the female accountant and got back the card with insufficient balance. He muttered to himself, the system just gave me 2 cards, a goddess consumption card and a rebate card. It turns out the one with an 8 is the rebate card, and the one with a 6 is the consumption card. I can't get them mixed up next time. When Wang Kuan saw the card full of a CXS, his face instantly darkened. You're still pretending, you bastard. Wang Kuan clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. A card with a string of SIXS? You think it's some fake card that kids make up? Let me tell you, if you can't swipe it today, don't blame me for being rude. If he weren't afraid of leaving a violent impression on Li Qing, he would have rushed up and beaten young Tian up long ago. That kid has ruined so many of his plans. The female accountant was also stunned for a moment, but she couldn't stand Wang Kuan's arrogant attitude just now, so she simply picked up the card, swiped it on the card reader, and entered the password. All eyes were fixed on that small machine. Li Qing held her breath, Wang Kuan had a cold smile on his lips, and Lin Xiao nervously gripped the hem of her clothes. The next second. Beep. Card swipe successful. After a crisp beep, a printed receipt slowly emerged from the machine. The office fell completely silent. The female accountant's eyes widened, her hands trembling as she picked up the receipt. She glanced at it, her voice trembling. It's a success. It really is 100 million. Li Qing rushed over, snatched the receipt, and saw that it clearly stated transaction amount, 100 million yuan. She froze, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She was saved. The company was saved. The smile on Wang Kuan's face froze instantly. He rushed over and snatched the receipt, his fingers trembling. He looked at it 3 times to make sure the numbers were correct. His face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. How is this possible? How could an ordinary student possibly spend 100 million? Could it be that the identity he used to find out was fake? Wang Kuan swallowed hard, his gaze towards Yang Tian shifting from arrogance to apprehension. Someone who could casually spend 100 million yuan, even if their identity turned out to be that of an ordinary student, was definitely not simple. He just made someone kneel down and apologize? If he really offended Yang Tian, how many lives would he have to pay for it? Cough cough. Wang Kuan tugged at his wrinkled suit, his voice dropping 8 octaves. I suddenly remembered I have a meeting to attend. I have to go now. After saying that, he ran towards the door without looking back, his steps unsteady and he almost tripped. He even forgot to close the door and disappeared in a sorry state. In the office, Li Qing finally came to her senses, rushed over and grabbed Yang Tian's hand, her eyes red-rimmed. Yang Tian. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our company would really be finished. As she spoke, she gave Lin Xiao a wink. Lin Xiao immediately took out a loan contract and respectfully handed it to Yang Tian. Mr. Yang, this is the loan contract. Please take a look. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we will revise it immediately. Yang Tian took the contract without even glancing at it. It was the system's money anyway, why should he care? It wasn't his own. He flipped directly to the last page and signed his name in a flamboyant style. I had just put down my pen when a system notification exploded in my mind. Ding! You've spent 100 million yuan on Goddess Li Qing, triggering a 10% cashback bonus of 10 million yuan, which has been automatically transferred to your account. Almost simultaneously, Yang Tian's phone pinged. A bank transfer notification popped up. Yang Tian picked up his phone and saw the number 10 million yuan on the screen, which was particularly glaring. His mouth stretched from ear to ear in a wide grin. This is a huge profit. Chapter 7, Dinner with the Goddess. 100 bottles of red wine. He looked up at Li Qing, his eyes instantly burning with desire. With the system around, Li Qing was his cash cow. Moreover, the unlimited spending limit provided by the system was specifically for Li Qing's use, making this a surefire way to make money. Li Qing took the contract and glanced at it. The weight that had been pressing on her heart for half a month finally lifted. She had been driven almost mad by the bank's sudden breach of contract and Wang Kuan's opportunistic demands. Before signing the contract, she was worried that Yang Tian might suddenly change his mind or make some unreasonable demands, but Yang Tian didn't even read the contents of the contract before signing it, very readily. Aren't you worried at all? Li Qing couldn't help but ask, a hint of goodwill in her eyes. This kid was much more pleasing to the eye than those cunning old foxes. Yang Tian put his phone back in his pocket and shrugged. What's there to worry about when working with you, Sister Chang? Li Qing felt a warmth in her heart from his address of Sister Qing, and waved for Lin Xiao and the finance manager to leave first. Now that the funds are in place, hurry up and get the promotion for the new movie going, don't delay the release date. After closing the office door, Li Qing simply locked it from the inside, walked over and sat down next to Yang Tian, and asked bluntly, we should be meeting for the first time, right? Why did you give me 100 million for no reason? Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she's seen countless sycophants, but Yang Tian's act of offering help in her time of need is truly unique. Yang Tian reached out and grasped Li Qing's hand, soft and slightly cool. Looking at Li Qing's surprised expression, he smiled. If I said I helped you because I wanted to pursue you, would you believe me, Sister Chang? Li Qing paused, but didn't pull her hand back. Yang Tian, standing before her, was rather handsome, young, and generous, far superior to Wang Kuan, a greasy man who only knew how to use underhanded tricks. Her heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushed, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she said, then shall we get to know each other first? Over the years, she had tried to find a partner, but she found that the men in her circle were either after her fame or her money. None of them were sincere. Yang Tian's straightforwardness, on the contrary, made her feel at ease. Yang Tian was secretly pleased this was fast progress. He quickly said, "Okay. Then next time I call you, you can't hang up." Li Qing couldn't help but laugh, remembering that Yang Tian had called her over 100 times before but she hadn't answered. "Don't worry, I won't hang up." She took out her phone, saved Yang Tian's number as Yang Tian in her contacts, and added him on WeChat. "Don't mind that I didn't answer your calls before. It's okay, it's connected now." Yang Tian looked at Li Qing's profile picture on WeChat, feeling quite pleased with himself. Li Qing glanced at her phone. It was already 6 in the evening. She looked up and said, "You've helped me so much today, let me treat you to dinner." "I couldn't be happier." Yang Tian immediately agreed, even though his stomach had been growling for a while. Dining with Li Qing, with the system paying the bill and even getting a rebate, where else could you find such a good deal? "But I didn't drive here." "It's okay, I'm starting." Li Qing stood up, took a baseball cap and sunglasses from the coat rack and put them on. "Wait for me for 2 minutes, I'll go say hello to the people downstairs." Yang Tian watched her retreating figure, his hand still lingering on the sensation of holding her hand, his heart pounding a little. He took out his phone again to check his balance, wanting to transfer some money to his parents, but fearing they would question where the money came from, he gave up. "Never mind, I'll explain it to them later." While scrolling through WeChat, he came across Li Qing's moments filled with promotional posters for Tian Tian Entertainment's new movie, captioned "Looking forward to its release." Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Movie promotions must cost money, right? Maybe he can make a quick buck. Li Qing returned in less than 2 minutes. She had changed into loose jeans and a white long-sleeve top, looking fresh and down to earth, not at all like a big star. "Let's go eat," Li Qing said with a smile. Yang Tian quickly stopped her. "Sister Qing, do you need money to promote your new movie on WeChat Moments? I can invest some more in it for you." Li Qing paused for a moment, then laughed. "No need, that 100 million you just mentioned was specifically for publicity purposes, that's enough." Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat. His hopes were dashed. It seemed the system's money couldn't be spent casually, it had to be done reasonably. He could only wave his hand. "All right, let's go eat." Following Li Qing into the underground parking garage, Yang Tian glanced down at his t-shirt and jeans. They were from last year, and standing next to Li Qing, he definitely looked a bit cheap. "I'll have to buy some nice clothes later, otherwise it'll be too embarrassing to go out with my goddess," he muttered to himself. In the underground parking garage, Li Qing didn't drive her well-known Ferrari, but instead drove a white Mercedes. She opened the passenger door. "Get in, don't let anyone recognize us." Yang Tian got into the car. Li Qing started the engine, and turned her head to ask, "Where do you want to eat?" Remembering the system's rebate rules, Yang Tian simply said, "The most expensive place will do." Li Qing chuckled. "Okay, let's go to Encounter Western Restaurant. It starts at tens of thousands per person, but the food is pretty good." As the car drove towards the Western restaurant, Yang Tian would steal glances at Li Qing every now and then. The setting sun shone through the car window onto her face, highlighting her long eyelashes and stunning profile. He couldn't help but think to himself, "This is a superstar. Most people would struggle to even see her, and he can now have dinner with her. The system is amazing." About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Encounter Western Restaurant. This restaurant is very famous in Tianhai, known as a celebrity hotspot, and many people come here hoping to bump into celebrities. Li Qing pulled her hat down further and linked arms with Yang Tian as they walked inside. As they passed through the lobby, many people glanced at them, their eyes filled with envy. Who was this guy to have such a beautiful woman linking arms with him? Ignoring the stares of others, Li Qing led Yang Tian directly into the private room she had booked in advance. She took off her sunglasses and hat and handed over the menu. "It's on me, order whatever you want." Yang Tian took the menu, flipped through a couple of pages, and was completely bewildered. It was all in French, which he couldn't understand at all. But no problem, he went straight for the more expensive items, pointing to the top few dishes: "This black truffle steak, this foie gras, and this lobster, one of each of the more expensive ones." Just as I was about to order a few more items, a system notification suddenly popped into my head. Ding. Extravagance and waste are prohibited. Leftover food must be packed up, otherwise the rebate will not be triggered. Yang Tian quickly stopped. He couldn't go against the system. He flipped to the page with the red wine, and his eyes lit up. The most expensive Romanée Conti, 200,000 a bottle. He checked with the system. The red wine can be packed up, it's not a waste. Hee, that makes things easier. Yang Tian looked up and said loudly to the waiter, "Bring 100 bottles of the most expensive red wine." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng was stunned. Yang Tian, 100 bottles? Can you finish them all? Yang Tian waved his hand with a smile. If you can't finish it, take it home. We can't eat without good wine next time, right, Sister Cheng? He had already calculated it all in his mind. 100 bottles would be 20 million, and with a 10% rebate, that would be 2 million. Why not make this money if it's too good to pass up? The waiter was also confused, but he quickly nodded. Okay, sir, I'll go prepare it right away. Looking at Yang Tian's confident demeanor, Li Cheng couldn't help but smile. She picked up her water glass, took a sip, and suddenly thought, being with Yang Tian seems quite interesting. Chapter 8, Sending the Goddess 100 bottles of red wine. Utterly inhumane. Give me 100 bottles of the most expensive red wine. The moment Yang Tian said those words, the private room fell silent. Li Cheng nearly dropped her water glass, her eyes wide with shock, and she was stunned for a long time. 100 bottles? Yang Tian, are you kidding me? This wine costs over 200,000 yuan a bottle, so 100 bottles would be over 20 million yuan. She frequented this Western restaurant and had even ordered the most expensive reincarnation, but she never ordered more than 2 bottles at a time. Who else would order 100 bottles like Yang Tian? Besides, she couldn't drink while driving, and even if Yang Tian could drink, he couldn't possibly down 100 bottles. If you can't finish it, just pack it up. Yang Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing that Li Cheng was still frowning, he simply reached out and held her hand soft as a piece of warm jade. Don't worry, I'll pay this time. Don't worry about the money. Li Cheng's hand stiffened momentarily as he grasped it, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She wanted to pull her hand away, but felt a little embarrassed, and could only whisper, but this is such a waste. Spending money on you isn't a waste. Yang Tian's words left Li Cheng speechless. She could only blush and call out towards the door, waiter, take the order as he said. The waitress had just walked in, holding the order menu. Upon hearing 100 bottles of 200,000 yuan red wine, her hands trembled, and she almost dropped the menu. Are you sure? You didn't order the wrong thing? She'd worked at this shop for 3 years, and the most extravagant customer she'd ever seen ordered was 2 bottles. 100 bottles? That's like emptying the entire winery. I didn't order the wrong thing, hurry up and finish. Yang Tian raised his chin, his tone decisive. If the system hadn't just warned him that the single spending limit is 20 million, he would have wanted to ask for more. After all, the more you spend, the more rebates you get. The waitress swallowed hard, scratched her head, and said, well, please wait a moment. I can't make this decision myself. I have to call our manager. She then turned and ran, her pace twice as fast as usual. Li Cheng watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look how scared you've made that young girl. Where did you get so much money? She was genuinely curious now. She was quite wealthy herself, but most of her wealth consisted of fixed assets like company shares and real estate. She would have to think twice before spending 20 million yuan in cash so casually. But Yang Tian, on the other hand, spent 20 million yuan on a single meal as if it were nothing. It's a secret. Yang Tian deliberately kept it a secret, a smile in his eyes. Anyway, I'm willing to spend any amount of money as long as it's for you. Li Cheng's heart raced under his gaze, and she quickly picked up her water glass and took a sip to hide her panic. This guy, he's too sweet talking. In the general manager's office of the Western restaurant, Zhang Lei was looking at reports on his computer when he heard a knock on the door. He looked up and saw a waitress running in breathlessly. Mr. Zhang. Something terrible has happened. Someone in the private room ordered 100 bottles of reincarnation. The one that costs 200,000 yuan a bottle. What? Zhang Lei's pen slammed onto the table. Are you here to cause trouble? Or are you deliberately picking a fight? Who orders 100 bottles of red wine? That's ridiculous. It's not about causing trouble. The waitress quickly waved her hand. It was the big star Li Cheng who brought them. The man made the order, and Li Cheng didn't object. Li Cheng? Zhang Lei's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Li Cheng was a regular customer at their shop, someone who valued privacy and was generous. She wouldn't joke around with him. Anyone who could get Li Cheng to accompany them and dared to spend so much money must be a big shot. He immediately stood up, pulled a black and gold card from the drawer. This was the store's highest-tier VIP card, with fewer than 10 issued in the entire Tianhai chain. He then asked the waiter to bring the card reader and strode out. Let's go take a look. The door to the private room was gently pushed open, and Zhang Lei entered with a beaming smile, bowing to Yang Tian and Li Cheng. Good evening, both of you. I am Zhang Lei, the general manager of this restaurant. I am here to confirm, are you really going to order 100 bottles of Romani Conti? Yang Tian glanced at him, said nothing, and directly took out the black card with all sixes from his wallet and handed it over. Confirm, swipe the card. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. He had seen this card once before. It was an exclusive card from a top private bank, and only the very wealthy and powerful could obtain one. The waitress took the card, her hands still trembling. She took several deep breaths before pressing 20 million. The card reader beeped, and the receipt slowly came out. It's a success. The waitress's voice trembled. Zhang Lei quickly took the card and receipt, handed the card to Yang Tian with both hands, and then handed over the black gold card, smiling even more ingratiatingly. Sir, this is our restaurant's top-tier VIP card. From now on, you'll enjoy a lifetime 30% discount on all your purchases. Please keep your card safe, and I'll go arrange for your food to be served right away. He secretly memorized Yang Tian's appearance. This was a money grubber who could spend 20 million on a single meal without batting an eye, so he had to be treated well. After saying that, he grabbed the still-dazed waitress and ran off in a flash. Just as the private room quieted down, Yang Tian's phone rang. Ding! You spent 20 million yuan on Goddess Li Qing, triggering a 10% rebate. 2 million yuan has been credited to your account. Yang Tian took out his phone and saw a text message pop up. Your account ending in 666 has received a deposit of 2 million yuan, and your current balance is 12 million yuan. He couldn't help but grin. Earning 2 million from a meal and getting a date with a goddess, this system is simply divine. Take this card. Yang Tian handed the VIP card Zhang Lei gave him to Li Qing. I don't usually come to places like this, so it'll be convenient for you to use. Li Qing took the card, her fingers touching the black and gold pattern, her heart fluttering slightly. She did have a membership card for this store, but it was just a regular one, offering a maximum discount of 10%. This 30% off card was far less valuable. She glanced up at Yang Tian, her heart racing even faster. This kid, she seemed to be getting more and more interested in him. Before long, the waiters pushed in a food cart. Black truffle steak, foie gras, and lobster were placed on the table one by one, and the aroma instantly filled the private room. Then, more than a dozen waiters carried in red wine, piling it up in a corner. 100 bottles of red wine stacked together, looking quite impressive. Li Qing picked up a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. She glanced at the red wine in the corner and asked curiously, why don't you open it and drink it? You can't just keep all this wine sitting there, can you? Yang Tian swallowed the steak in his mouth, pointed to the pile of red wine, and said with a smile, I'm not interested in drinking. This was originally bought for you. After dinner, you can have someone take it home and drink it slowly by yourself. He had already asked the system anything consumed with the goddess must belong to her, which was a convenient way to do her a favor. Li Qing froze, her knife and fork stopping in her hand. She looked at the red wine in the corner, then at Yang Tian's sincere smile, her cheeks instantly turning red to her ears, even the tips of her ears burning. You bought this especially for me? Otherwise what? Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I buy 100 bottles of wine just to display them? Li Qing lowered her head, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Her heart pounded like a rabbit's. This kid seems to really be a little different. Chapter 9, Spending 100 million to win a goddess's kiss. The villain smashes a cup in anger. 100 bottles of Romani Conti were carefully loaded into the car by the waiters, filling the trunk and back seats of the Mercedes to the brim. Even 2 bottles were crammed under the passenger floor. Li Qing watched this spectacle, a smile never fading from her lips. In all her years, she had received jewelry and luxury cars, but she had never seen anyone gift wine so extravagantly, especially not her favorite brand. How did you know I like this wine? Li Qing couldn't help but ask as she fastened her seatbelt, her ears still slightly red. Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat. How could he know? He knew nothing, he just ordered whatever was expensive. It was pure blind luck. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm and said, I was just guessing, I thought this wine would suit you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to look at him when starting the car, and could only stare at the road ahead. The two didn't say anything more. The car was filled with a faint scent of red wine, the atmosphere cloyingly sweet. As the car approached Tianhai University, Li Qing suddenly spoke up, how about, you don't go back to the dorm tonight? Come sit at my place? I just brewed some pu'er tea. Her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the steering wheel cover. This was the first time in her life she had ever been so proactive with a man. Yang Tian's heart buzzed, and he almost nodded uncontrollably. But the system interface flashed through his mind in an instant. Li Qing was a goddess with unlimited spending. If he won her over now, how would he rely on her for rebates in the future? Pan Lei, the school beauty, only had a 30 million spending limit, which was far less than Li Qing's. He could only grit his teeth and refuse firmly. No, I have class tomorrow. I'll visit you another time. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then laughed. If it were someone like Wang Kuan, he would have pounced on her long ago, but Yang Tian was still thinking about going to class? Her disappointment vanished instantly, and she felt that this man was very reliable, and her favorability towards him skyrocketed. The car was parked at the entrance of an alley 2 streets away from the school gate. Li Qing had deliberately chosen a secluded spot to avoid being photographed by paparazzi. Then I'll leave you here. Li Qing turned to the side, looking at Yang Tian's profile, her heart suddenly racing. She took a deep breath, quickly leaned in, and gave him a light peck on the cheek. The soft touch made her recoil as soon as she felt it, like a child who had stolen candy. Thank you so much for today. Yang Tian's face instantly flushed, his ear tips turning bright red. He mumbled, "See you tomorrow," pushed open the car door, and ran off, afraid that if he stayed even a second longer, he would lose control of his brother. Watching Yang Tian flee in panic, Li Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. She took out her phone, found his WeChat, and secretly changed his nickname to Wooden Yang. Yang Tian ran all the way back to school, the evening breeze unable to dispel the heat from his face. He pulled out his phone, looked at the 12 million yuan balance in his bank message, and clenched his fist. Awesome. This system is amazing. He recalled the question he had asked Li Qing during dinner. Wang Kuan had offered 100 million yuan and demanded that Li Qing spend the night with him. If he hadn't happened to show up, Li Qing might have been forced to compromise. Thank goodness I came, otherwise such a great goddess would have been taken by a pig. Yang Tian hummed a song as he walked towards the dormitory building, his steps almost floating. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Emperor's Entertainment Club, the most luxurious entertainment venue in Tianhai. Amidst deafening music, several scantily clad young models swayed their hips beside the sofa, but Wang Kuan, sitting in the main seat, had a gloomy expression. He smoked his cigar until only the butt remained, then casually tossed it to the ground. Zhao Sihai, the third largest shareholder of Tian Entertainment, was holding a glass of whiskey and frowning as he drank. Young Master Wang, we went to so much trouble to set up the scheme and get the bank to cut off Li Qing's loan, all to make her bow down. And now some young punk has snatched it away. We can't swallow this. Wang Kuan kicked the coffee table in front of him, spilling the wine from his glass all over the floor. You have to swallow it whether you like it or not. Do you think I want to? As he spoke, he grabbed a young model next to him and roughly pinched her waist, causing her to cry out in pain, but she dared not utter a sound. After venting for a while, Wang Kuan finally pulled out several wads of cash from his wallet and threw them at the young model. Get out of here. The young model quickly picked up the money and shrank into a corner, but her ears were perked up. She had just heard Li Qing, 100 million, and a name called Yang Tian, which she secretly memorized. Wang Kuan lit another cigar, blew a smoke ring, and stared at Zhao Sihai. How's your investigation into Yang Tian's identity going? Could he be a plant hired by Li Qing? Zhao Sihai quickly took out his phone, opened a photo, and handed it over. I found out everything. Yang Tian is a senior at Tianhai University. His family is from the suburbs, and his parents are just ordinary workers. He used to have at most a few thousand yuan in his bank account. He looks like an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Wang Kuan sneered and threw the phone back. An ordinary person can come up with 100 million to save the day? I also heard that he spent 20 million on a meal at the Encounter Western restaurant yesterday. What? Zhao Sihai spat out a mouthful of wine. 20 million? Are we eating dragon meat? Eat my ass. Wang Kuan cursed. He spent it all on wine. He ordered 100 bottles of Romani Conti, each costing 200,000 yuan, and the restaurant owner, Zhang Lei, even waived his meal bill. These words stunned even the young models in the corner. 100 bottles of wine that cost 200,000 each? Just who is this Yang Tian? Zhao Sihai stroked his chin and frowned. Could it be that Li Qing has been hiding some money and deliberately hired a student to act out a scene just to challenge us? Impossible. Wang Kuan immediately denied. I had my brothers keep an eye on her account. Her turnover hasn't exceeded 50 million in the last 6 months. Where would she get so much money to hire someone to spend 100 million? The private room fell silent instantly, with only the music continuing to play. Wang Kuan's hand, holding a cigar, trembled. He couldn't understand how an ordinary student could suddenly have so much money. Could he be some young master from a reclusive wealthy family, here to experience life? Thinking about this, Wang Kuan became even angrier. If he had known Yang Tian had such a background, how would he have dared to challenge him? Now look what happened. He didn't win over Li Qing, he didn't get Tian Tian entertainment, and he even offended a big shot of unknown identity. Damn it! Wang Kuan slammed his cigar into the ashtray. Keep investigating. I refuse to believe we can't find out what's going on with this kid. Zhao Sihai quickly nodded. Okay. I'll send someone to stake out Tianhai University tomorrow. I don't believe we can't uncover his secrets. The young model in the corner quietly took out her phone and wrote Yang Tian, Tianhai University, arrogant in her notes, thinking to herself if she could get in touch with this kind of person, would she still have to suffer in the club in the future? Chapter 10 Can't be a simple college student. Bullshit. I have the bank staff monitoring Li Qing's funds every day and reporting them to me in real time. There hasn't been a single large outflow of money from her account. Wang Kuan slammed his hand on the coffee table, making the beer cans rattle. That kid Yang Tian is really good at hiding things. You didn't see that card, it was all sixes. I almost thought it was a toy card. Then the POS machine beeped, and 100 million was swiped out. Later, I used my connections at the municipal bureau to investigate, and I was almost scared to death. It was a top secret card of the Dragon Kingdom. There are no more than 10 in the entire country, and the people behind it are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. A college student? That's utter nonsense. That identity is just a fig leaf. If I weren't afraid of getting involved with the people behind him, I would have had him drowned in the river long ago. After saying that, Wang Kuan unscrewed the beer and gulped it down, the foam running down his chin onto his shirt. Zhao Sihai sat opposite him, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his palms sweating profusely. Holy crap! This can't be. I checked him 3 times before, he's just an ordinary student. An ordinary student? Wang Kuan sneered, reaching out to pull the young model serving him into his arms, his fingers pinching her waist hard. You're only just realizing this now? This kid was just faking it. The young model's eyes were red from the pain, but she dared not utter a sound. Zhao Sihai swallowed hard. Then we just admit defeat this time? Admit defeat? Wang Kuan glanced at the young model in his arms and waved his hand impatiently. Get out. Don't come in unless I tell you to. The young models fled the private room as if escaping, afraid of being tormented if they were even a second late. As soon as the door to the private room closed, Wang Kuan grinned sinisterly. Yang Tian can't be touched, but Li Qing's Tian Tian entertainment can't be touched either? The betting agreement is still in place, and I've already come up with a series of plans. Tomorrow you should sell your shares in Tian Tian entertainment. Hasn't Li Qing always wanted to buy them back? Don't raise the price, just go for the market price, or even lower, force her to mortgage all her assets to buy it back. I've already made arrangements with the bank. As soon as she provides the collateral, they'll immediately release the loan, trapping all her money in the company. Furthermore, I've also bribed Tianhai's largest cinema chain. Once her new movie is released, I'll directly impose a breach of contract and ban its screening. She'll definitely lose the betting agreement then, since her assets are still mortgaged and she won't have the money to pay compensation. Tian Tian Entertainment's stock price will definitely collapse. If you want shares, you can take over at a low price, and the whole company will be yours. You can do whatever you want with those little stars under your management. Zhao Sihai and the others' eyes lit up, and they slapped the table, cheering, Brother Kuan is awesome. That was a brilliant move. Li Qing is definitely doomed. Humph, once she goes bankrupt, I'll just snap my fingers and she'll crawl over here obediently. Wang Kuan smugly took a swig of his drink. I'll cover everything tonight. Bring along any young models you like, have a good time. Brother Kuan is so generous. We're all on the same side. From now on, you can come and go as you please at my club. The lewd laughter coming from the private room almost lifted the ceiling. Tianhai University, male dormitory 606. Yang Tian pushed open the door, not caring that the room was empty, and lay down directly on the hard bed with 12 million in his pocket. The feeling of sudden wealth made it impossible for him to sleep. 12 million is a lot, but it's still a long way from enough to buy a decent luxury car and mansion. Yang Tian touched his phone, his eyes lighting up. If I want to spend money, I'll have to go shopping. He opened WeChat and directly tapped on Li Qing's chat window. On the screen was Li Qing's Moments post from yesterday. She was dressed in a professional suit, looking both beautiful and cool, and Yang Tian's throat went dry just looking at it. I really regretted rejecting her yesterday. But I need to spend the money first. Once I have enough wealth, I can have anything. Yang Tian typed rapidly, "Are you free tomorrow? Let's go to Global Shopping Mall together." Global Mall is Tianhai's notorious money pit, with mountains of luxury goods piled up. Before, he only dared to take a look from the outside, but now he can finally go in and spend as much as he wants. Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, Li Qing replied, "Okay. I'll pick you up from school tomorrow?" Yang Tian felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. This big star cared for him so much, 100 times better than his ex-girlfriend Lily. Lily used to reply to his messages for ages without responding. "Okay. Just come to the school gate tomorrow." Yang Tian grinned. He didn't have a car right now. Although 12 million could buy a BMW, it wouldn't be enough to match the grandeur of going out with Li Qing. He might as well wait until he had enough money and go straight for a supercar. For him, making money is a piece of cake. After playing on his phone for a while and setting his alarm for tomorrow, Yang Tian slowly drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face. Inside the villa, Li Qing looked at her chat history with Yang Tian and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She even gently tapped Yang Tian's profile picture on the screen with her finger. "I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time." She picked up her phone and called her secretary, Lin Xiao. "Keep a close eye on things at the company tomorrow. Proceed with the new movie promotion as planned. I have some personal business to attend to tomorrow, so I won't be going to the company." After hanging up the phone, the bathroom door clicked open, and Jiang Yueshu walked out wearing a bathrobe, her hair still dripping wet. Seeing Li Qing's smiling face, she immediately went over and said, "Sister Chang. Who are you chatting with? You're smiling so sweetly, let me see." Chapter 11 Goddess Pick Up and Drop Off. "No way. Go to sleep now. Didn't you tell me you were coming over today?" Li Qing quickly locked her phone, glanced at Jiang Yueshu whose hair was still dripping wet, and secretly rejoiced. Thankfully Yang Tian hadn't agreed to come yesterday, otherwise they would definitely have been caught red-handed. Jiang Yueshu was an artist heavily promoted by her company. Li Qing saw that this girl was talented and had a bright future, so she often took her back to her villa to stay. After living there for a while, I simply set up an access control system for Jiang Yueshu so that she could come anytime and keep me company. Hee, Sister Chang. Something's not right with you. Are you in a relationship? Jiang Yueshu stared at her little action of hiding her phone, covered her mouth and laughed, revealing her dimples. This was clearly the shyness of someone in love. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep guessing like this, I'll scratch you." Touched on her secret, Li Qing's cheeks flushed red, and she reached out to pull open the collar of Jiang Yueshu's bathrobe. There were only the two of them in the room, so there was nothing to hide. She knew best that Jiang Yueshu was ticklish, and this trick always worked. "Ah. Sister Chang, I was wrong. Stop tickling me." Jiang Yueshu laughed so hard she rolled on the floor, and quickly begged for mercy. "All right, stop fooling around, go to sleep." Li Qing stopped, her expression becoming more serious. "I'm not going to the company tomorrow. Keep an eye on things for me, and report to me immediately if anything seems amiss." Seeing that Jiang Yueshu was about to ask more questions with her curious eyes, she quickly added, "Don't ask me where I'm going. Don't ask things you shouldn't ask." Jiang Yueshu pouted, swallowed back all her questions, and took Li Qing's arm as they walked towards the bedroom. "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Qing." The next morning, Li Qing got up very early. She's going shopping with Yang Tian today, so she'd better dress up nicely. An hour later, Li Qing turned around twice in front of the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Her exquisite makeup accentuated her powerful aura while also giving her a touch of girlish charm. Yang Tian would definitely like her. "What's wrong with me?" Li Qing poked her cheek with her fingertip, feeling a bit like laughing and crying at the same time. She used to be a decisive and powerful career woman. When did she become so love-obsessed? Her gaze swept over the bottles of red wine on the wine cabinet, each costing 200,000 yuan, and she shook her head. It was Yang Tian who was truly impressive. Spending 20 million on a single meal, this incredible feat is unforgettable. After making a simple breakfast, Li Qing went to knock on Jiang Yueshu's door. Jiang Yueshu came out rubbing her eyes. When she saw Li Qing's outfit, her eyes widened instantly, and she raised her voice, "Sister Chang. You actually wore makeup? You always dressed plainly before. You must be going on a date." The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. What kind of man could make the Iron Lady Li Qing change so much? "Don't overthink it, hurry up and eat," I'm not waiting for you. Li Qing avoided eye contact, turning away and walking towards the restaurant. After finishing breakfast, Li Qing went straight to the garage, drove her white Mercedes towards Tianhai University. Just like yesterday, she parked her car on the side of the road some distance from the school and sent young Tian a message, "I've arrived. I'm waiting for you at the same spot as yesterday." In the past, it was always others who eagerly waited for her. Today, she took the initiative to wait for a young and handsome man. Li Qing did not feel wronged at all. On the contrary, she felt a little excited and her heart was pounding. I guess it's because people who follow the rules so often that young Tian, this eccentric guy who spends money without batting an eye, is so attractive? She laughed self-deprecatingly. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the car door. Li Qing thought it was young Tian, so she rolled down the car window without thinking. As it turned out, a beautiful, unfamiliar girl was standing outside the car, her eyes sparkling, and she looked extremely nervous. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Li Qing asked in a kind tone. Pan Lei stared at the person in the car, swallowed hard, and recognized him at a glance, even though he was wearing sunglasses and a hat. "Sister Li Qing. It really is you. My name is Pan Lei, and I'm your biggest fan. Can I get your autograph?" She was so excited that her hands were trembling, and she quickly pulled out a pen and notebook from her bag. Li Qing was a little surprised. Even after disguising herself like this, she was still recognized. Seeing that no one was around, she took the pen and notebook, quickly signed her name, and handed them back, whispering, "Don't tell anyone I'm here." "Don't worry, Sister Chang. I definitely won't tell." Pan Lei carefully put away the autograph, waved her hand, and skipped towards the school, overjoyed. She has always dreamed of joining Tian Entertainment Media, and meeting the boss in person today brings her one step closer to her dream. She almost handed in her resume just now, but then she thought that Li Qing hated getting things done through connections, so she decided against it. "I must get in based on my own merit next time." Pan Lei thought to herself as she walked, lost in thought and not watching where she was going. Suddenly, she tripped and cried out, "Ouch!" She fell straight to the ground, spilling her cosmetics all over the floor. Yang Tian was walking along when he was suddenly bumped into. Looking down, he saw the girl fall to the ground. He reached out to help her up, and just as he was about to leave, he saw that it was Pan Lei, the campus belle of Tianhai University, and bent down to help her pick up the things on the ground. After all, this girl is someone he plans to win over in the future, so he can't leave a bad impression on her. "Are you all right?" Even though it wasn't his fault, Yang Tian still asked politely. It's okay, I wasn't watching where I was going." Pan Lei glanced at the handsome guy in front of her, took the lipstick he offered, and casually said, "I can take care of myself, you can go ahead." She thought he would be like other boys, eagerly helping her pick up the trash, but Yang Tian just said oh and turned to leave. Pan Lei paused for a moment, then muttered, "What a straight man." She quickly and efficiently finished picking up the remaining items. Just as she was about to get up, she saw Yang Tian walking towards the white Mercedes not far away. She had just seen that car. It belonged to Sister Li Qing. The next second, Yang Tian opened the passenger door and got in. Pan Lei's pupils dilated in shock, and she stood frozen in place. This is an absolutely shocking revelation. She's a die-hard fan of Li Qing. Knowing that Li Qing has always been single, why would she let a student from Tianhai University ride in her car? Watching the Mercedes speed away, Pan Lei finally came to her senses, her mind racing as she tried to recall young Tian's face, feeling like she'd seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she took out her phone and opened the Tianhai University forum. Soon, she found a breakup post that had just been published that morning by Li, a classmate. The photo of the guy in the post was none other than the straight guy from earlier. Yang Tian? Pan Lei murmured the name, a smile playing on her lips, and hurried toward the school. Perhaps this is her chance to join Tian Entertainment Media? Chapter 12. The Goddess offers a luxury watch. Having made up her mind, school beauty Pan Lei quickened her pace. So what if you get in through connections? Those who say bad things just don't have the ability to do it themselves. In today's society, results are everything. Who cares about the process? To get into Tian Entertainment Media, Pan Lei gritted her teeth, a determined glint in her eyes. I bumped into young Tian this morning, so I'll use that as an excuse to invite him to dinner. With my looks and figure, how could he possibly refuse if I invited him? Pan Lei smiled smugly, feeling quite pleased with herself. The number of men pursuing her at Tianhai University could form an entire reinforced regiment. She was absolutely confident in her charm. As soon as she got back to her dorm, she started asking around for Young Tian's contact information, determined to get it. On the other side, Tianhai Global Shopping Mall. This place is known as the biggest money pit in Tianhai, with a daily turnover of hundreds of millions of yuan. Major luxury flagship stores are scrambling to set up shop here. A one-stop shop for all the big brands, a true haven for the wealthy. Inside a white Mercedes-Benz in the underground parking lot. You're wearing sunglasses, won't you be recognized? Yang Tian looked at Li Qing in the driver's seat, a little worried. He knew that celebrities were most afraid of being photographed by paparazzi. If Li Qing, such a big star, were photographed while shopping with him, wouldn't that affect her career? Sensing his concern, Li Qing chuckled and teased, "Don't worry. Other places might be risky, but this place is absolutely safe, unless someone is deliberately following us." She raised her chin. "Look at this mall, there are so many beautiful women and handsome men, and you can find tons of people wearing sunglasses and hats. Who would notice me? But you're handsome and rich. Why don't you wear some sunglasses to cover yourself up, so you don't get mobbed by the girls?" Yang Tian waved his hand and said in a generous tone, "No need, let's go. I promised to buy you something today, so you can't refuse. We're in a relationship now." He said that, but he had already made his own plans. Buying luxury goods for Li Qing was true, but getting the cash back was the real goal. Li Qing nodded with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. "I know, my big spender." She put on her sunglasses and hat, opened the car door, naturally took Yang Tian's arm, and walked into the elevator together. Once they reached the first floor of the mall, Yang Tian finally understood what Li Qing meant. The place was filled with stylishly dressed men and women, many of whom wore sunglasses and masks. He and Li Qing blended in and were practically inconspicuous. No wonder Li Qing dared to openly accompany him shopping. "Shall I go buy you some clothes first?" Li Qing looked at Yang Tian's ordinary t-shirt and jeans, a little puzzled. He's a big shot who can easily spend 20 million on a single meal, so why is he dressed so modestly? Yang Tian had a sudden thought that changing his clothes would be nice, but then he thought that buying things for Li Qing was more important. What if she has to go back to the company midway through? Wouldn't her rebate be lost? "I'll buy it for you first. Pick whatever you like, and I'll pay." Yang Tian patted his chest and said generously. He really didn't know what Li Qing liked, so he might as well let her choose for herself, which would cost her more money and give her more rebates. "Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony." Li Qing smiled and took his arm tightly, walking straight toward the luxury store not far away. She had heard that the store had launched new women's watches, but she hadn't had time to come because she was busy with the release of her new movie. Today was the perfect opportunity. The luxury store is decorated in a luxurious and grand style. "You pick first, don't worry about saving me money. I'll go look at the men's watches over there," Yang Tian said to Li Qing before heading towards the men's watch counter. Since he's already here, he might as well buy one. He has over 10 million in his account, which should be more than enough to buy a watch. Okay, Li Qing nodded with a smile, walked to the women's counter, and asked the salesperson to bring out the new watch she liked. The watch has an exquisite design and costs only tens of thousands of yuan, which is not expensive. Yang Tian had already given her a bottle of wine worth 20 million yesterday, and she didn't want him to spend any more money. For her, her collection of luxury goods was already piled up like a mountain. Now she cared more about Yang Tian's sentiment than the price of the items. She had just put the watch on her wrist and was looking at herself in the mirror when a greasy male voice came over. "Beautiful lady, shall we get to know each other? My name is Zhao Tianming, and my family owns the Song Group." Zhao Tianming emphasized the word Song Group and his eyes lingered greedily on Li Qing. Although she was wearing sunglasses, you could tell from her figure and demeanor that she was an absolute top beauty. He originally came to buy a watch with his new girlfriend, Lily, but the moment he saw Li Qing, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Seeing that the watch on Li Qing's wrist was only worth tens of thousands of yuan, and that she still looked hesitant, Zhao Tianming was secretly delighted he had met a beautiful woman who wanted to show off but didn't have the money to buy it. His chance had come. "If you like this watch, I'll give it to you," Zhao Tianming said arrogantly, confident that this move would definitely win over the other party. He's used this tactic to seduce many women, and it's always worked. To everyone's surprise, Li Qing didn't even lift her eyelids, and said in an icy tone, "Not interested." She took off her watch and handed it to the salesperson, then turned and walked towards Yang Tian. She finds men who flirt with other women even when they have girlfriends the most disgusting. "Hey, don't go." Zhao Tianming was stunned for a moment, and wanted to chase after him, but his arm was held tightly by Lily beside him. Lily pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Tianming, you promised to buy me a watch last night, have you forgotten? Seeing Zhao Tianming flirting with other women right in front of her, she felt both angry and resentful, but dared not retaliate. She couldn't help but think of her ex-boyfriend, Yang Tian. Although he was poor, he was always devoted to her. What a pity. I know, stop nagging. Zhao Tianming impatiently shook off her hand, but he always kept his word and would do what he promised. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Li Qing walking up to a man, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the man was none other than Yang Tian. He pointed at Yang Tian, then turned to Lily and asked, Lily, isn't that your ex-boyfriend Yang Tian? Yang Tian? Lily looked in the direction he was pointing and, sure enough, it was Yang Tian. She frowned, looking surprised. Why would he come here? This is a luxury store, even the cheapest watch costs tens of thousands. Can he afford it? A calculating glint flashed in Zhao Tianming's eyes, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Let's go take a look. This is a perfect opportunity to flaunt my wealth in front of Li Qing, let her know how rich I am, and maybe I can win her over. Although Lily was unwilling, she still obediently followed behind Zhao Tianming. At this moment, in front of the men's watch counter, Yang Tian was examining a watch worth over 100,000 yuan when Li Qing suddenly walked over, handed a bank card to the salesperson, and said to Yang Tian with a smile, I can't always let you spend money, I'll give you this watch as a gift. Yang Tian was stunned for a moment, and a warm feeling instantly welled up in his heart. This is the first time a girl has ever bought him something on her own initiative, especially a big star like Li Qing. As expected of the goddess recognized by the system, she is considerate and knows how to give and take, unlike some women who only know how to take. A watch worth a few 100,000 yuan is really nothing to Li Qing, and he doesn't mince words, chuckling, okay, whatever you say. Just as the salesperson was about to take the bank card, he was interrupted by an arrogant voice. Oh, isn't this Yang Tian? You think you're qualified to buy a watch here? Chapter 13, A Narrow Escape, Provocation from Zhao Tianming. Yang Tian wore the watch that Li Qing had given him, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This was the first time in his life he had received a watch from a girl, especially from the famous actress Li Qing. He felt incredibly happy, sweeter than if he had eaten honey. Come on, I'll take you to pick out a women's watch. I have to buy you the best watch today. Yang Tian took Li Qing's hand and started walking towards the ladies' counter. Hey beautiful, don't be fooled by him. Suddenly, an arrogant voice interrupted, this Yang Tian is just a poor student, he has no money to buy you luxury goods. Watching Li Qing buy a watch for Yang Tian, Zhao Tianming felt incredibly jealous, convinced that Yang Tian had definitely used sweet talk to deceive this beautiful woman. Are you sick in the head? Li Qing frowned, her tone icy cold. It's that greasy guy who hits on me again, he's like a persistent ghost. He's always flirting with other women while he's with his girlfriend. She finds it disgusting to even look at this philandering scumbag. Yang Tian then noticed that Zhao Tianming and Lily were also there, and couldn't help but laugh. What a small world, you can run into this pair of oddballs anywhere. He didn't take Zhao Tianming seriously at all and pulled Li Qing away. As for Lily, he didn't even lift an eyelid. People from the past weren't worth his time. A decent ex should be like a dead person. Being publicly humiliated by a beautiful woman, Zhao Tianming lost face. Looking at Yang Tian's retreating figure, his anger flared up. It's one thing that Yang Tian is more handsome than him, but the women around him are all more beautiful and elegant than the last. How can he tolerate that? Yang Tian, do you dare to compete with me in spending? Zhao Tianming shouted at his back, didn't you say you wanted to spend money on women? Let's have a competition and see who has more money. He knew Yang Tian's background very well. He was just a poor student from an ordinary family. He had even been fired by the song group's HR department before, yet he still dared to act like a rich young master here. Yang Tian initially didn't want to bother with this clown, but his eyes lit up instantly when he heard comparing consumption. He might not be good at other things, but when it comes to spending money, he's someone who's managed to get the Goddess System. After locking onto Li Qing, the system gives him unlimited spending credit. Especially when someone challenges him to a contest, the system specifically reminds him host must not be insulted, so he can spend it as he pleases. Yesterday, there was a limit of 20 million for a single meal, but now there's no limit at all? Yang Tian was overjoyed. Wasn't this a rebate delivered right to his doorstep? What's there to be afraid of? Yang Tian turned around, a playful smile playing on his lips. You buy first, and then I'll buy. He deliberately let Zhao Tianming make the first move, because he was afraid that if he used his ultimate move right away, he would scare the kid into submission, and then no one would be there to help him earn rebates, which would be a huge loss. Zhao Tianming thought young Tian was scared, so he became even more arrogant. Fine. I have 2 million in my account. If you can't raise the money, you can still call and borrow it now. I'll give you a chance. He deliberately emphasized the 2 million figure to make Li Qing realize his power. Upon hearing this, Li Li's eyes lit up. She was overjoyed, thinking that the 2 million was all for her to spend, and quickly took Zhao Tianming's arm. Thank you, young Master Zhao. You're so kind. Come on, let us go buy you a watch. Zhao Tianming glanced at young Tian smugly and pulled Li Li toward the ladies' counter. When he passed by the watch that Li Qing had looked at before, he specially asked the salesperson to pack it up if he wins the competition later. He'll give this watch to Li Qing, and then he won't have to worry about not being able to win her over. Li Qing shook her head helplessly as she looked at Zhao Tianming's smug expression. She had worked with Zhao Kuan, the boss of the Zhao group, before. He was a respectable person, so how could he have such a stupid son? Let's go to another store. This kind of competition is too childish. Li Qing tugged at young Tian's hand, sensing that young Tian was about to do something big. No rush, sit here and wait a bit. Young Tian pulled her to sit on the sofa next to him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I said I'd buy you a watch, and I'll definitely keep my word. Looking at him like this, Li Qing had a vague sense of unease. What earth-shattering thing was this guy going to do this time? A moment later, Zhao Tianming walked up to young Tian triumphantly with a receipt in hand and slammed it on the coffee table. Young Tian, look closely. 1.88 million. It's your turn, show off your wealth. After saying that, he took out the watch that Li Qing had looked at before from the bag and handed it to her with both hands. Beautiful lady, this watch is for you, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Li Li leaned over and looked at the receipt. Her face instantly fell. Of the 1.88 million yuan, only the watch he bought for her cost a little over 20,000 yuan. The rest of the money was spent on things for other women. She felt a pang of jealousy, but dared not show it. Not interested. Li Qing didn't even glance at the watch, secretly sneering to herself. This watch, worth only tens of thousands of yuan, is he worthy of showing off in front of her? If she hadn't been afraid of revealing his identity, Zhao Tianming would probably have been so frightened that he would have knelt down on the spot if she had taken off her sunglasses. Young Tian was very satisfied with Li Qing's attitude. He slowly stood up from the sofa and waved to the salesperson not far away. Pack up all the remaining women's watches in your store, I want them all. The moment the words were spoken, the entire store fell silent. The salesperson's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. Yes, sir? What did you say? The remaining women's watches in the store are worth tens of millions. She thought Zhao Tianming's 1.88 million was an enormous deal, but young Tian wants to buy them all? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tianming laughed so hard he almost fell over, pointing at young Tian and mocking, anyone can brag, right? Your words are louder than athlete's foot. If you can really buy it, I'll kneel down and call you dad right here and now. He turned and yelled at the salesperson, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and make a list so he can swipe his card. I want to see how he tries to cover up his lies. Li Qing was also stunned, but she knew that young Tian never joked after all. He spent 20 million on a meal yesterday and booked a whole store of watches, which didn't seem impossible. Why did you buy so many watches? Maybe you should just forget about it. Li Qing tugged at young Tian's sleeve. I'll buy it for you. Young Tian said matter-of-factly, glancing at Zhao Tianming. Unlike some people who are stingy with their own women but still dream of hooking up with others, they should take a good look at themselves in the mirror. He took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Don't just stand there, if you can't make the decision, call your manager. I'm in a hurry. Yes, sir. I'll call the manager right away. The salesperson didn't dare to delay and ran off to find the manager with the bank card in hand. Young Tian's smile faded, and he pulled Li Qing to sit on his lap, saying slowly, sigh, why is it so hard to spend money? Zhao Tianming was furious at the sight young Tian actually dared to show off his love in front of him. He'd better wait until he couldn't get any money, then he'd make a fool of himself. Chapter 14, Buying a Women's Watch, Spending Over 90 million yuan, a slap in the face to Zhao Tianming. Young Tian sat on the sofa and put the black card back in his pocket. He reached out and put his arm around Li Qing's waist, pulling her onto his lap. Their warm bodies pressed together, and Li Qing stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist. Instead, she leaned gently against him. She could clearly feel that young Tian was more composed and reassuring than usual today. Out of the corner of her eye, Li Qing caught sight of Lily standing not far away beside Zhao Tianming. Then, recalling the argument between Yang Tian and Zhao Tianming earlier, Li Qing suddenly realized, so Yang Tian had been dumped by Li Li. She couldn't help but think to herself, is Li Li blind? Yang Tian's conditions, even if he dressed plainly, are 100 times better than Zhao Tianming, that rich second generation who changes girlfriends like he changes clothes. Now she finally understood, Yang Tian deliberately dressed low-key to test the women's character. Less than 2 minutes later, the luxury store manager came running over, panting heavily. His first thought when the salesperson said someone wanted to buy all the women's watches in the store was that they were there to cause trouble. But when he heard the other party wanted to pay by card first, he immediately changed his mind. Since he'd get the money first, even if they caused trouble, he wouldn't lose out. Manager Wang sized up Yang Tian and Li Qing, and seeing that the two had an impressive demeanor, he quickly put on a smile and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want to book the entire store? Are you hard of hearing?" Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly impatient. "It's not a private event, it's buying all the women's watches. The men's don't need to be counted, understand?" After saying that, he slammed the black card, which gleamed with a cold light and was exclusively for female customers, onto the counter. The manager's heart skipped a beat, and his hands trembled. He quickly shouted to the salesperson next to him, "Quick! Get the list of all the women's watches. Right now!" The list was saved on the computer, and the salesperson frantically printed it out, even bringing over the card reader along with it. The manager glanced at the total on the list, swallowed hard, and said, "Sir, all the ladies' watches total 93 million. Since you're being so generous today, I'll round it down to 90 million. This is a major client whose revenue is equivalent to 3 months' worth of their store's sales. He doesn't want to let this opportunity slip away." But just as he inserted the black card into the card reader, Yang Tian suddenly reached out and pressed down on the machine. Zhao Tianming, who had been holding back for a while, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. His voice was shrill and loud, "Ha ha ha! I told you you were a liar. Are you afraid the card won't swipe, so you're making up an excuse to stop me? Manager Wang, don't waste your breath on him, quickly call security to throw this liar out." Manager Wang also felt uneasy, paused in his work, and tentatively asked, "Sir, what's wrong? Who gave you permission to offer a discount without my permission?" Yang Tian frowned, his tone turning colder. "Pay at the original price, 93 million, not a penny less." He knew perfectly well that if he spent 3 million less, he would lose 300,000 in rebates, and he couldn't afford to suffer that loss. The manager was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he reacted and quickly told the salesperson to change the price. But he was still worried, if the payment doesn't go through, he'll call security immediately. "That's hilarious. You don't even want a discount, and you're still pretending at a time like this." Zhao Tianming laughed so hard he almost fell over, but before his laughter subsided, the card reader clicked and spat out a receipt. Zhao Tianming's laughter stopped abruptly. He rushed forward, snatched the receipt, and stared intently at the number on it. Not 9,300 yuan, but a full 93 million. This is impossible." His hand was trembling, and his voice was shaking. How could Yang Tian be so rich? Did you miss a decimal point? Who do you think you are, daring to question this gentleman here? Manager Wang finally realized what was happening, his face instantly darkening as he roared at the door, "Security! Throw this man out! Don't let him get in the way of this gentleman." He was still terrified he had almost offended a real tycoon because of this idiot. This one order was worth a month's profit for their store. Zhao Tianming was too ashamed to stay any longer. Clutching his newly bought watch worth over 1,000,000 yuan, he forgot to even bring his girlfriend Lily and slipped away without looking back. The manager quickly handed the black card back to Yang Tian with both hands, bowing even lower. "Sir, here's your card. And look at these watches. I'll have someone pack them up and send them to your designated address immediately." "Okay, deliver it to this address." Yang Tian gave Li Qing the address of her villa and pulled her out. As for the bet with Zhao Tianming, he didn't care at all, making Zhao Tianming call him dad. He didn't want another foolish son. That would shorten his lifespan by 100 years. The system notification sounded, "Spending 93 million, 10% rebate, totaling 9.3 million has been credited to your account." Yang Tian checked his phone. His bank account balance had reached over 20 million. He was delighted. Lily, who was working in the shop, didn't come to her senses until Yang Tian had left. She didn't care that Zhao Tianming had run away. She stared in the direction Yang Tian had gone, muttering to herself, impossible. I must be dreaming. Even after seeing the receipt with her own eyes, she still couldn't believe that her boyfriend Yang Tian, whom she had once looked down on as poor and stingy, was actually so rich. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly pulled out her phone, removed Yang Tian's WeChat from her blacklist, and sent a flattering emoji. Seeing the message go through, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Yang Tian must have deliberately used the bet to get my attention. He still cares about me. She quickly typed a message, Yang Tian, I know I was wrong. I was confused before. Let's get back together, okay? The message had barely been sent when Yang Tian replied just one sentence, sorry, I forgot to block you. Lily quickly typed again, but when she pressed send, a red exclamation mark popped up on the screen. She had been blocked. No. He's definitely testing me. Lily grabbed her phone unwillingly and ran out of the store. She had to find Yang Tian and bring him back. In the underground parking garage of the global shopping mall, in the passenger seat of a white Mercedes, Yang Tian put his phone back in his pocket, his face expressionless. If Lily hadn't sent him a message, he would have completely forgotten about her. He knew all too well the nature of gold diggers, opportunistic, clinging to whoever had money. But now that he'd activated the winning over the goddess system, he only had eyes for true goddesses like Li Qing. How could he possibly be interested in a used woman like Lily? Those who didn't meet his requirements weren't even worth using as tools to make money. He turned to look at Li Qing in the driver's seat, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Li Qing felt uncomfortable under his gaze and pouted, complaining, don't bring me to places like this again. My heart can't take it. She spent 20 million on a meal yesterday, and today she spent 90 million on a watch. This speed at which she spends money is enough to give her a heart attack. No, I just wanted to buy you something. Yang Tian reached out and took her hand, then leaned down and kissed the back of her hand, his tone coaxing. Li Qing sighed helplessly, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. How can you buy things like this? If you really have money to burn, why don't you help me buy back the company's shares? Of the shares in her company, Tian Entertainment, 49% are held by other directors. Originally, she planned to wait for the new movie to be released and win the betting agreement before repurchasing them, but now that she's met a super rich man like Yang Tian, she might as well just ask him for help. Yang Tian's eyes lit up. He was just worried about not having a reason to get cash back on his purchases, and now the opportunity had arrived. Without even thinking, he nodded, sure, no problem. Huh? You mean it? Li Qing's eyes widened. She had only mentioned it casually, but she hadn't expected Yang Tian to answer so readily. That 49% stake was no small amount. She hesitated for a moment, but still gave him the figures. Buying back those shares might cost around $1 billion or even more. Are you sure you can really help me? Chapter 15 Buyback Crisis. Tycoon Yang Tian makes his move. Li Qing gripped Yang Tian's arm, her eyes filled with both anticipation and nervousness, her voice trembling slightly. This might cost $1 billion or even more, not just 10,000 yuan. Even though she was used to Yang Tian spending money like water, she couldn't help but feel flustered. Upon hearing 1 billion, Yang Tian's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he slapped his thigh, no problem. Just tell me when you need it, and I'll transfer it any time. After all, he wouldn't have to spend money, the system would pay for it. He had already done the math in his mind, spend 1 billion, and the system would give him a 10% rebate, which would be 100 million. His bank account balance would immediately exceed 100 million, making him a bona fide billionaire. And as long as it was spent on Li Qing, the system would reimburse everything. He couldn't be more eager to do this kind of surefire deal. Really? Overjoyed, Li Qing threw herself into Yang Tian's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and pressing her soft face against his chest. They'd only known each other for a few days, and Yang Tian had not only spent nearly 100 million yuan on a watch for her, but now he was even willing to fill a hole of over 1 billion yuan. This wasn't just a boyfriend, he was practically a god of wealth descended to earth. Without thinking much, she tiptoed and kissed Yang Tian's lips. The soft touch made Yang Tian's mind go blank for a moment, and he subconsciously reached out to hug Li Qing's waist. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss and take it further, Li Qing's phone suddenly rang. Yang Tian instantly snapped to his senses. No. I can't take Li Qing down now. He suddenly remembered the system rules. Once the strategy was successful, the system would remove the goddess lock on Li Qing. After that, spending money on her would no longer be considered strategy spending, and he wouldn't get the rebate. He hadn't even bought the 1.2 billion shares yet. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. Answer the phone. Yang Tian quickly let go of his hand, his tone a little unnatural. Li Qing blushed, tidied her messy hair, and wondered, had she been too forward and scared him away? She quickly answered the phone, but her expression changed after only 2 sentences. What? The board members want to withdraw their shares now? Fine, I'll go back right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Qing gripped Yang Tian's hand, her voice trembling. They suddenly want to withdraw their shares en masse. I have to go back to the company. Yang Tian, you really can help me, right? She had just brought up the issue of share buybacks when the board members pulled this stunt, which was clearly premeditated and made her very uneasy. Yang Tian ruffled her hair, his tone steady. Don't worry. With me here, the sky won't fall. Come on, I'll go to the company with you. Then come to my house tonight, I'll make you some noodles? Li Qing said softly, her face flushed, the meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. Yang Tian felt a strong urge to win Li Qing over, but he suppressed the thought. He'd spend the 1.2 billion first, earn a 200 million rebate, and then he could pursue her. There were other goddesses waiting for him later. He smiled and nodded. Okay, I'm looking forward to tasting your cooking. In the conference room of Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company. The round conference table was filled with directors, except for the head seat, which remained empty. Zhao Sihai tapped the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Remember this, when Li Qing arrives, no one is to budge. Don't let yourself be swayed by her sweet words like last time. A portly director rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. It's more reassuring to have money in our own hands. Even if we lose our shares in Tian Tian Entertainment, we can still invest in other companies. Exactly. Another bespectacled director chimed in. President Shui has arranged everything. Wang Kuan has already pulled some strings at the bank. As long as Li Qing mortgages her house and car, the loan will be dispersed within an hour. She'll throw the money in to buy shares, and then the theater will cancel the contract for her new movie. Let us see how she recovers. Upon hearing this, all the directors in the room laughed, their voices filled with lewdness. President Shui is ruthless. Once Li Qing falls, let's see how she can still pretend to be high and mighty. Let's go to the Gods Club tonight and have some fun. Shoo. Zhao Sihai suddenly lowered his voice after answering a phone call. Li Qing's car is in the garage. Quickly pretend to look through the contract. The directors immediately stopped laughing, picked up the share transfer agreement on the table, pretended to look at it carefully, but their eyes were full of smug anticipation of seeing a good show. A moment later, the conference room door opened, and Li Qing walked in carrying a folder. She glanced at the room full of directors and sneered, Is everyone here? Make a long story short, are you sure you want to transfer your shares? Zhao Sihai slammed the contract on the table and stood up. Of course we're sure. We've already printed out the contract, you don't need to worry about it. Now we'll give you 2 choices, either buy it at the price we agreed on, or we'll put it up for sale directly, then the price won't be under your control, so I advise you to think it over carefully. Li Qing frowned. Name your price. Great. Zhao Sihai's lips curled into a smile. We own a total of 49% of the shares, worth 1.23 billion on the market. We'll save you 30 million, making it 1.2 billion. How about that? Pretty generous, right? 1.2 billion? Li Qing's heart skipped a beat, and her palms instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She had previously told Yang Tian about 1 billion yuan, but suddenly there was an extra 200 million yuan. She wondered if Yang Tian would be able to come up with the money. She tried to remain calm, but a thought crept into her mind. Okay, you guys wait here, I'll go make a call. After saying that, she turned and ran towards the office, her steps a little unsteady. In the office, Yang Tian was scrolling through short videos to pass the time when he saw Li Qing rush in a panic. He quickly stood up and asked, What's wrong? They won't sell? No. Li Qing sat next to Yang Tian, her eyes a little red. They want 1.2 billion, which is 200 million more than I expected. Do you really have that much money? Upon hearing 1.2 billion, Yang Tian didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed and said, I thought it was a big deal. It's just 200 million more? No big deal. He had already figured it out in his mind. If he spent 1.2 billion, the rebate would be 120 million, making him a true billionaire. Li Qing was stunned. You really have it? Nonsense. Yang Tian reached out and pinched her cheek, his tone domineering. Come on, I'll go to the conference room with you. Let's see how these people are trying to rip us off. Looking into Yang Tian's confident eyes, Li Qing's panic instantly vanished. With such a wealthy boyfriend, how could she not handle these board members? She stood up with Yang Tian, her eyes lighting up. Okay. Let's go now. Chapter 16, 100 million yuan smash the birth of a billionaire. 1.2 billion. Do you really have that much? On her way to the office, Li Qing clutched the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling slightly as she asked. It wasn't that she didn't believe Yang Tian, it was just that the amount of money was too outrageous in her understanding. Even top-tier billionaires would need at least several months to raise 1.2 billion in liquid funds. Who could be as casual as Yang Tian, talking about buying a bottle of water? Seeing her so flustered, Yang Tian couldn't help but laugh. I thought the directors had changed their minds and weren't going to sell. It's only 1.23 billion, right? Call the finance department over, transfer it now, and give them every penny. They don't need to give up that 30 million. Ha! Li Qing's eyes widened as she looked at Yang Tian's nonchalant demeanor. Only one thought remained in her mind: Yang Tian must have a mysterious conglomerate behind him. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? He's probably the son of some mysterious conglomerate tycoon who's here to experience life. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed her secretary, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Bring the finance person to my office immediately, the sooner the better. Less than 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the meeting door. Lin Xiao, dressed in business attire, was followed by a bespectacled female accountant carrying a laptop. As soon as they entered, Yang Tian pulled out a black card with a cold, gleaming sheen and handed it to the accountant. Transfer 1.23 billion to Li Qing's private account. Yang Tian said calmly, as if he were saying transfer 200 yuan. The female accountant froze in shock as she took the black card, her hands trembling. She had worked at the company for 5 years and the largest transfers she had ever seen were only tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. 12 billion? This was going to shatter her worldview. Do as Mr. Yang says. Li Qing added from the side, but in her heart she was thinking, how am I going to repay such a great favor in the future? The female accountant then came to her senses, quickly turned on her computer, and repeatedly checked Li Qing's private account. After confirming it 3 times, she inserted the black card into the POS machine and entered the password with trembling fingers. Beep, card swipe successful. A crisp beep sounded, and the receipt clicked out. The female accountant picked up the receipt, glanced at the number on it, swallowed hard, and respectfully handed the black card back to Yang Tian, her eyes filled with admiration. Handsome and rich, he was practically a male protagonist from a novel. Lin Xiao, standing next to her, was even more exaggerated. Her eyes were practically sparkling as she secretly stared at Yang Tian's profile, screaming inwardly, "This is Sister Qing's boyfriend? He's absolutely amazing." Ding! You have spent 1.23 billion yuan on the goddess superstar Li Qing, and received a 10% rebate, totaling 123 million yuan. Yang Tian quietly took out his phone and looked at the balance of over 100 million in the text message. He almost burst out laughing. Now, if anyone asks him how to earn 100 million, he can immediately answer, just spend 1 billion on your goddess. I'll leave first. You handle the share matters. Yang Tian stood up, pulled Li Qing to the office door, and whispered, remember, every single penny must be transferred to the directors. Not a penny less. He was afraid Li Qing would forget, so he emphasized again, if they dare to say a little less is fine, just say it must be full payment. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Li Qing quickly nodded, don't worry. I remember. After Yang Tian left, Li Qing stared at the bank transfer notification on her phone, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. 1.2 billion. Yang Tian had entrusted her with the money so readily, without even asking for an IOU. Having worked in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen countless schemes and calculations of profit, but she had never met someone who trusted her so unconditionally like Yang Tian. Sister Qing, the finance department has confirmed the payment. Shall we go to the meeting room now? Lin Xiao's voice pulled her back to reality. Li Qing wiped away her tears, her eyes instantly hardening. Let's go. Let those board members see who truly owns Tian Entertainment. Inside the conference room, the board members were sitting and chatting, each with a smug look on their faces, waiting to see what would happen. Do you think Li Qing can get any money? I bet she'll have to mortgage her villa. Even with a mortgage, we still have to wait for the bank to release the loan. Don't even think about it for 3 to 5 days. Let's just wait here today and see if she gets impatient. Zhao Sihai tapped the table, feigning composure. Don't panic, when she begs us, we can raise the price again. Before she could finish speaking, the conference room door was flung open with a bang. Li Qing walked in with Lin Xiao and the accountant, slamming a stack of share transfer agreements on the table. Enough with the nonsense, let's sign the agreement. The money will be transferred on the spot after signing. 1.23 billion, not a penny less. The board members were all stunned. Zhao Sihai even stood up, looking incredulous. You got the money so quickly? You didn't borrow it from loan sharks, did you? Whether it's usury or not, you'll know once you sign it. Li Qing pushed the agreement over. By the way, I'm using my own agreement. Don't bring out the ones you brought. Who knows if there are any traps in them? Zhao Sihai's face turned pale and then red, and he wondered to himself, could it be that something happened between President Xue and Wang Kuan? He took out his phone to call Wang Kuan, but found that the phone was switched off. Fine. Sign it. Zhao Sihai gritted his teeth. As long as the money was in his account, he didn't care where it came from. If the new movie flopped, Li Qing would still be in trouble. Seeing that Zhao Sihai had relented, the directors all picked up their pens and quickly signed their names. Lin Xiao watched from the side, making sure everyone signed their real names and didn't dare to cheat. After the last director signed, Li Qing gave the finance officer a look. The finance officer immediately turned on the computer and started transferring money to the accounts provided by the directors, one by one reading out each transfer. Zhao Sihai, 320 million received. Zhang Jianguo, 180 million received. The directors held their phones, looking at the bank's text message notification. Their expressions changed from smugness to shock, and finally, only resentment remained. They had thought Li Qing would beg them, but instead, she directly paid in full, without even giving them a chance to bargain. The money's in the account, you can get out now. Li Qing leaned back in her chair, her tone icy. From now on, you're not welcome at entertainment every day. Zhao Sihai gripped his phone, his face extremely grim, but he didn't dare say a word. The money was already in his hands, and there was no point in making a scene any longer. He could only lead a group of directors and slink away. After they left, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao suddenly reminded her, Sister Qing, Mr. Yang still needs to sign the share transfer agreement. He's now the company's second largest shareholder. Li Qing slapped her forehead and quickly called Yang Tian. After the call connected, she had just said, I need you to sign the shareholder agreement, when she heard Yang Tian say, you don't need to sign mine, just sign your name. Those shares were originally a gift to you. You, what did you say? Li Qing was stunned for a moment, and almost dropped her phone. Shares worth 1.23 billion, just given away like that? Isn't Yang Tian afraid she'll run off with the money? Yang Tian laughed on the other end of the phone. You're my girlfriend, so what's mine is yours, right? Hurry up and sign it, I'm still looking at cars, bye. The call was disconnected, and Li Qing, clutching her phone, couldn't help but shed tears again. In this scheming circle, Yang Tian was like a ray of light, melting away all her previous defenses. She looked down at the agreement on the table, murmuring to herself, Yang Tian, what kind of person are you, really? Lin Xiao and the accountant exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This wasn't dating, this was practically offering Sister Qing an entire mountain of gold. Chapter 17. Buying the first luxury car. After pausing for 2 seconds, Li Qing bit her lip and signed her name on the share agreement. Once the bright red signature was completed, the entire Tian Entertainment Media, valued at 2.5 billion, was completely in her hands. She gripped the corner of the agreement with her fingertips, but her excitement was nowhere in her mind. All she could think about was Yang Tian. Once the new movie made money, she had to return the money for the share buyback to him. Right now, there was a mountain of notarization and announcements to deal with, so she had to suppress the thought of contacting Yang Tian for the time being and quickly arrange the follow-up work for her assistant. Meanwhile, at Tianhai's top-tier 4S dealership, Yang Tian Gang had just hung up the phone with Li Qing. Sir, are you going to buy it or not? Don't take up the sofa and keep other people waiting. A sharp, sarcastic voice pierced the air. Yang Tian looked up and saw Zhou Xiana, the saleswoman, arms crossed, her lips curled into a deep sneer, her eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Just moments before, she had been fawning over Yang Tian, thinking she had landed a tycoon, but upon hearing him say on the phone that he was giving away shares worth billions, her expression immediately changed. Wasn't this just bragging? Who would give away shares worth billions for free these days? It was a complete waste of her breath. If it weren't for the store's rules, she would have kicked this woman out long ago. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow and teased her deliberately, let's not buy it for now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiana turned and walked away, her high heels clicking loudly on the ground, muttering under her breath, what's a poor wretch trying to prove he's rich? What a waste of time. Ha, what a snob. Yang Tian sneered, but didn't leave. He came to spend money, not to be mistreated, and he could still make a purchase with any other salesperson anyway. Yang Tian? It really is you. A sweet voice suddenly rang out. Yang Tian turned his head and saw Lin Xiaoran standing in front of him, dressed in a business suit. Her dimples were particularly noticeable when she smiled. She was his classmate in college, pure and down to earth, and had never had any scandals during their 4 years of college. Yang Tian had a good impression of her. "You work here?" Yang Tian was a little surprised. "Yes." Lin Xiaoran nodded, then looked a little embarrassed. "I saw you earlier, but you had Sister Shiona with you, and company rules prohibit us from poaching customers, so I didn't come over." Her eyes lit up. "Are you here to buy a car? We're classmates, can you patronize my business?" Yang Tianzhang was too lazy to choose a salesperson, so he immediately nodded. "Okay, take that blue Lamborghini commemorative edition, put the order on the spot." "Ha!" Lin Xiaoran's eyes widened instantly, and the brochure she was holding fell to the ground with a thud. That car was worth 28.88 million. And that wasn't even a discount. She could get more than $1 million in commission from selling it, which was equivalent to 3 years of her work. She crouched down to pick up the brochures, her hands trembling. She swallowed hard and asked again, "Yang Tian, you're not kidding me, are you? That car, it costs over 20 million. Many rich kids in Tianhai wouldn't dare to just buy it. Why would I tease you?" Yang Tian took out a black card from his wallet and handed it over in a very relaxed tone. "You'll know once you swipe the card. Let's go." Lin Xiaoran clutched the black card, her fingertips sweating, and followed Yang Tian to the cashier. When entering the amount, she took 3 deep breaths before finishing, then swiped the card. Beep. Card swipe successful. A crisp beep rang out, and the receipt popped out with a whoosh. Lin Xiaoran nearly dropped the card, jumped up with a scream, tears welling in her eyes. "It's done. It really went through." Zhou Xiana, who had just come out of the restroom, rolled her eyes upon hearing the commotion. "It's just selling a car, why are you acting like a madwoman?" She leaned over, intending to make a sarcastic remark to the new intern, but when she saw the number on the cashier's screen, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 28,880,000. She rubbed her eyes 3 times before confirming that she hadn't misread it. An intern named Lin Xiaoran actually sold a car worth over 20 million yuan? That commission alone is equivalent to her annual salary. Zhou Xiana turned her head sharply and saw Yang Tian on the sofa. Her heart skipped a beat. She pointed at Yang Tian and whispered to Lin Xiaoran, This couldn't have been bought by him, could it?" Lin Xiaoran smiled brightly. "Yes, it's the poor wretch you looked down on earlier." Boom! Zhou Xiana's mind went blank, her face turning as white as a sheet. A commission of over $1 million. Just because she looked down on people, her sure thing flew away. Unwilling to give up, she quickly unbuttoned a button on her blouse, revealing her cleavage, and squatted down in front of Yang Tian, clutching a business card. Her voice was so soft it could melt your heart. "Sir, I was wrong just now. This is my private number, feel free to contact me when you have time." Yang Tian didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice as cold as ice. "Not interested, get out of the way." Zhou Xiana's smile froze. She was so embarrassed she could have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment. She slunk away. Lin Xiaoran, suppressing a laugh, turned and completed the formalities as quickly as possible. "Yang Tian, here are your car keys and ID." Lin Xiaoran shoved the things into his hands, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining brightly. "You're being too modest. How can I ever repay this kindness?" She knew that Yang Tian had just broken up with Li Li and was now single. Such a handsome and rich classmate, she had the advantage of being close to him. Yang Tian took the keys, fully understanding her meaning, but said calmly, "Let's talk about it another day. I have something to do, so I'll be going now." His mind was completely focused on winning over Li Qing. He hadn't finished his system mission, so how could he think about anything else? Dating and earning rebates on the side, wasn't that better than anything else? As Yang Tian sat in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, he touched the steering wheel, ready to give it a try, when suddenly a cold, mechanical voice boomed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first luxury car worth over 20 million. Reward, driving proficiency, skill. Your driver's license has been automatically obtained and is now in effect. You can skillfully drive any vehicle type. Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Great, now I don't even need to practice driving or take the driving test. Chapter 18. The school beauty invited me to dinner and proactively asked for my help. As night was falling, a bright silver Lamborghini SVJ sped along the street near Tianhai University. The roar of the engine rolled by like muffled thunder. The young people holding milk tea by the roadside instantly forgot to drink and started taking pictures with their phones. The milk tea shop staff stared through the glass door, their eyes wide open. This was a luxury car worth tens of millions, something you could only see online normally. Yang Tian gripped the steering wheel, a smile playing on his lips. The master driving skills rating from the system was truly impressive. Even a difficult-to-handle supercar like a Lamborghini was like a toy in his hands. He changed lanes and accelerated flawlessly, drawing all the attention of passers-by along the way. Even if you drag me to race against professional racers right now, I could leave them in the dust. Yang Tian thought to himself smugly, then stepped on the brakes and parked the car on the side of the road opposite Tianhai University. He first called Li Qing, whose slightly tired voice came through the phone, saying that she was still at the company handling things. Sister Qing is really going all out. Yang Tian hung up the phone, thinking to himself, being a boss must be exhausting. It's so much more comfortable not having to work and worry about all this. I had just put down my phone and hung up when an unknown number called. Yang Tian answered, "Hello?" A sickeningly sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with hesitation. "Yang Tian, is that you? This is Pan Lei. Are you free? Let's have dinner together." Pan Lei? Yang Tian was stunned for a moment, then realized, wasn't this the campus belle of Tianhai University? She's usually surrounded by a bunch of rich kids and never even glances at ordinary students, so why would she suddenly call me? Forget about dinner, just get to the point. My time is precious. Yang Tian's tone was quite casual, and he didn't stand on ceremony with the school beauty. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Pan Lei's voice softened even more. "Then, how about we meet? It's hard to explain over the phone." "Okay, I'm across from Tianhai University, near the Lamborghini." Yang Tian gave his location and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Yang Tian saw a figure walking towards them. Pan Lei had her long hair down and wore a light pink tracksuit that hugged her beautiful curves, making passing boys turn their heads to look. She walked up to the Lamborghini, glancing around with a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Yang Tian pressed a button, and the automatic door on the passenger side slowly opened. "Get in the car and we'll talk." Pan Lei was startled. She looked down and saw Yang Tian in the car. Her eyes widened instantly, and she was stunned for a full 3 seconds before she reacted. She didn't dare to touch the car door and carefully got in. The moment the car door closed, Pan Lei couldn't help but touch the soft seat, her voice trembling slightly. This is your car? It must be worth tens of millions, right?" She had inquired about Yang Tian before, and everyone said he was just an ordinary student. She even saw him leave in Li Qing's car this morning. How come he's suddenly driving a luxury car worth tens of millions? The contrast is too great. "It doesn't matter whose car it is, what do you want from me?" Yang Tian leaned back in his seat, his tone not very enthusiastic. He had already set Pan Lei as his next target, but being too proactive would only make him seem like a simp, so he had to be careful. Pan Lei panicked at the question, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her face slowly turning red, and her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz. I want to join Tian Entertainment Media Company, can you help me?" She had originally planned to invite Yang Tian to dinner before bringing up the matter of helping him, but he directly refused. Now, alone in the car with Yang Tian, who drives a luxury car worth millions, she was even more nervous. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. Tian Entertainment? How did you know I could help you?" "That's a company under Li Qing's control." He's only known Li Qing for a short time, and he's only seen Pan Lei go for an interview before. How can this girl be so sure that he can handle it? Pan Lei lowered her head even further, her voice tinged with a hint of probing. "I accidentally bumped into you this morning, and then I saw you get into Sister Li Qing's car, and considering your car, I think, you must have a way." "I see." Yang Tian understood they were treating him as one of Li Qing's people. He stared at Pan Lei's innocent face, a style completely different from Li Qing's mature charm, and felt a little itchy. He deliberately teased her. "Then tell me, if you want my help, you'll agree to any conditions?" Pan Lei's face instantly turned red to her ears, even the tips of her ears turned pink. She bit her lower lip, and after a long while, she managed to stammer out, except for that kind of thing, I can agree to anything else." She genuinely wanted to work at Tian Entertainment. If she were willing to accept the unspoken rules, she would have joined another media company long ago. This was her bottom line. Yang Tian found her nervous yet stubborn expression amusing and stopped teasing her. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingers and said, "Okay, I'll ask around for you. I can't guarantee 100% success, but it shouldn't be a big problem." Pan Lei looked up abruptly, her eyes lighting up as if she had seen a savior. "Really? Thank you." Don't thank me yet, Yang Tian said, taking out his phone. Add me on WeChat, send me your resume and the position you'd like to interview for, and I'll get back to you tomorrow. Pan Lai quickly took out her phone, scanned the QR code to add Yang Tian on WeChat, and sent her resume at lightning speed, afraid that Yang Tian would change his mind if she was too late. After handing out her resume, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Yang Tian hadn't taken advantage of her, and she even felt a bit more favorably disposed towards him. She whispered, "If I really get in, I'll agree to any of your requests, as long as they're not excessive." Yang Tian waved his hand, pressed the car button, and the automatic door slowly opened. "All right, go back and wait for news." When Pan Lai got out of the car, she couldn't help but look back at Yang Tian inside. Her heart skipped a beat. This boy seemed different from what she had imagined. He was much more reliable than those rich second-generation guys who fawned over her. Watching Pan Lai's retreating figure, Yang Tian's smile deepened. Next target, all set. Chapter 19: Wang Kuan's frustrated new scheme. In the top-floor private room of the Emperor Entertainment Club, the crystal chandelier dazzled the eyes, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of cigars and foreign liquor. Every breath smelled of burning money. The average spending per person here exceeded 10,000 yuan. It was the playground of the wealthy circle in Tianhai, and ordinary people couldn't even get in the door. Wang Kuan sat back on the sofa with his legs crossed, a Cuban cigar between his fingers. He took a deep drag and then deliberately blew smoke rings into the face of the female college student next to him. The girl, wearing a revealing short skirt, coughed repeatedly from the smoke, tears welling up in her eyes, but she could only clutch her clothes tightly and lower her head to endure it. She had come to beg Wang Kuan for a chance to debut, and she dared not resist this grievance. Zhao Sihai, standing next to him, had no interest in looking at the beautiful woman. He swirled his wineglass for a long time without taking a single sip, his face full of worry. During the day, when he was selling shares at Tian Entertainment Media, he thought Li Qing's billions of yuan were raised by mortgaging assets. But after asking Wang Kuan, he found out that the money was transferred directly by Yang Tian. Moreover, even the bank's internal staff couldn't find the information on that bank card. This threw his plans into disarray. He still had his eye on the female artists under Tian Entertainment. Zhao Sihai leaned close to Wang Kuan, his voice extremely low. "Brother Wan, what do we do now? Li Qing's new movie is about to be released, and she's hooked up with a money-making machine like Yang Tian. Can our previous plans still work?" Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan's anger flared up. He stubbed out his cigar in the crystal ashtray with a loud bang. "Damn it! Who would have thought Yang Tian would go to such lengths to seduce a woman? I thought lending him 100 million last time was his limit, but this time he just threw out 1.23 billion. Is money worthless to him? He himself lent Li Qing 100 million yuan and forced her to pay it back within a month. How could he be as generous as Yang Tian?" But Wang Kuan paused, then a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "What's the panic? Proceed according to the original plan. I don't believe Yang Tian has inexhaustible working capital." He leaned forward, his voice laced with ruthlessness. "I have something to tell you. Starry Sky Film Group is on the verge of collapse. The parent company, Starry Sky Group, is facing a real estate crisis and urgently needs 300 million yuan for working capital. The consortium behind me has already agreed to provide the funds, on one condition: from now on, all cinemas under Starry Sky Film Group are prohibited from screening new movies from Tian Entertainment." "What?" Zhao Sihai's eyes widened in surprise. Starry Sky Cinema is one of the top 3 cinema chains in China in terms of the number of screenings. If it is banned, how can Li Qing's new movie be released? We've reached a verbal agreement. Wang Kuan laughed smugly. You former directors should thank me for dumping your shares long ago. Once Li Qing's new movie fails to be released and the betting agreement falls through, Tian Entertainment's shares will become worthless. Let's see how she cries then. He picked up his glass and took a sip, his eyes filled with disdain. As for Yang Tian, he's just the kind of guy who'll dump you once he's done with you. Once Li Qing is no longer of any use to him, let's see if he'll still care about you. Zhao Sihai was still a little worried. Then, Brother Wang, does this mean you've given up on pursuing Li Qing? Give up? Wang Kuan scoffed, his eyes filled with venom. Would I pick up someone else's used goods? I can't afford to mess with Yang Tian's wealth, but I can ruin Li Qing's reputation. She's been chasing after her for so long, pretending to be high and mighty. I want to see her make a fool of herself. After these words were spoken, no one else in the private room dared to utter a sound. Zhao Sihai pressed further. Then what about Yang Tian's background? Didn't you find anything about him? What's his background anyway? Wang Kuan chuckled coldly. took out his phone and scrolled through it, then showed the screen to everyone, his voice filled with the numbness that followed shock. Look for yourselves. I was stunned when I found out Yang Tian's spending records these past few days. On the first day, lend 100 million to Tian Tian Entertainment. He spent 20 million at the Xiangyu Western restaurant. At the Global Mall luxury store, he spent over 90 million on a watch. The manager offered to reduce the price by 3 million, but he refused, saying he had plenty of money. Yesterday was even more ruthless. He transferred 1.23 billion to Li Qing to repurchase shares. Also, the 4S store delivered a Lamborghini commemorative edition for 28,880,000 yuan. Wang Kuan put away his phone and looked around the private room. 2 days. Just 2 days. He spent 1.47188 billion. Who among you could afford to spend like that? What's even more ridiculous is it turns out he's a senior at Tianhai University. Do you believe it? Boom. These words were like a bombshell, and the private room instantly erupted in chaos. The former directors didn't even notice the wine spilled all over them, their glasses trembling as they were covered in it. 1.4 billion. They couldn't earn that much in their entire lives, and Yang Tian had spent it all in just 2 or 3 days? What shocked them even more was that Yang Tian was just a college student. Meanwhile, the group of female students from the film and television department of Tianhai University in the private room were completely dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, their minds racing. A classmate from their own school? Or a hidden tycoon? If only they had paid more attention back then. In the crowd, a girl in a white dress stood out with a deathly pale face and her lips almost bleeding from being bitten. She was Lili, Yang Tian's ex-girlfriend. She lowered her head, her nails digging deep into her palms, her heart aching as if being cut by a knife. She dated Yang Tian for several years. Just a few days ago, she broke up with him because she thought he was poor and incompetent, and then started dating her current boyfriend, Zhao Tianming. And what happened? Right after she broke up with him, Yang Tian became a super rich man who spent money like water. Every expense Wang Kuan mentioned felt like a slap in the face. A meal costing 20 million, a watch costing 90 million, a car costing over 20 million. These should have been hers. What made her even more desperate was that she was here today because Zhao Tianming recommended her, saying he would help her find an opportunity to debut. But when she arrived, she found out that she was to drink with Wang Kuan and his men. To put it bluntly, it was an unspoken rule. She dared not resist. She couldn't afford to offend Wang Kuan and his group. Zhao Tianming was unreliable too, having long since disappeared. How could I have been so blind back then? Lili gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, filled with regret, wishing she could slap herself a few times on the spot. If they hadn't broken up, she would be the one sitting in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini. Now she would be the one dining with Yang Tian on a 20 million yuan meal. But now, she can only swallow her anger and watch others discuss her ex-boyfriend's arrogance, while she herself becomes a pawn to be manipulated. The music was still playing in the private room, and laughter and clinking glasses filled the air. Only Lili was alone in the corner, enduring endless regret. Chapter 20. Yang Tian resists temptation. In the top floor office of Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company, the curtains were slightly drawn, and the morning light shone directly onto the sofa. Li Qing walked out of the break room, rubbing her aching shoulders, her eyes still bloodshot from staying up all night. She'd been busy until the wee hours and had simply stayed at the company. She grabbed a sandwich from the table, took a bite, and quickly tapped on the stock market screen on her computer. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the screen. It's gone up. And it's gone up quite a bit. Watching the stock curve of Tian Tian Entertainment Media rise, Li Qing couldn't stop smiling. After yesterday's press conference, she had completely secured the shares, and now this auspicious sign had arrived. Things couldn't be smoother. She had just picked up her phone to call Yang Tian to share the good news when it rang first. The name Yang Tian flashed on the screen, and Li Qing quickly answered, her voice softer than usual. Yang Tian? Did you miss me? Yang Tian's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm downstairs at the company. I'll come up to find you. Huh? So fast. Li Qing's heart skipped a beat. She hung up the phone, her cheeks flushing red. She frantically pulled out her phone and texted her secretary, Lin Xiao, don't come to my office without my permission. After sending the message, Li Qing ran to the mirror and smoothed her hair, then tugged at her silk shirt. She had originally planned to invite Yang Tian to the villa last night, but work got in the way. Now that he was coming to her door, could it be that he couldn't wait any longer? There was a knock at the door. Li Qing took a deep breath, flung open the door, grabbed Yang Tian's wrist, pulled him into the office, and locked the door with a click. Yang Tian looked at Li Qing in front of him. Her shirt collar was slightly open, outlining her slender curves, and her eyes held a hint of anticipation. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Qing close her eyes, tilt her head back slightly, and look like she was waiting to be kissed. Yang Tian? He paused for a moment, then pulled Li Qing to sit on the sofa and said directly, I have something important to discuss with you. How much money do you have to pay out if you lose the betting agreement for your new movie? Li Qing waited for a long time but didn't get a kiss. Instead, she heard this sentence. Her eyes opened wide, and the blush on her face faded a lot. She looked at Yang Tian in a daze. Huh? A betting agreement? She looked down at her clothes and thought to herself, something's not right. The dress I'm wearing today is really flattering, so why isn't he reacting at all? However, he still obediently replied, if we don't meet the box office requirements, we'll have to pay the investors 800 million. But don't worry. This time it's definitely going to be fine. The publicity is all over the place, there are tons of positive reviews online, and the company is now entirely in my hands, so it's a sure thing to make a profit. Li Qing spoke with a hint of pride. After all, she had made ample preparations this time, and the 800 million yuan compensation was nothing to her. To everyone's surprise, Yang Tian frowned after hearing this and casually said, only 800 million? That's so little? Li Qing? She was stunned for a moment, almost unable to react. 800 million is not enough? That's more money than an ordinary person could earn in several lifetimes. Yang Tian waved his hand, not taking the money seriously, and then asked, yesterday, the board members collectively caused trouble. Do you think no one was behind it? Li Qing then realized that Yang Tian was worried that someone was plotting something. Her heart warmed, and she put her hand on his shoulder, leaning slightly closer. Her voice softened again, you helped me so much yesterday, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Today, no one will bother you in the office. How would you like me to thank you? As she spoke, her fingers gently brushed against Yang Tian's arm. The scent of her perfume mingled with her fragrance, causing Yang Tian's heart to skip a beat and his throat to tighten. How could he not understand what Li Qing meant? The woman in front of him was both beautiful and proactive. Anyone would be tempted. But he knew in his heart that the Goddess Conquest System had a rule. Once the conquest was successful, the system would stop paying, and he would have to pay out of his own pocket for any future expenses. He had only just managed to spend over 100 million yuan with Li Qing's help. If he won her over now, what would he do if he ran into trouble later and didn't have enough money? Besides, the mastermind behind yesterday's boardroom disturbance hadn't been found yet. He couldn't take that risk. He had to stay calm and hold back. Yang Tian quickly cleared his throat, pulled Li Qing aside, his ears slightly red. Ahem. This isn't a good place. Let's talk business first. If the people behind this try something underhanded, do you have a way to deal with it? Seeing him avoid her, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Qing's eyes, but she didn't press him. She sat up straight and thought seriously for a moment. Probably not. The movie's promotion and screenings have already been arranged. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stopped. If someone deliberately caused trouble and made them withdraw their screenings, then the trouble would be huge. Seeing that she had realized what was happening, Yang Tian nodded. So, now is not the time to think about these things. We'll have plenty of time once we've resolved this problem. Seeing Yang Tian's serious expression, Li Qing's disappointment slowly dissipated, and she instead felt that he was particularly reliable. Unlike those rich kids who only thought about taking advantage, he was genuinely thinking about himself. She bit her lip and whispered, then. I'll thank you properly after this is all over? Yang Tian looked at the expectation in her eyes and smiled. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Chapter 21, Helping the School Beauty Get a Job at Tian Tian Entertainment. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Tian suddenly remembered his promise to the school beauty Pan Lei. He quickly put his hands on Li Qing's arms and said with a smile, by the way, I have a classmate who was quite good looking and wants to get into your Tian Tian Entertainment media. Could you pull some strings for him? Li Qing raised an eyebrow and asked directly, male or female? Hey, I'll send you her resume now. If you can help me out, please do. Yang Tian didn't explain further and simply forwarded the electronic resume Pan Lei sent. Li Qing clicked on the resume and immediately frowned when she saw Pan Lei's innocent photo. She didn't even glance at the rest of the content before staring at Yang Tian and asking, tell me honestly, do you like her? What's your relationship? Her tone was a little nervous. Yang Tian quickly waved his hand, afraid that Li Qing would misunderstand, and explained, we don't have any relationship right now. We're just from the same school, and we haven't really spoken much before. She was the one who contacted me first.
Alright, no need to explain. Even if you have connections, it's fine.
Li Qing interrupted him, though she felt a little jealous inside. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she knew perfectly well that young Tian was young, rich, and handsome. There was no way she could keep him.
As long as he didn't go too far, it would be fine.
She took out her phone and called her secretary, Lin Xiao.
I have someone here. I'll send you the resume right away. Have HR interview him, just to go through the motions.
But this is just for once, I won't interfere after that, she said.
She was strongly against using connections, but for young Tian's sake, she would help if she could.
Hearing Li Qing agree, young Tian immediately smiled and put his arm around her. Hee, I promise it'll only be this once.
I definitely won't help anyone get in through connections next time. By the way, will you come with me to buy a house today? But Li Qing shrank back, politely declining. How about we buy it another day? Let's go home first.
All she could think about right now was winning young Tian over, and she was already traumatized by spending money with him yesterday. She was busy repurchasing company shares and had her artist Jiang Yueshu help her pack things at the villa. She ended up receiving over 800 women's watches from a luxury store, worth nearly 100 million yuan. Even if she changed one every day, she wouldn't be able to wear them all in 2 years. Just thinking about it made her shudder.
Don't worry. I definitely won't buy anything recklessly today.
Young Tian knew what she was worried about, so he quickly assured her and took her hand as they walked towards the underground parking garage. A short while later, the two arrived at the parking spot.
Li Qing stared wide-eyed at the Lamborghini in front of her. This is the car you bought yesterday? She knew a little about the price of this car.
Wang Kuan, who had been pursuing her, had always dreamed of owning one, but he couldn't bear to spend the money. She never expected young Tian to buy it so easily. He was too extravagant.
Come on, get in the car. Young Tian opened the automatic door and got into the driver's seat.
As soon as Li Qing sat in the passenger seat, her nose twitched, and she immediately asked, "Has another woman sat in the passenger seat?"
There's a perfume smell, it's not mine.
Yang Tian, without batting an eye, fabricated a lie. It was probably a car salesperson. She sat in the car for a while during my test drive and gave me some pointers on how to drive. But inwardly, he thought women have such a keen sense of smell. He'd better get the car washed as soon as someone else has sat in the passenger seat in the future. Seeing that young Tian spoke calmly, Li Qing didn't think about it anymore.
Just then, young Tian's phone rang.
He saw that it was Pan Lei calling, so he immediately put it on speakerphone, deliberately letting Li Qing hear it. Pan Lei's voice was incredibly excited on the other end of the phone. Yang Tian.
Thank you so much. I passed the interview at Tian Entertainment. Are you free today? Let me treat you to dinner. Yang Tian replied indifferently, forget about dinner, we'll talk about it later.
He hung up before Pan Lei could respond. He knew he couldn't let Li Qing know he was getting close to other girls before he'd won her over.
Hold on tight.
Yang Tian started the car and drove towards the real estate sales office. Looking at young Tian driving attentively, Li Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, immediately dispelled her doubts. If young Tian and Pan Lei really had a relationship, Pan Lei would definitely call him darling or something similar on the phone. Why would she be so polite?
It seemed she had really been overthinking things.
Before long, the two arrived at the sales office of Shinkong Real Estate, a subsidiary of Shinkong Group.
Almost any luxury villa in Tianhai City could be purchased there. But right now, the sales office is deserted, not a single customer in sight.
A group of female saleswomen huddled together, complaining, their voices filled with worry.
The real estate market is really going to collapse.
I'm switching industries after this month's work, or I'll starve.
That's right.
I heard from the rumors that Starry Sky Group is on the verge of collapse. They can't sell the houses and can't even pay the bank interest. Sigh, I haven't sold a single unit this month, and I'm not even sure if I'll get paid. Just then, a luxury sports car screeched to a halt in front of the sales office. The saleswomen's eyes lit up instantly. Anyone who could drive such a car must be a big customer. A group of them immediately rushed out, running faster than anyone else. Young Tian had just gotten out of the driver's seat and hadn't even gotten his footing when he was surrounded by a group of female saleswomen in business attire.
The strong scent of perfume hit his nose, startling him so much that he took a step back. Aren't they a bit too enthusiastic? Make way. Don't push him.
Li Qing quickly put on her sunglasses, pushed through the crowd, walked to young Tian's side, took his arm, and walked into the sales office. She was also wondering, with the real estate market so sluggish right now, why did young Tian insist on buying a house?
The two walked into the sales office, and young Tian went straight to the model, glanced at it, and asked, "What are some of the more expensive, larger properties you have here?" Chapter 22, Spending 900 million to give Goddess a luxury mansion as their wedding home.
As soon as he entered the sales office, a sweet-looking saleswoman with a high ponytail and two dimples when she smiled approached him, her eyes sparkling as she stared at young Tian. "Sir,
You're looking for the best and most expensive one, right?"
She was overjoyed. In all her years in the business, she had never met a client who walked in and asked, "Where are the most expensive properties?" If this deal went through, the commission would be enough to support her for 3 or 4 years.
Yang Tian nodded decisively. "Yes, the more expensive the better. Can you give me your opinion?"
He then turned to look at Li Qing beside him, his tone softening slightly. "What do you think?"
Li Qing raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Why are you buying a villa? Our current place is enough. Don't waste money." Yang Tian replied matter-of-factly, "It's a gift.
Why else would I buy it?"
"You."
Li Qing rolled her eyes at him, her voice low and slightly reproachful. "You're such a waste." Seeing her resolute attitude, young Tian could only sigh and say, "Fine, forget it then."
Upon hearing this, the sweet-looking saleswoman next to her felt her heart sink. Had the big deal she was about to close slipped away?
Her mind raced, and seeing the two of them being so affectionate, she quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Sir, you see, it might not be necessary for a regular home, but this villa can be our wedding home. You and this lady are such a perfect match. It would be so prestigious to live here as your wedding home."
"A wedding house?"
Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Li Qing's hand and shook it.
"That's right. How about I buy a villa as our wedding house?"
Li Qing's cheeks flushed and her ear tips turned red from his words. She nodded gently, her voice barely audible. "I'll listen to you." Yang Tian immediately got excited and turned to the salesperson, shouting, "How much is the most expensive villa here?" He knew perfectly well that the more expensive the item, the greater the system rebate, making this a surefire way to profit. The sweet-looking saleswoman was completely stunned, her mouth agape for a long time. "Yes, sir, are you sure you want the most expensive one?
That villa costs 900 million.
She quickly added, "The location is the best, with a private garden, swimming pool, and a small artificial lake, but the market is bad, and nobody has inquired about it since it was built.
Plus, there are discounts available." 900 million? Okay, that's it. Yang Tian waved his hand, extremely generous.
No need for discounts, just the total price. Money's no object. The sweet-looking saleswoman was so frightened that her hands trembled. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Sir, please go to the VIP room first."
I can't make the decision.
I have to find the general manager." As she spoke, she ran off in her high heels to make the call, afraid that she would lose this god of wealth. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Shinkong Group, real estate general manager Herta was looking down, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Chairman Wang, property sales are still declining this quarter."
I'll think of a solution."
He knew very well that the group's cash flow was very tight, and real estate was its main industry. He was afraid he would lose his job after this performance review. Just then, his phone rang, the shrill ringtone jarring in the quiet office. Herta's face turned pale. He'd been so flustered he'd forgotten to put it on silent. He quickly pulled it out, and seeing it was a sweet-looking saleswoman from the sales office, he was so angry he wanted to yell, "Aren't you blind?
Don't you know I'm reporting to the chairman?" Just as he hung up, the phone rang again.
Herta gritted his teeth, wanting to turn it off, but Wang Tianliang, sitting in his boss's chair, spoke up, his tone icy, "Answer it."
Wang Tianliang's face was grim. The real estate business had dragged the group down, and he had already planned to withdraw from Herta.
Seeing that he still dared to answer the phone during his performance review, he was even more displeased. Herta steeled her heart, answered the phone, her voice trembling. "What is it?
Don't you know I'm busy? Mr. He.
A client wants to buy that 900 million villa.
They'll put it on the spot." The sweet-voiced saleswoman's voice was filled with elation, clearly audible over the phone. "What did you say?" Herta Yi jumped to his feet, his voice trembling, completely forgetting that Wang Tianliang was beside him. "Really? Someone actually bought it? I'm going back right now."
After hanging up the phone, he realized his lapse in composure and quickly explained to Wang Tianliang, "Chairman Wang, it's a big client at the sales office. I'll go check it out first and report back to you when I get back." Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly ran away.
Wang Tianliang watched his retreating figure and sneered, "Low-level trick. Why did he have to call during his performance review to announce the sale of a 900 million yuan villa? And why was the phone on during the call? Back when he was using these tactics, Herta wasn't even a member of the company yet. He picked up his phone and called his son, Wang Haoyu, go to the Shinkong real estate sales office. If that 900 million villa isn't sold today, tell Herta to get the hell out of here. At this moment, in a luxurious villa, Wang Haoyu was frowning at Wang Kuan. We'll talk about the contract later. My dad wants me to go to the sales office. He sounded impatient. His cooperation with Wang Kuan was only to help the group overcome its difficulties. If it weren't for the money, he wouldn't bother dealing with such a profit-driven person. Wang Kuan quickly put on a smile and said, "Young Master Wang, you're busy. I'll definitely have the funds ready, don't worry." But in his heart, he wondered what could possibly be the reason for calling me to the sales office at this hour. After Wang Kuan left, Wang Haoyu got up, picked out a white Porsche from the garage, and sped off. He was also wondering, could that old bastard Herta be deliberately creating fake clients to keep his job? Also, when he saw Li Qing last time, he felt she was different from other women in the entertainment industry. He hoped he could run into her this time. Chapter 23, a furious purchase of a 900 million yuan villa mansion yields a 90 million yuan rebate. In the VIP room of Shinkong real estate sales office, Yang Tian tapped his fingers on the table, his face darkening. He'd been waiting for almost half an hour already, and if it weren't for the system's rebate, he would have dragged Li Qing away long ago. How much longer do we have to wait? He looked up at the sweet-looking saleswoman next to him, his tone revealing his impatience. The sweet-looking saleswoman's hands were trembling, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She quickly bowed and explained, "Sir, I'm so sorry. Mr. He is already on his way and will be there in 5 minutes at most." She was burning with anxiety. This was a 900 million yuan order. The commission would be enough for her to work for 10 years, but the company rules were strict. Orders over 100 million yuan required the general manager's signature. Someone like her didn't even have that authority, and to make matters worse, Mr. He was on his way to report to the group. What a coincidence! Seeing that she was on the verge of tears, Yang Tian didn't press her further. "All right, go outside and wait. You don't need to stand here." The sweet-looking saleswoman quickly thanked her and briskly left. As soon as she closed the door, Li Qing reached out and pinched Yang Tian's arm, her tone both coquettish and reproachful. "Was it really necessary to buy something worth 900 million? You're always so ostentatious when you spend money with me, it's almost too much for my heart to handle." She became increasingly helpless as she spoke. "Last time, we spent 20 million on a meal, and 93 million on buying a watch by booking out an entire venue. This time it's even crazier. She insists on a 900 million villa." Yang Tian coughed twice, put his arm around her shoulder, and said affectionately, "I just want to give you a decent home." But in his heart, he was thinking, where do I get the confidence if I don't take advantage of the system? I can't just keep spending money on my goddess and end up becoming a simp, can I? Then, please don't just write my name, I can't accept that. Li Qing pouted. Last time Yang Tian helped her buy back shares worth over 1 billion yuan and put her name on the deed, she couldn't sleep all night. Write one for both of us. Yang Tian decided. That way you'll feel more secure. Li Qing's face flushed instantly, and she softened her voice. "Then, are you really planning to marry me? You won't look for other women in the future, will you?" After saying that, she stared at him with bright, expectant eyes. Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He was about to say of course, but then swallowed the words back. He couldn't very well say he'd only won over one goddess, could he? That would be too embarrassing for a system user. Fortunately, before he could finish his lie, the VIP room door was slammed open, and a middle-aged man rushed in. His suit was wrinkled, his tie was askew, and he was sweating profusely. As soon as he entered, he stretched out his hands. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Herta Yi, the general manager of Starry Sky Real Estate." He overheard the salesperson at the door saying that this customer drives a 20 million Lamborghini and has a very strong intention to buy a 900 million villa. He was already burning with excitement. As long as this deal goes through, Chairman Wang definitely won't fire him. Yang Tian breathed a sigh of relief, shook hands with him, and directly took out a black card from his wallet and handed it over, his tone straightforward. "I know all the information about the villa, the one worth 900 million. No need for further introductions, just swipe the card." Herta clutched the black card, his eyes wide with astonishment. He'd seen countless clients buying luxury homes, but none as decisive as Yang Tian. Not even bothering to haggle over the price, not even asking for a discount? He'd originally planned to lower the price to close the deal, but now, the client was even more eager than he was. Okay. I'll go do it right away. Herta gripped the card and turned to run, afraid that the customer would change their mind if he was even a second late, so he even went to the cashier himself. Come on, let's go take a look. Yang Tian took Li Qing's hand and followed slowly behind.
At the cashier, Herta entered the amount of 900 million, his hands trembling as he swiped his card and then entered the password Yang Tianbao had given him.
Beep. Card swipe successful. As soon as the receipt was printed, Herta's hand trembled instantly, and his eyes welled up with tears. This 900 million villa had been a burden for him for 3 years, and today it was finally sold. His job was finally safe. He quickly handed the black card back to Yang Tian, his face crinkling with a smile. Mr. Yang. Thank you so much. From now on, the property management fees for this villa will be waived for life. We'll even send someone to clean it every month, so you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, thanks.
Yang Tian handed over his and Li Qing's ID cards.
The property certificate should be in both our names. Herta took the ID card, glanced at Li Qing's information, and his eyes widened instantly, his voice rising a half octave. You're the big star Li Qing? Li Qing then took off her sunglasses, smiled, and said casually, don't tell anyone, let's get the paperwork done quickly. But inside, she felt a sweet warmth. Yang Tian said this was their wedding home, and it seemed like spending her whole life with him would be wonderful. Herta immediately covered his mouth, turned around and growled at the sales staff around him, shut your mouths. Anyone who dares to utter a single word is fired. After saying that, he quickly pulled a specialist to process the property certificate. Just then, Yang Tian's phone suddenly rang. Ding! Successfully spent 900 million yuan on Goddess Li Qing.
A 10% rebate has been received, totaling 90 million yuan, which has been transferred to your account. Yang Tian secretly smirked. This was a huge profit. He'd have to figure out how to squeeze out more system benefits next time. Chapter 24: An unexpected encounter with Wang Haoyu and Yang Tian's scheme to exploit others and their counter-strategy. At this moment, Herta ran over with the property certificate in his hands, bowing almost 90 degrees to Yang Tian, his tone more respectful than that of a son. Mr. Yang.
The certificate is ready. Would you like someone to take you to the villa for an inspection? We'll make sure every part is checked thoroughly. He had just received a rumor that Chairman Wang sent Wang Haoyu to dismiss him. Now that he had secured a 900 million yuan order, his job was safe. Yang Tian was his savior.
Yang Tian waved his hand and joked with a smile, no need, I'll come to you if there's a real problem.
You can't deny it then, can you? He just didn't want anyone following him around, so he could be more at ease. No way. Herta quickly took out his phone and added Yang Tian as a friend. Call me anytime, I'm online 24/7. After saying that, he wanted to run to tell Chairman Wang the good news, but as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a group of people. Wang Haoyu with bodyguards, walking in with a cold look on his face. Herta felt a pang of anxiety and was about to step forward to explain when Li Qing tugged at Yang Tian's arm and whispered, that's Wang Haoyu. He's in charge of Starry Sky Shadow Page Group. Yang Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Haoyu, who was talking to Herta Yi, and pulled Li Qing over. When Herta saw Yang Tian approaching, he grasped at a straw and quickly introduced him, young Master Wang. This is Mr. Yang Tian, who just bought a villa worth 900 million. Wang Haoyu, who had been looking impatient, instantly changed his expression upon hearing 900 million and glancing at Li Qing beside Yang Tian. Though she was wearing sunglasses, he recognized her immediately. This was a tycoon who could casually throw away 900 million. And he'd even managed to date a goddess like Li Qing, definitely a top-tier catch. He immediately put on a smile and handed it over. Wang Haoyu. I've long admired Mr. Yang's name. Yang Tian shook hands symbolically, but before he could speak, Wang Haoyu leaned closer and lowered his voice. Mr. Yang, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately. That guy Wang Kuan asked me to cooperate with him on Tian Tian Entertainment Media. I never intended to agree, and now that I know you're Ms. Li Qing's boyfriend, I'm even less likely to help him. He thought Yang Tian would be grateful to him. After all, this was a good opportunity to do someone a favor, but Yang Tian's next words stunned him. No way, Yang Tian smirked, a sly glint in his eyes. You continue to cooperate with Wang Kuan and follow his plan. However, I want to make a slight modification to the later parts. Then you just need to do this and that. Wang Haoyu was stunned. Huh? This. Yang Tian leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice even further. He wants to take down Tian Tian Entertainment, and I can use this opportunity to make a fortune. You cooperate with him, and I'll make you 10 times more than Wang Kuan's 300 million. He knew perfectly well that if Wang Kuan's plan failed, he would lose the opportunity to get a rebate from the system. Only by pushing the plan forward could he make another profit. Wang Haoyu's eyes lit up instantly 10 times? That's 3 billion. He had to cling to this powerful figure. He immediately nodded. Mr. Yang, rest assured. I will definitely cooperate. I will report the progress to you at any time. The two quickly exchanged phone numbers, and Wang Haoyu, beaming with a smile and whistling, dashed off with his bodyguards. This trip to the sales office was like finding a gold mine. Li Qing, who was standing nearby, was puzzled and pulled Yang Tian aside to ask, "What were you guys talking about just now?" "I think I heard Tian Entertainment?" Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly made up a lie. What else could it be? "Aren't you worried about the new movie's release?" "I'll have Wang Haoyu arrange more screenings for us, and I guarantee we'll meet the betting agreement." Li Qing's eyes instantly reddened, and she grabbed Yang Tian's hand and shook it. "Yang Tian, you're too good to me." Yang Tian gave an awkward laugh. He couldn't very well say that he deliberately let Wang Kuan cause trouble so he could make money off the system, could he? He quickly changed the subject. "Come on, let's go, I'll take you for a walk around the villa." The two got into the Lamborghini, and Yang Tian stepped on the gas and sped off. Li Qing felt even more at ease watching this scene with Yang Tian. It seemed like there was nothing to be afraid of. On the other side, inside a luxury villa. As soon as Wang Haoyu got back, he called Wang Kuan, his tone perfunctory. "Come over and sign the agreement." "I've sent you the address." Wang Kuan held his phone, his hands trembling with excitement. Tian Entertainment's new movie was about to be released. Wang Haoyu had only verbally agreed before, without signing a contract, so he had always felt uncertain. Now he could finally relax. He rushed to the villa with his briefcase in his hand, and greeted Wang Haoyu with a smile. "Young Master Wang. You asked me to sign an agreement?" Wang Haoyu, with his legs crossed and playing with his phone, didn't even lift his eyelids. "Otherwise what? You don't want to sign?" "Yes. Of course I want to." Wang Kuan quickly pulled out a stack of agreements and respectfully handed them over, secretly calculating in his mind as long as he signed them, Tian Entertainment would be all he needed. But the next second, Wang Haoyu took the agreement, tore it in half with a rip without even looking at it, and threw it on the ground. Wang Kuan's smile froze on his face instantly, his pupils dilating in shock. "Young Master Wang? What happened?" Wang Kuan stared at the shattered agreement on the ground, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his face flushed red. His anger was burning to the core, but when he thought of the Starry Sky Group's hundreds of billions in assets, while his own billion-dollar conglomerate didn't even amount to a fraction of that, he could only forcefully suppress his rage. Wang Haoyu sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, toying with a pen in his hand. Without even lifting his eyelids, he slowly said, "The agreement we discussed before needs to be revised." Change the agreement? Wang Kuan's eyes widened in surprise, his mind reeling. They just tore up the agreement, and now they want to change it? This young Master Wang's temper is too fickle. "The 100 million penalty you mentioned before was too high." Wang Haoyu put down his pen, leaned forward slightly, and spoke with a hint of condescension. "This time you don't need to pay the penalty, and I'm not in a hurry for that 300 million loan. I'll handle it for you today. Directly terminate Starry Sky Pictures' contract with Tian Entertainment and permanently ban their new movies from being shown. Once I've issued the announcement, you can transfer the 300 million over. How about that?" Wang Kuan was instantly stunned, his mouth agape. For a long time this offer was too good to be true. Not only did he not have to pay any breach of contract fees, but he could also make Tian Entertainment suffer a setback in advance. But then he wondered, why was Wang Haoyu suddenly being so generous? Could there be a trap? This is beyond my control. I need to discuss it with the consortium." He quickly made an excuse, hurriedly ran out of the villa, took out his phone, and dialed the number of the consortium's head. His tone was full of urgency. "President Li." Wang Haoyu suddenly changed the agreement, saying that he will terminate the contract with Tian Entertainment today, and we don't need to pay the penalty. He will transfer 300 million after the contract is terminated. What do you think of this? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a burst of laughter. "Silly boy. Starry Sky Group urgently needs money. The bank is pressing them, they can't wait 3 days. We've got a great deal. Hurry up and agree. As long as we can get Tian Entertainment's movie banned, everything else will be easy to handle." Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders, and a wildly joyful smile immediately spread across his face. It turned out Wang Haoyu was in a hurry to cash out. It seemed that Shinkong Group was really about to collapse. He hung up the phone and jogged back to the villa, his smile practically reaching his ears. "Young Master Wang. It's all settled. We'll do it your way. Could I borrow your printer? I'll draft the new agreement right now.
Wang Haoyu leaned back on the sofa, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, Yang Tian was right, Wang Kuan is such an idiot, so easy to fool, and pointed to the study next door. It's inside, go there yourself.
Wang Kuan rushed into the study, turned on the computer, and drafted the agreement.
His fingers flew across the keyboard, even the punctuation marks seemed to be written as quickly as possible, afraid that Wang Haoyu would change his mind.
Within minutes, 2 new agreements were printed out.
He ran to Wang Haoyu with the agreements in hand and handed them over with both hands. Wang Haoyu took the agreement, glanced at it, picked up the pen, and quickly signed his name without any hesitation. Looking at the autograph, Wang Kuan was so excited that his hands were trembling. Immediately afterward, Wang Haoyu took out his phone and dialed a number in front of Wang Kuan, putting it on speakerphone. Manager Chi, immediately have all cinemas under Starry Sky Cinema terminate their cooperation with Tian Tian Entertainment Media, and issue a notice stating that their new movies are permanently banned from being shown. Do it now. I need to see the notice within 10 minutes.
Otherwise, you can get out of here.
Manager Chi's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange it right away.
With a click, Wang Haoyu hung up the phone. Wang Kuan, standing to the side, listened with delight and couldn't help but rub his hands together, laughing. Young Master Wang is so efficient. This time, Tian Tian Entertainment's new movie is completely doomed. Let's see how Li Qing can fight us now. He completely failed to notice the hint of mockery that flashed in Wang Haoyu's eyes as he looked down at his phone. You think you've won?
Just wait, you'll be crying later. After Wang Kuan left, Wang Haoyu took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Yang, I've taken care of everything.
Chapter 25, Breaking the Agreement, Launching a Sudden Attack. Boom! The entire internet is in an uproar.
The moment Starry Sky Film Group released its official announcement, the entire entertainment industry was thrown into an uproar. Bosses of major entertainment companies stared at their screens, sensing an impending storm. This was about to escalate into something big.
Wang Kuan had just sat down in his office, his fingers frantically refreshing the page.
The moment he saw the announcement, cold sweat soaked through his shirt.
He didn't dare delay. His hands trembled as he dialed the conglomerate's number, his voice shaking. Quick! Transfer 300 million to Starry Sky Group according to the agreement. Not a penny less.
He immediately got up to go find Wang Haoyu. A short while later, at the top floor office of Starry Sky Shadow Pages. After hanging up the phone with the message 300 million yuan received, Wang Haoyu smiled and waved to Wang Kuan across the room, saying, the money's here, you can go now.
I won't keep you for dinner. Wang Kuan dared not speak out in anger and slunk away.
No one knew that his confidence in changing the agreement came entirely from Yang Tian. Yang Tian had already told him that he would help Shinkong Group overcome its difficulties.
Tianhai, a luxury villa district.
In the 5,000 square meter villa, there was a private beach connected to a swimming pool, and the roses in the garden were in full bloom.
Li Cheng, arm in arm with Yang Tian, stared wide-eyed. This is really our new home?
Yang Tian nodded with a smile, but in his heart he was thinking, if it weren't for the system, how could he have ever lived in a villa worth 900 million?
Just then, Yang Tian's phone rang. It was Wang Haoyu calling. Brother Yang. The announcement's out. We've been waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tian was overjoyed. The huge spending rebate was coming.
After this rebate, he absolutely had to win over Li Cheng. When they were shopping at the villa earlier, Li Cheng had hinted at it several times, but he had stubbornly resisted, waiting for Wang Haoyu's move. But the next second, Li Cheng next to her suddenly exclaimed ah, and her phone slammed to the ground with a thud, cracking the screen.
Yang Tian quickly turned around. What's wrong?
Li Cheng's face turned as white as paper instantly. Her fingers trembled as she picked up her phone, and tears streamed down her face.
It's Jiang Yueshu, she said. Shinkong Ye Group suddenly broke the contract. Breach of contract? Yang Tian feigned surprise.
Li Cheng cried uncontrollably, her voice hoarse. It's all over.
It's all over.
The new movie can't be released, and the betting agreement will cost us 800 million. I can still use my house and car as collateral, but all the company's movies will be cancelled. My shares are all worthless. She grabbed Yang Tian's hand tightly, overwhelmed with self-reproach, on the verge of collapse. I'm so sorry.
It's all my fault.
You invested over $1 billion in the company, and now you have nothing. Yang Tian looked at her red eyes and his heart softened. He reached out to wipe away her tears and held her cold little hand. Don't cry.
I'm here. This can be resolved. Come on, I'll take you to handle it.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Feeling the warmth of Yang Tian's palm, she calmed down a little, but was still panicked. How do we solve this?
This must be Wang Kuan's doing. Someone is trying to ruin the company. Unless Starry Sky Shadow Pages listens to you, but how is that possible?
As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered how Yang Tian and Wang Haoyu talked during the day at Xingkong Real Estate. Wang Haoyu seemed to be particularly polite to Yang Tian. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in her heart. Yang Tian helped her fasten her seatbelt, started the car, and said with particular certainty, "Don't worry, if I say I can solve it, I definitely can." The car sped towards Starry Sky Film City. Li Qing sat in the passenger seat, looking at Yang Tian's composed profile, feeling both panicked and hopeful. Could he really save the company?
Chapter 26 Yang Tian takes action to acquire the company.
Inside Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company, the artists panicked. The newly built ancient-style set was covered in dust. The prop master slumped in a folding chair, scrolling through his phone but not paying any attention. The photographer tossed his camera aside, his fingers almost shattering the screen. The whole company was buzzing with rumors. Starry Sky Films had issued an announcement permanently banning the screening of Tian Tian Entertainment's new movie. Oh no! My contract still has a year left. Does that mean I'll never get to make any more movies? A makeup artist clutched her hair, her voice trembling with tears.
Otherwise what? Didn't you see the announcement clearly? Who would dare to invest in our company in the future? Even if we film it, it can't be released. It's a complete waste of money.
Another photographer rolled his eyes, his tone full of despair. The female celebrities were crammed onto the sofas in the rest area, and their faces looked increasingly grim.
Who did Sister Cheng offend? This is going to destroy her. Who else could it be? Wang Kuan.
That guy has a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate behind him. If Sister Qing doesn't side with him, he'll kill her.
Sigh, if it were me, I would have given in long ago. Aren't all men like that?
It doesn't matter who they're with, at least they can keep their jobs.
No sooner had those words left his mouth than someone retorted, "Are you stupid? Of all the women Wang Kuan has been with, which one got anything out of it? Didn't he dump them all in the end?"
The crowd fell silent instantly, with only a chorus of sighs. In the corner, Pan Lai clutched the contract she had just received, her palms sweaty. She had only gotten into Tian Tian Entertainment through connections thanks to Yang Tian's help. But as soon as she arrived, she ran into this mess, and all she heard were complaints about job hopping and contract termination.
She had already given up on the idea. Sign it?
The company's about to go bankrupt. Signing it would be like jumping into a fire pit.
Shouldn't we not sign?
Yang Tian went out of his way to help us. It would be so awkward if we met again later. She stared at her phone, her finger hovering over the screen for a long time, before finally gritting her teeth and sending a message to Yang Tian.
Within seconds, her phone vibrated.
Pan Lai quickly opened it, read Yang Tian's reply, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Her steps even became lighter as she headed straight for the HR department. "I'll sign."
The other artists nearby scoffed. The newbie's pretty naive, daring to sign at a time like this?
No one knew the source of Pan Lai's confidence when she thought of Yang Tian's dazzling multi-million-dollar sports car. She felt, surely someone who can afford such a car wouldn't cheat her, right? Hearing these complaints, Jiang Yueshu couldn't stand it any longer and stood up, saying loudly, "Don't panic, everyone. Sister Qing just sent a message saying she's already trying to find a solution, and will definitely be able to resolve it."
The artists immediately swarmed around, their eyes lighting up. Really? Sister Qing, do you have any ideas? Starry Sky Film Pages is backing up Wang Kuan.
Jiang Yueshu shrugged, "I don't know the specifics, but it should be a sure thing." What she didn't say was that the watches she received for Li Qing last time had straps worth millions just for the straps. Yang Tian must be someone extraordinary to be able to give such expensive gifts. When the actors realized they couldn't get any information, they dispersed, as no one was willing to film those kinds of shows that were futile to film. Jiang Yueshu drank a glass of ice water and suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Just as she entered the stall, she heard a familiar voice from next door. It was her secretary, Lin Xiao.
"Yes, Mr. Wang, Tian Tian Entertainment is in complete chaos. The artists don't want to film anymore. That girl Pan Lai is stupid. She even signed a contract."
"Don't worry, Li Qing definitely won't last 3 days." Jiang Yueshu's pupils contracted sharply, and her hands trembled. She quickly pulled out her phone, her fingers shaking as she tapped to start the recording. This was evidence of Wang Kuan's treachery. Lin Xiao hung up the phone, flushed the toilet, hummed a little tune, and left, completely unaware that her words had been recorded. On the other side, in the general manager's office of Starry Sky Film Pages Group, Wang Haoyu rubbed his hands together, his forehead beaded with sweat. Li Qing's face was as cold as ice, her eyes blazing with fire, and she hadn't given him a kind look since she sat down. Mr. Wang, Starry Sky Pictures unilaterally breached the contract.
You need to give us an explanation.
Li Qing's voice trembled, but remained firm. Just as Wang Haoyu was about to explain that it's all a misunderstanding, Yang Tian slowly walked in, leaned back on the sofa, and dropped a bombshell. I'm not here to demand an explanation, I'm here to help Tian Entertainment resolve its issues.
Starry Sky Film Pages, name your price, I'll buy it. What? Li Qing was completely stunned, her mouth agape. He bought it?
Starry Sky Pictures is worth billions. Even if Yang Tian is rich, he couldn't possibly come up with that all at once, could he? Wang Haoyu was even more exaggerated, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He jumped up from his chair, his voice trembling. Brother Yang, are you serious? He knew all too well the market value of Starry Sky Shadow Pages. Even the multi-billion-dollar conglomerate behind Wang Kuan couldn't come up with that much money all at once. Yang Tian leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, and said in a very relaxed tone, "Of course I'm serious. Your company's crisis can be solved by selling Starry Sky Pictures, right? Name your price." He was secretly delighted. Hopefully Wang Haoyu will drive higher. The system's rebates will be bigger, he'll make a killing. Wang Haoyu stared at Yang Tian, his fingers digging into the table, his mind racing. How much money does Yang Tian actually have? Can he really come up with tens of billions? The office was so quiet you could hear someone breathing. Li Cheng looked at Yang Tian's composed profile, her heart pounding. Could he really buy Starry Sky Pictures? Chapter 27, Spending Billions to Acquire Starry Sky Pictures. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Wang Haoyu's face changed instantly, and the teacup in his hand wobbled, almost splashing hot water onto his hand. He had previously thought that Yang Tian was similar to Wang Kuan, at most lending him a few tens of millions for Li Qing's sake to help Xingkongye catch its breath. But who would have thought that the other party would immediately propose an acquisition? This was the culmination of his father Wang Tianliang's more than 20 years of hard work, the flagship business of Xingkong Group. How could he, a young master who had only taken over for less than 2 years, dare to make such a decision? Mr. Yang, you're not joking, are you? Wang Haoyu's voice tightened, and he subconsciously stood up, his back straighter than before. I really can't make this decision. Starry Sky Shadow Pages is my dad's lifeline. I have to talk to him. Despite saying that, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. What Yang Tian said earlier was true. As long as they sold Starry Sky Shadow Pages, the billions of dollars in debt owed by the group's real estate division could be filled, and then they wouldn't have to put up with Wang Kuan's attitude anymore. Please wait a moment, I'll call my dad right now. Wang Haoyu didn't dare to delay, grabbed his phone and ran out of the office, his steps much faster than usual, afraid that Yang Tian would get impatient. In the corridor outside the office, Wang Haoyu's palms were sweaty. When he dialed his father's number, his voice trembled slightly. Dad, something's happened. A Mr. Yang Tian says he wants to acquire our Starry Sky Film Page Group. He recounted the whole story, from Yang Tian spending 900 million yuan to buy a villa at the sales office to the acquisition proposal he had just made, explaining every single detail. The other end of the phone was eerily quiet. You couldn't even hear a breath. Wang Haoyu's heart leaped into his throat. He knew his father too well. Wang Tianliang always fell silent like this whenever something major happened, but this silence lasted longer than ever before. He stood in the corridor, a chill running down his spine, his mind racing with anxious thoughts. Would Dad scold me for being indecisive? Would he think I was just picking someone randomly? What if Yang Tian was just a braggart? Dad would be furious then. 10 minutes passed before Wang Tianliang's hoarse voice finally came from the other end of the phone. Let him wait there. I'll be there in an hour. Keep him calm and don't delay. Okay. Wang Haoyu quickly agreed, only realizing after hanging up that the back of his shirt was soaked. He took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and turned back to his office, his tone even more respectful. Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry, my father said he wants to come over in person to talk to you. It will take about an hour. It's almost lunchtime now. I've reserved a private room at Yun Haixuan next door. Shall we go get something to eat first? Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had felt so confident just moments before, but now he was suddenly uncertain. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, his heart pounding with anxiety. If Wang Tianliang disagreed, Li Qing's Tian Entertainment would be finished. Not only would she lose the rebates, but she would also be caught in the middle. All right then. Yang Tian suppressed his anxiety and stood up.
Then I'll have to trouble young Master Wang.
Li Qing, standing to the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the words acquiring Starry Sky Pictures had put her mind at ease. Looking at young Tian's profile, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Even if the acquisition failed, Tian Entertainment could simply go bankrupt. She'd just open another one with young Tian. Anyway, she touched the villa key in her bag. The cool touch on her fingertips gave her a sense of security. They already had their marital home with young Tian by their side. They had nothing to fear. At the dinner table, Wang Haoyu wanted to toast young Tian, but Li Qing stopped him as soon as he picked up the bottle. Young Master Wang, young Tian has to drive later, so let's skip the alcohol. I'll drink a glass of juice for him. As she spoke, she picked up her juice glass and clinked it against Wang Haoyu's, her protective gaze barely concealed. Yang Tian glanced at her, and his heart warmed. His earlier anxiety dissipated considerably. An hour later, the three returned to Starry Sky Film Page Group. Instead of going to their offices, they were led directly to the conference room on the top floor. As soon as Yang Tian pushed open the door, he was stunned. More than a dozen people were sitting around the oval conference table, all dressed in suits and ties, each holding a thick folder, their calculators clicking away. The seat in the very center was empty, next to a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and sharp eyes. It was none other than Wang Tianliang, the richest man in Tianhai. Mr. Yang, this is my father, Wang Haoyu quickly introduced, then pointed to the others. These are the group's CFO and legal counsel, who are verifying Starry Sky Pictures' assets. Yang Tian stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Wang, hello, I am Yang Tian. Wang Tianliang also stood up. His hands were rough, with faint calluses on his knuckles, the result of years of working on construction sites and carrying building materials. He shook Yang Tian's hand, his grip neither too strong nor too weak, but his eyes swept over Yang Tian from head to toe, as if he were assessing a rare commodity. Have a seat. Wang Tianliang released his hand and pointed to the chair opposite him. There was a printed document on the table, which was Yang Tian's background check. During the 10 minutes Wang Haoyu was on the phone, Wang Tianliang was busy. On one hand, he had his special assistant investigate Yang Tian's background, and on the other hand, he had the finance department calculate the valuation of Starry Sky Pictures. The assistant's report put his mind at ease. All of Yang Tian's money was transferred from legal overseas accounts, with no illicit funds. He spent nearly 2 to 3 billion yuan in just over 10 days without even flinching, indicating unfathomable strength behind him. I agree to sell Starry Sky Pictures. Wang Tianliang didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, tapping the asset list on the table with his finger. The current market price is about 10.5 billion, but we in the real estate sector urgently need money, and I also want to make friends with Mr. Yang, so let us say 10 billion, but there's one condition: it must be paid in full, no installments. Yang Tian felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders, his back even felt a little damp. 10 billion was 500 million less than his 10.5 billion, and the rebate was also 50 million less. It would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken, but he dared not hesitate. If Wang Tianliang went back on his word, he wouldn't even get the 10 billion rebate. Deal. Yang Tian picked up the bottled water on the table, took a big gulp, and tried to hide his excitement. 10 billion, card payment. As he spoke, he took out a card from his wallet. It was matte black with a string of golden 6S engraved on it, and an inconspicuous private bank logo in the corner. Wang Tianliang's eyes lit up instantly. He reached for the bank card, his fingertips trembling slightly. He recognized the bank's logo. No more than 10 people nationwide could get this card. This kid's influence was even greater than his investigation had indicated. Okay, card. Wang Tianliang took a deep breath, turned to the finance director and said, prepare the contract immediately and transfer the money by card. Chapter 28, Resolving the Crisis and Winning the Heart of the Beauty. Wang Tianliang held the black gold card in his hand, his fingertips burning. He had only seen this card once before, at a top-level gathering in Kyoto, when it featured a string of fives and belonged to a high-ranking official who was on par with ministerial-level leaders. But Yang Tian's card had a string of 6S, probably even more prestigious than the one he had seen before. Could it be that Yang Tian is backed by a mysterious conglomerate in Kyoto? Wang Tianliang's heart was filled with shock. He had previously investigated and found that Yang Tian had spent 2 billion in a few days, and he had thought it was just a rich second-generation squandering. Now it seemed that he had a powerful backer. He quickly handed the card to the accountant, his voice even more steady than before. Quickly, swipe the card. The accountant held the card, his hands trembling. 10 billion. He had never seen such a large single transfer in his life. He carefully inserted the card into the special POS machine, his fingers shaking as he entered the amount. The moment he pressed the confirmation button, everyone in the conference room held their breath. Beep card swipe successful. A crisp notification sound rang out, and the receipt was slowly dispensed. The people at Starry Sky Group instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Several senior accountants even secretly wiped away sweat. The real estate hole had finally been filled. Li Qing's eyes reddened, tears falling onto the back of her hand, but her smile was sweeter than anyone else's. With Starry Sky Cinema's theater chain, Tian Entertainment would never have to depend on others again. Yang Tian casually put the card back in his wallet, patted Li Qing, who was still in a daze, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Starry Sky pages are yours from now on.
Go and hand it over to President Wang."
What? Li Qing looked up abruptly, her eyes wide.
No way. 10 billion. That's too much. I can't accept it.
Wang Haoyu, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded, his pen clattering onto the table. He was willing to spend money to woo women, having once gifted them cars worth tens of millions and houses worth hundreds of millions, but Yang Tian was different. He was giving away billions of assets without a second thought. He swallowed hard, his mind filled with only one thought: he had to cultivate a good relationship with Yang Tian. This guy was too powerful. Seeing that everyone was staring at the two of them, Yang Tian pulled Li Qing and walked outside, saying, "Come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you." Outside the conference room, Yang Tian stopped and looked at Li Qing's reddened eyes. He said softly, "I don't understand cinema management, but you do.
If Tian Entertainment wants to gain a foothold, it must have its own cinema chain.
This business is not a gift to you, but rather a way for you to help us expand our business." He paused, then took Li Qing's hand. "From now on, we're family. What's yours is mine. Why be so particular?" Looking into Yang Tian's earnest eyes, Li Qing felt a warmth in her heart and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you."
Good boy. Yang Tian smiled. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Remember to have the company issue a statement first to reassure everyone.
10 minutes later, the official website of Starry Sky Pictures suddenly updated its announcement: the legal representative of the company has been changed to Li Qing.
This news was like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the entertainment industry.
Company bosses who had been waiting to see Tian Entertainment go bankrupt were now completely stunned, and they convened a meeting with senior executives overnight.
Li Qing actually acquired Xingkong Film Page? She'll have all the theater resources in her hands from now on. How are we supposed to compete? Just who is this Yang Tian? He invests billions so easily. The entertainment industry is destined to have a sleepless night.
Inside the Lamborghini in the parking lot, Yang Tian was refreshing his phone, waiting for the system notification. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear: "Ding. Spended 10 billion for Goddess Li Qing, 10% rebate, 1 billion has been credited to your account." Yang Tian opened the bank message and grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the number in the balance column: a 10-figure deposit. He had earned it in less than 10 days. A short while later, Li Qing opened the car door and got in, a smile on her face.
Yang Tian turned and put his arm around her, instantly warming the atmosphere in the car. Tired?
Let's go home and rest, he said softly.
Li Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded.
Yang Tian stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini shot off like an arrow thanks to the master driving skill given by the system. A half-hour journey took only 10 minutes to get home.
Inside the villa, the two nestled together on the sofa.
Li Cheng leaned against Yang Tian's chest, her voice soft. "From now on,
I'll follow you."
Yang Tian lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his heart filled with warmth. That night, the villa was warmly lit, with only occasional sounds, but unfortunately, no one could hear them.
On the other hand, the luxurious private room in the entertainment club was in complete disarray. Bang!
Wang Kuan smashed the last bottle of 1982 Lafite on the ground, splattering red wine everywhere. He trembled with rage. "It's Yang Tian again. That brat cut off my source of income and ruined my plans." The women in the private room huddled in a corner, terrified by the spilled expensive liquor. They were heartbroken but dared not utter a sound.
Wang Kuan walked over, grabbed one of the women, and vented his anger on her.
Afterward, he threw several wads of cash at her and yelled, "Get out!"
The women picked up the money and ran away without looking back.
Wang Kuan took out his phone, dialed the number of the conglomerate behind him, and said in a sinister tone, "Help me investigate Yang Tian's background. I'll make him pay." After hanging up the phone, Wang Kuan stared at the broken glass on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Yang Tian, you asked for this."
Chapter 29: Winning over the Goddess and Rewards.
It's been a year. While pretending to be a gentle and wealthy suitor, constantly circling around Li Qing, he secretly arranged for someone to sign a gambling agreement with her, waiting for Tian Tian Entertainment Media to collapse so he could seize the company and make a fortune. But then Yang Tian suddenly appeared, not only buying Starry Sky Pictures but also making Li Qing the legal representative. As long as you own a movie theater, even a terrible film can make money, let alone Li Qing's new movie that received rave reviews. This means that not only will he not make money, but he will also lose hundreds of millions to Tian Tian Entertainment. I swear I won't rest until I kill you. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth, his finger scrolling through his phone's contacts to the number labeled Ghost Hand. His assassin, whom he had kept hidden for 3 years, had cleaned up his messes several times before without ever causing any trouble. He sent a text message, 50 million, take care of Yang Tian, get it done within 2 days. The other party replied instantly, photo, address. Wang Kuan immediately sent the photos he had secretly taken of Yang Tian, then opened his bank app and, with trembling fingers, quickly transferred 50 million yuan. After receiving the reply, don't worry, it won't leave a trace, he slapped out his SIM card, threw it into the toilet, and flushed it clean, only then managing to calm his anger slightly. Once Yang Tian is dead, won't that woman Li Qing be completely under my control? Her company and her people will all be mine. Wang Kuan grinned sinisterly as he picked up his backup phone and dialed Li Qing's secretary, Lin Xiao. Secretary Lin, keep a close eye on Li Qing and Yang Tian's whereabouts. Report any news to me immediately, and you'll be well rewarded. In a warehouse in the suburbs of Tianhai, filled with the smell of rust, Ghost Hand, a cigarette dangling from his lips, twirled the butterfly knife between his fingers like a silver blur, the blade emitting a soft hum as it sliced through the air. He glanced at the notification on his phone that 50 million had been deposited into his account and scoffed, 50 million for killing a college student? This employer must be insane. He flipped through Yang Tian's file. An ordinary college student who had just acquired a film and television company. He didn't seem to have any connections. Ghost Hand threw the file on the table and shouted to his 2 henchmen, who were glued to their phones watching a live stream of beautiful women. Skinny Monkey, Dumb Chan, come here. The skinny guy immediately stuffed his phone into his pocket, leaned over to glance at Yang Tian's name on the file, and sneered, boss, this kid? Do we even need to lift a finger? The employer gave me 1 million. You two go and do it. After it's done, I'll take 500,000, and you'll each get 250,000. Ghost Hand threw Yang Tian's photo to Skinny Monkey, his tone as cold as ice. Skinny Monkey took the photo, his face immediately falling. Only 250,000? Boss, killing someone nowadays costs at least 500,000, right? That's too stingy. If you don't want to do it, then get out. Ghost Hand slammed the butterfly knife into the wooden board next to him, the blade sinking deep into the wood. There are plenty of people eager to do this job. If you want to make this money, then stop talking nonsense. Skinny Monkey shuddered in fright and nodded hurriedly, do it. Definitely do it. Don't worry, boss, we'll take care of him tonight. He quickly tore the photo to shreds, threw it into the gasoline can next to him, then took out his gun and dagger and carefully cleaned them. He then grabbed the mute Chen, who hadn't spoken a word, and slipped out of the warehouse under the cover of night, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Ghost Hand watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance, then pulled out another phone and dialed a number. Keep an eye on Skinny Monkey and Dumb Chen. Once they've succeeded, get rid of them immediately, leaving no trace. After hanging up the phone, he pulled out his butterfly knife, wiped it clean, stuffed it into his backpack, pulled his hat brim down low, and strode out of the warehouse. A professional assassin never stays in one place for long. The next morning at the villa, Yang Tian stretched and sat up in bed, the aroma of fried eggs immediately wafting to his nose. He glanced at his phone. It was 8:30 in the morning. The tender moments with Li Qing from the previous night were still lingering in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Stepping out of the bedroom, the living room was spotless. Li Qing was carrying breakfast out of the kitchen, her white apron accentuating her slender waist, and her face still flushed. You're awake? Eat up. I have to go sign a supplementary agreement for Starry Sky film page today, so I can't stay with you. Li Qing smiled as she placed the milk and fried eggs on the table and put another fried egg into Yang Tian's bowl. Yang Tian took the milk, looking at the tenderness in her eyes, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Shall I take you there? Li Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. She reached out and wiped the breadcrumbs from the corner of his mouth, her voice softening. No need, I'll make you something delicious when I get back tonight. After saying that, she kissed Yang Tian on the cheek, picked up her bag, and walked away quickly. Yang Tian touched the spot where he had been kissed, sat down on the sofa with a smile, and silently thought to himself, System, I've already won over Li Qing, what's the reward? Ding! To avoid disturbing the host, the strategy rewards can be manually triggered.
Simply say rewards issued to claim them. Distribute the rewards. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the goddess Li Qing. Rewards include firearms ineffective within a 50-meter radius. All firearms within this range cannot fire, and unrivaled in hand-to-hand combat at the same skill level, overwhelming in combat skills against opponents of similar physical abilities.
Rebate rate increased by 5%.
As the system notification ended, Yang Tian felt a warmth spread throughout his body, and a surge of power coursed through him. He also gained many more memories of fighting techniques in his mind, fist techniques and grappling techniques, as if he had practiced them for more than 10 years.
Wow, this reward is amazing. Yang Tian clenched his fist, feeling like he had inexhaustible energy. He felt he could easily deal with any thugs he encountered.
He then silently chanted, "Scan the goddesses within a 10-kilometer radius."
Ding. Scan complete.
No goddess within 10 kilometers of the host.
Please change location and try again. Yang Tian was stunned for a moment, then complained, "Seriously? This is a luxury villa area. How come there aren't any other goddesses living here?"
He stood up, patted his pants, and said, "Okay, I'll go out for a walk.
I can't stay at home bored."
Unbeknownst to Yang Tian, Skinny Monkey and Dumb Chen had already reached the entrance of the villa area. Both men, armed with guns and daggers, were staring intently at the villas, their eyes gleaming with malice.
Chapter 30: Assassin's Sudden Attack, Unable to Fire the Gun.
Yang Tian had just stepped out of the villa area gate and was walking along the stone path towards the park next to it. The morning air was fresh, perfect for a stroll. But after only a few steps, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him.
He instinctively turned around and saw two dark figures dart out from behind the trees. It was Skinny Monkey and Dumb Chen.
"Hey kid, stop right there." Skinny Monkey pulled out a pistol from his pocket, the dark muzzle pointed at Yang Tian, his eyes fierce.
"You take money to do something. This day next year will be your death anniversary."
The mute Chen gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, approaching step by step, his face expressionless, clearly a repeat offender.
Yang Tian's heart skipped a beat.
Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Skinny Monkey pull the trigger, but the expected gunshot didn't ring out. The pistol only made a click sound.
"What's going on?"
Skinny Monkey panicked, pulling the trigger several more times, but to no avail. He was sweating profusely with anxiety.
"That's impossible. I checked everything before I left."
Yang Tian then realized that the firearms are ineffective within a 50-meter radius. Reward had taken effect. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and his body moved instantly. The fighting skills in his mind seemed to be engraved in his bones, and in the instant his feet shifted, he had already circled around to the side of the Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey was still fiddling with his pistol when Yang Tian swiftly delivered a chop to his wrist.
"Ah!"
Skinny Monkey screamed in pain as the pistol clattered to the ground, his wrist throbbing so badly he could barely lift it. Seeing the situation was dire, the mute Chen beside him gripped his dagger and lunged at Yang Tian's chest with lightning speed and ruthlessness. But Yang Tian's eyes narrowed, and as he dodged to the side, his left hand precisely gripped Chen's wrist, while his right hand deftly braced against Chen's elbow. With a soft crack, Chen's arm was instantly twisted at an unnatural angle, and the dagger clattered to the ground. He was in excruciating pain, his face contorted, but he couldn't utter a sound, only able to glare at Yang Tian with deadly eyes.
Yang Tian didn't give them a chance to react. His knee slammed into the Skinny Monkey's stomach.
The Skinny Monkey curled up on the ground like a rag doll, clutching his stomach and rolling around, begging for mercy. "Big brother,
spare us. We were forced to do this." Yang Tian looked down at him, his eyes icy. "Who sent you?" I don't know."
Skinny Monkey tried to struggle, but Yang Tian stepped on him, pressing heavily on the back of his hand, causing him to cry out in pain.
"You don't know?" Yang Tian increased the pressure. "When you were trying to kill me, didn't you ever think of sparing my life?"
Seeing that the mute Chen Jianshou was about to collapse, he suddenly tried to get up and run away. But Yang Tian caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye, raised his foot and delivered a flying kick, sending Chen Jianshou crashing into a tree and falling to the ground where he could not get up again.
The Skinny Monkey was utterly terrified and cried out, "I'll talk. I'll talk. Someone paid us to kill you." Yang Tian stared at the Skinny Monkey, and after confirming that he wasn't lying, he took out his phone and dialed the police. "Hello, 110? There are people attacking people with weapons at the entrance of the villa area. I've already subdued them. Can you come and handle this?" After hanging up the phone, he glanced at the two people slumped on the ground and said coldly, "The police will settle your score with you." Not long after, the sound of sirens grew louder as the police arrived quickly.
They handcuffed Skinny Monkey and Dumb Chen, taking them away as evidence along with the pistol and dagger found on the ground. Before leaving, the police specifically verified the situation with Yang Tian, expressing their approval of his legitimate self-defense. Hopefully, the police can find the mastermind behind this. They need to quickly take down the next culprit to remain invincible with the system rewards. Chapter 31. Next target, School Beauty. Yang Tian got into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. He had only driven a kilometer out of the villa area when he silently repeated "scan for nearby goddesses" 3 times. Each time, the system coldly replied, "No goddesses within 10 kilometers." Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering that when the system first scanned the area, besides Li Qing, there was also the school beauty, Pan Lei. "Oh right, Pan Lei." Yang Tian slapped the steering wheel. If he hadn't asked Li Qing to reserve a spot for Pan Lei, this girl wouldn't have gotten into the company at all. Moreover, Pan Lei had personally promised to owe him a not unreasonable condition, which he could now fulfill. More importantly, the system had indicated that Pan Lei had a spending limit of 30 million. Although less than Li Qing's, she was easier to win over. He could get her first and rack up some spending rebates, then find other goddesses later. Yang Tian immediately dialed Pan Lei's number, and her sweet voice quickly came through the receiver. "Brother Yang? What's up? Are you at Tian Entertainment Media? I'm coming over now, we need to talk." Yang Tian hung up the phone, slammed on the gas, and the Lamborghini shot off instantly. Half an hour later, downstairs at Tian Entertainment Media. Yang Tian parked the car in a conspicuous parking space, not going into the underground garage. He deliberately waited for Pan Lei to see the car, so he would have a better idea of what was going on. "Scan for nearby goddesses." Yang Tian muttered to himself in the car. Ding! 2 goddesses detected within 10 kilometers, celebrity Jiang Yueshu spending limit 100 million and campus belle Pan Lei spending limit 30 million. Please select and lock onto the target. Unlocking requires emptying your bank card balance. Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Jiang Yueshu was nearby too? But then he thought, Pan Lei had a past relationship with him and owed him a favor, making her a more reliable target. The optimal solution was to use her to accumulate rebates first, and then use those rebates to reach Jiang Yueshu's 100 million limit. Lock on Pan Lei. Ding! Campus Beauty Pan Lei has been successfully locked in. A 30 million exclusive spending card has been issued, which can only be used for spending related to Pan Lei. After successfully winning her over, you will permanently increase your spending rebate by 5%, currently 15%, 20%, and receive a special reward. As soon as the system notification sounded, a black bank card appeared in Yang Tian's pocket. He smiled and sent Li Qing a message. "Xing, I'm going to Tian Entertainment to find Pan Lei. I'll come to Xingkou to find you later." Without waiting for Li Qing's reply, he sent a message to Pan Lei directly. "Come down, I'm in the Lamborghini downstairs. Today we'll settle the score for the promise you owe me." 3 minutes later, the glass door of Tian Entertainment was pushed open. Pan Lei, wearing a light pink tracksuit, with her long hair draped over her shoulders and clutching her employee badge, visibly brightened when she saw the shiny black Lamborghini, then quickly lowered her head and ran over in small steps. "Brother Yang." Pan Lei sat in the passenger seat, her hand still unconsciously stroking her employee badge. "You called me to fulfill that promise? I'm still at work. Taking leave will result in a deduction in my salary." Yang Tian looked at her nervously flushed ears and found it amusing. This girl was certainly honest. He slowly drove the car away from the roadside before speaking. "You said that if I helped you get into Tian Entertainment, you would grant me one reasonable request, Haven to you?" Pan Lei nodded vigorously, then quickly added, "I didn't forget. But I made it clear back then that it couldn't be, like those unreasonable demands." Her voice trailed off at the end, barely a whisper. How could she not panic? The whole company was buzzing with rumors that Yang Tian was the behind-the-scenes boss of Starry Sky Pictures, and even Li Qing listened to him implicitly. She was only able to stay at Tian Entertainment because of Yang Tian's word. If he made any unreasonable demands, she simply couldn't refuse. But Yang Tian suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped the car under a sycamore tree by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on Pan Lei's face. He turned his head, his eyes serious. "Don't worry, this request isn't unreasonable. I want you to be my girlfriend." "Huh?" Pan Lei was completely stunned, and the employee badge in her hand fell to the floor mat with a thud. She looked up at Yang Tian, whose eyes held no hint of a joke, but rather a reassuring certainty. Last night, she was still struggling with whether to keep her distance from young Tian, but when she thought about how she owed everything to him, including his good looks and financial resources, Pan Lei bit her lower lip, nodded gently, and said in an even softer voice, "Okay."
Yang Tian was secretly pleased. He reached for her employee ID and took her hand in his.
Pan Lei's hand was soft and cool, completely different from Li Qing's mature warmth, which gave him a sense of novelty.
"Now that you're my girlfriend, you need a decent means of transportation."
Yang Tian released her hand and started the car again.
"I'll take you to buy a car." "Buy a car?" Pan Lei sat up straight instantly. "We just started dating, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." "There's nothing you can't accept."
Yang Tian glanced at her.
"You'll get used to it. Besides, you're an artist at Tian Tian Entertainment now. Would it be appropriate for you to go out without a car?"
He had already inquired with Li Qing beforehand and learned that Pan Lei came from an ordinary family and even borrowed her electric scooter from a classmate. Now, using the system's exclusive spending card to buy her a scooter not only met the rule of spending related to a goddess but also quickly shortened the distance between them, a win-win situation.
Thinking it over, Yang Tian took out his phone and found his classmate Lin Xiaoran's WeChat. Back then, Lin Xiaoran was the most honest person in the class.
Now she works as a salesperson at a luxury car dealership. It's better to give her the commission than to give it to others.
"Xiaoran, are you in the store?"
"I'm bringing my girlfriend to pick up the car, please reserve the best display spot for her." After sending the message, Yang Tian stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini's engine roared again.
Pan Lei in the passenger seat was still quietly declining, but the hand clutching the hem of her clothes slowly loosened, and a faint glimmer appeared in her eyes. She suddenly felt that agreeing to be Yang Tian's girlfriend might not be such a bad thing after all. The car sped toward the 4S store. Yang Tian looked at the road ahead and started planning. First, buy Pan Lei a car worth millions, then give her an apartment. The 30 million credit limit will be spent quickly. Then, he can press his advantage and successfully win her over. Once the rebate is raised to 20%, he can then get Jiang Yueshu's 100 million credit limit. It's perfect. Chapter 32 Outrageous, in turn promoted to store manager. Inside the well-known 4S dealership, the morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but there weren't many customers. Lin Xiaoran, holding a broom, was bending over to clean the dust under the display cars. She had only been interning for a week and was the least experienced, so she wasn't assigned to greet customers, but she was always the one doing the dirty and tiring work. "Lin Xiaoran, come with me, President, she is looking for you." Zhou Xiaona's voice suddenly came from a distance. She stood not far away with her hands on her hips, a faint sneer on her lips. Lin Xiaoran's heart skipped a beat, and she almost dropped the broom in her hand. Everyone in the store knew General Manager Xi's reputation. She was notoriously strict and was privately called She-Devil by the employees. If she ever called on someone, it was almost always bad news. I don't think I did anything wrong, right?" Lin Xiaoran gripped the broom tightly, her fingertips turning white. Zhou Xiana scoffed, "Who knows? We'll find out when we get there." A hint of smugness lingered in her eyes. Lin Xiaoran had been lucky last week, landing a big client who bought a Lamborghini worth 28.88 million yuan, stealing the commission that should have been hers. This time, President Xi was looking for her. Who knows, he might be holding her accountable. Lin Xiaoran put down the broom, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and nervously walked towards the general manager's office. Pushing open the door, she saw General Manager Xi sitting behind his desk, flipping through sales performance reports, with a freshly brewed cup of coffee on the table. "President Xi, you wanted to see me?" Lin Xiaoran asked, her head bowed and her voice tense. Xi Min glanced at her and suddenly smiled. "Don't be nervous, sit down." She pointed to the sofa next to her, her tone much gentler than Lin Xiaoran had expected. Lin Xiaoran sat down cautiously, feeling even more panicked. Could this unusual attitude be the calm before the storm? Xi Min pushed the performance report in front of her and pointed to one line. "You've been with the company for a week and sold a Lamborghini worth 28.88 million yuan. That's higher than our top salesperson Zhou Xiaona's sales this month." "Not bad." Lin Xiaoran was stunned for a moment before realizing that Mr. Zhang was referring to the car Young Tian had bought. She whispered, "It's about customer trust." "A customer?" Xi Min interrupted her, his eyes lighting up. "I heard that Young Tian, who bought this car, was your classmate at Tianhai University?" Lin Xiaoran nodded, a vague guess forming in her mind. Could it be that President Xi was looking for her because of Young Tian? Sure enough, Xi Min leaned forward, his tone even more enthusiastic. "Xiaoran, I have something to tell you. Starting today, you'll be the manager of our 4S store." What?
Lin Xiaoran jumped up, her chair sliding back half a meter.
President Xi, this won't do.
The store rules state that to become a store manager, you need to achieve sales of 50 million and serve for at least 2 years.
I'm just an intern. Not only did she fail to meet the standards, she wasn't even a full-time employee.
Moreover, Zhou Xiaona had been eyeing the store manager position for a long time, and if she were to become the store manager, Zhou Xiaona would definitely cause trouble. Shi Min waved his hand, his tone firm. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. You've got the qualifications to bring in a big client like Yang Tian, so you're more than anyone else. Don't worry, if the people in the store don't cooperate, I'll help you suppress them. She was shrewdly calculating. Rumors were circulating in their circle that Yang Tian not only could afford a luxury car worth tens of millions, but had also acquired the Starry Sky Film Page Group, possessing immense influence. Lin Xiaoran was Yang Tian's classmate. Cultivating a good relationship with her might bring Yang Tian even more important clients in the future, which was far more important than sticking to the old rules.
But
Lin Xiaoran wanted to refuse, but Shi Min had already pulled her outside. No buts, I'll take you to announce it in front of everyone. In the lobby, Zhou Xiaona had just hung up the phone, her face beaming with pride. She waved her phone at her colleagues who had gathered around her. Young Master Zhang is coming over to pick up a Porsche right away.
This deal is done.
My sales this month have exceeded 30 million, and my position as store manager next month is practically guaranteed.
Wow, Sister Na is amazing.
When you become the store manager, you'll have to take good care of us. Zhou Xiaona was flattered by her colleagues and became arrogant. Just as she was about to say something more, Shi Min pulled Lin Xiaoran over. She quickly straightened her clothes and put on a standard smile.
Everyone, please be quiet. I have an announcement to make.
Shi Min's voice rang out, and the hall instantly fell silent. From today onwards, Lin Xiaoran will be the store manager of our 4S store.
Everyone must cooperate with her. Anyone who dares to disobey will be fired on the spot.
These words were like a bomb, leaving everyone stunned.
What? An intern as store manager? This is outrageous.
Zhou Xiaona was the first to react, her face flushed red, and she quickly stepped forward. President Xi.
The company has regulations.
You can only become a store manager if you have a sales volume of 50 million and have served for 2 years.
Lin Xiaoran doesn't meet any of those requirements. Shi Min gave her a cold glance. Regulations?
When you can bring in clients like Yang Tian, like Lin Xiaoran, then you can talk to me about regulations.
Zhou Xiaona was speechless, feeling both angry and resentful. So what if he was lucky enough to know a rich person?
Why did he steal her store manager position? Shi Min ignored her, gave Lin Xiaoran an encouraging look, and turned back to her office. Seeing this, her colleagues immediately surrounded Lin Xiaoran. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoran. Please mentor us in the future. Lin Xiaoran was still a little dazed, and could only smile and thank her. She walked to Zhou Xiaona's side and softly called out, Sister Na.
Humph.
Zhou Xiaona rolled her eyes at her, turned her head and walked towards the door, cursing inwardly. What's so great about them? Wait until young Master Zhang arrives, then let's see if they'll still be so smug. She stood at the door, staring at the road, waiting for Zhang Xiao's car. A few minutes later, a blue silver streak sped over and stopped in front of the shop. It was a Lamborghini.
Zhou Xiaona's eyes lit up.
She quickly tidied her hair, strode forward, and put on her sweetest smile. Young Master Zhang, you've arrived. Before she could finish speaking, the car door opened, and the person who got out stunned her. It was Yang Tian.
Yang Tian, dressed in black casual wear, stood tall and straight.
He walked around to the passenger side, opened the car door, and Pan Lei, wearing a light pink tracksuit, stepped out with a smile. The two stood together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting much attention. Zhou Xiaona's smile froze on her face, her heart felt like it had been doused with cold water. Why was it Yang Tian? Why was he here? And with such a beautiful girl? Yang Tian also saw Zhou Xiaona, but only glanced at her briefly before pulling Pan Lei into the store, saying, Xiaoran should be inside, let's go find her.
Zhou Xiaona stood there, watching the two figures disappear into the distance.
Remembering Shi Min's words from earlier, her heart ached with bitterness. The young Master Zhang she was waiting for was nothing compared to Yang Tian. And the store manager position she so desperately wanted had fallen into the hands of Lin Xiaoran, who had connections to Yang Tian. She finally understood that she hadn't lost because of luck, but because of connections and a lack of vision. In the lobby, Lin Xiaoran saw Yang Tian and quickly went to greet him. Yang Tian, what brings you here?
And this is my girlfriend, Pan Lei, Yang Tian introduced with a smile.
I brought her here to buy a car.
You're the store manager now? Perfect, let's give you a opening sale. Pan Lei stood beside young Tian and greeted him shyly.
Lin Xiaoran then finally realized that Ximin's promotion of her was indeed because of young Tian. She was both surprised and delighted, and quickly said, "No problem. I'll recommend the best car for you." Zhou Xiana stood at the door, watching the harmonious scene in the lobby, her fists clenched tightly. She knew that from today onwards, this 4S store was no longer her domain. The appearance of young Tian and Pan Lei was a resounding slap in the face, making her realize that there were some people she could never surpass.
Chapter 33 Comparing Car Purchases? She bit her lip, thinking to herself, oh well, Zhang Mingho will be here soon anyway.
Young Master Zhang is a genuine second-generation rich kid, his family is in the building materials business, and he's very generous. She simply stepped back to the doorway, craned her neck, and stared at the intersection, waiting for Zhang Mingho to arrive. As soon as Lin Xiaoran arrived at the exhibition hall, she saw young Tian and Pan Lei standing in the BMW exhibition area, and her eyes immediately darkened. How long has it been? Young Tian has already found another girlfriend, and she is Pan Lei, the school beauty from the same school. But then she thought, with young Tian's wealth, what kind of car couldn't he find? She quickly suppressed her emotions and approached him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Yang, Ms. Pan, what would you two like to see? I can recommend a few cars suitable for women." Pan Lei gripped young Tian's hand, her fingertips a little cold. This was the first time in her life someone had offered to buy her a car, and she was incredibly nervous. Young Tian sensed her nervousness, patted the back of her hand, and reassured her with a smile, "Don't be shy, just buy whatever you like." Pan Lei glanced furtively at the price tag, pointed to a white BMW, and whispered, "Then, how about this one? $1 million BMW, it looks pretty good." She didn't dare look at anything too expensive. What if young Tian thought she was materialistic? What? 1 million? Yang Tian was stunned on the spot, then speechless. Why choose such a cheap one? He was anxious, the rebate for a cheap one wouldn't be much. Seeing his reaction, Pan Lei's heart jumped. She thought young Tian thought it was too expensive, so she quickly changed her mind. "Then, that 600,000 one is also pretty good, how about we buy that one?" "No, Miss Pan." Lin Xiaoran, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed young Tian's odd behavior. Young Tian could casually buy a sports car worth 28.88 million, why would he care about a few $100,000? She quickly interjected, observing young Tian's expression while giving Pan Lei a meaningful look. "With your and Mr. Yang's status, a BMW is hardly worthy of you. Let's go look at some sports cars. Several new sports cars have just arrived in the showroom, perfectly matching your style." Young Tian raised an eyebrow and gave Lin Xiaoran a look that said, "You really understand me. No wonder she's his classmate, she's much smarter than that little girl Pan Lei." Pan Lei was stunned for a moment. A sports car? A sports car? Isn't that too expensive? She had actually been eyeing sports cars for a long time. Ever since she joined Tian Tian Entertainment, all the artists around her drove sports cars to and from get off work, and she dreamed of owning one. But sports cars cost at least 2 million, and she was worried that young Tian wouldn't have enough money, which would be so embarrassing. Her current monthly salary was only a little over 20,000, and buying a sports car would be a dream come true. Let's listen to Lin Xiaoran and go take a look. Young Tian pulled her towards the sports car exhibition area. Pan Lei was both nervous and excited, secretly squeezing young Tian's hand tightly. If she could really have a sports car, that would be so wonderful. Moreover, young Tian didn't make any unreasonable demands and offered to buy it for her, which instantly increased her goodwill towards him. But as soon as they entered the sports car exhibition area, a flippant voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, isn't this EE? You're here to buy a car too?" Pan Lei's smile froze instantly, and she subconsciously leaned closer to young Tian. It was Zhang Mingho. This young Master Zhang, relying on his family's wealth, had been waiting for her downstairs at the media company recently, sending her bags and flowers, and even saying he wanted to make her famous. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been entangled with him long ago. Zhang Mingho completely disregarded young Tian, his eyes scanning Pan Lei like a scanner. His tone was greasy. "Heard you got into Tian Tian Entertainment? Not bad, you've got a bright future. Want me to put in a few connections for you?" Pan Lei panicked, grabbing young Tian's arm tightly and quickly kissing him on the cheek, her voice crisp and clear. "No need, my boyfriend bought me a car, no need for you to bother, young Master Zhang." Boom! Zhang Mingho's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his back teeth were practically grinding to powder. He had been pursuing Pan Lei for 2 months without even touching her hand, and this guy actually let her kiss him in public? Young Tian enjoyed the softness on his cheek, looked up at Zhang Mingho, and smiled playfully. "Brother, what's up?" Zhang Mingho felt uneasy under Yang Tian's gaze, but then he regrouped and hardened his resolve. He sized Yang Tian up and down, noticing that Yang Tian was dressed in an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and immediately sneered, "Pan Lei, you haven't been fooled, have you? With his outfit, he doesn't look like a rich person at all. Is he just pretending to be a tycoon to fool you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Xiaoran immediately exploded. This was young Master Yang. If she displeased young Master Yang, would she still want to be the store manager? She took a step forward, her tone as hard as a rock. "Young Master Zhang, please watch your words. Mr. Yang just picked up a Lamborghini worth 28.88 million from our store a few days ago. If you dare to slander Mr. Yang again, our store will never welcome you again. She's the store manager now, and she has the right to blacklist customers. Let alone someone like Zhang Mingho. Even the richest person can't afford to offend Yang Tian." Zhang Mingho's smile froze instantly, his mind buzzing. A Lamborghini worth 28.88 million? He clearly saw one parked at the entrance when he arrived, and even told Zhou Shana, "The owner of this car is really rich. It turns out it belonged to this kid?" Zhou Shana was waiting for Zhang Mingho at the door when she heard the commotion inside and rushed in. Seeing Zhang Mingho being rebuffed, she immediately became agitated. "Lin Xiaoran, are you crazy? Zhang Mingho is my big client. He's here to buy an 8 million yuan Porsche, and you dare kick him out? Do you not want to be the store manager anymore?" She had spent several days trying to get close to Zhang Mingho, sending him good morning and good night messages every day, and even going to bars with him twice. They were about to close the deal, but if Lin Xiaoran ruined it, her commission for the month would be gone. "Shut up." Yang Tian spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Shana, who immediately fell silent in fear. "If you want to argue, do it later. Don't delay my car purchase here." Yang Tian, pulling Pan Lei along, was about to walk towards the sports car when Zhang Mingho suddenly shouted, "Wait! Yang Tian, right? Do you dare to have a contest with me? Let's see who bought the more expensive car this time." He had just noticed that Yang Tian and Pan Lei were both looking at sports cars around 4 million yuan. He had brought a budget of 8 million yuan this time, which was more than enough to buy a top-of-the-line Porsche 911. Even if Yang Tian bought a car for 28.88 million yuan, he definitely didn't have that much money now. As long as he won this competition, he could regain face in front of Pan Lei, and maybe even let Pan Lei see Yang Tian's true colors. Zhang Mingho stared at Yang Tian, his eyes full of provocation. "What? You're scared now?" Chapter 34, Spending 20 million to buy a car for the school beauty. "Oh, you want to compare spending with me?" Yang Tian almost couldn't help but laugh. This Zhang Mingho is probably just here to get himself killed. It was only after Pan Lei whispered a reminder that he realized this guy's name was Zhang Mingho. He'd been worried that Pan Lei was too honest, only daring to look at sports cars costing 4 million, not even daring to point to anything more expensive. Now, someone was actively offering to be a consumption booster. It was like heaven was helping him. This also proves that the goddess chosen by the system is really reliable. If Pan Lei were materialistic, she would have been eyeing luxury cars and asking to buy them. Why would she save him money like this? "Sure, let's have a competition." Yang Tian shrugged, his tone nonchalant. "You go first, I'll give you a chance to show off your wealth." He was overjoyed. If he could take this opportunity to spend all 30 million, he could not only win over Pan Lei, but also get system rewards. Maybe he could even win over the school beauty today. Then he could increase his spending rebates and unlock the next goddess. This life would be too good. Zhang Mingho was so angry at his nonchalant attitude that he gritted his teeth. "Fine. Don't cry when you get slapped in the face later." He slapped out his black card and tossed it to Zhou Shana, chin held high, swiped the card. "I want that white Porsche." "Oh, right, how much was it again? I forgot." These words were clearly meant for Yang Tian's ears. He deliberately asked about the price to let Yang Tian know that he was buying a luxury car, hoping to discourage him. In his eyes, even if Yang Tian's family was rich, they couldn't possibly give him too much pocket money. He himself only had a maximum of 10 million yuan in allowance per year, so how could Yang Tian have more than him? Zhou Shana immediately understood and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Young Master Zhang! A white Porsche costs 8 million. Are you sure you want to buy it now? Buy it." Zhang Mingho glanced at Pan Lei, turning her face away, and became even more smug. It must be that Yang Tian didn't have enough money, and Pan Lei was starting to feel embarrassed for him. Zhou Shana clutched the black card, her hands trembling. This deal was a success, and she'd be making hundreds of thousands in commission. All those sleepless nights she'd spent with Zhang Mingho hadn't been for nothing. She ran to the cashier, itching to swipe her card immediately.
I'm done buying, it's your turn. Zhang Mingho glanced at Yang Tian sideways, his provocation practically overflowing.
Pan Lei tugged at Yang Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Forget it, there's no point in competing with him like this.
How about we go watch somewhere else?"
She was worried that Yang Tian didn't have enough money and would be embarrassed here. Zhang Mingho's competition was ridiculously childish.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Yang Tian squeezed her hand, reassuring her gently. He had just confirmed with the system that Pan Lei's spending limit was 30 million, and she could spend a maximum of 30 million this time. He had secretly regretted that he should have brought Li Qing last time, as Li Qing had an unlimited limit and could have bought more expensive things. But things were fine as they were now. He would win over Pan Lei first. A moment later, Zhou Xiana ran back holding the credit card slip, her face beaming with joy. "Young Master Zhang.
It's done. We'll process the paperwork for you right away."
Seeing that the time was right, Yang Tian turned to Lin Xiaoran, who had been waiting, and said, "List out all the sports cars here that are suitable for women and cost over 20 million.
Let her choose one."
The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent.
Pan Lei's eyes widened. "Yang Tian. 20 million is too expensive. We don't need to buy something so expensive."
Lin Xiaoran paid no heed to Pan Lei's words. She already knew Yang Tian's background and immediately rushed to grab the brochure, running faster than anyone else. "Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. There are only 3 sports cars for women priced over 20 million.
I'll introduce them to you right away."
The higher the price, the more commission she would receive.
If this deal went through, she could earn at least 2 million in commission.
Zhang Mingho's smug face instantly turned green. He thought Yang Tian would only buy something for 5 or 6 million at most, but he didn't expect him to go straight for 20 million. His 8 million was nothing compared to this.
He was no longer arrogant.
He secretly tugged at Zhou Xiana's arm, his voice trembling. Let's go, let's get the paperwork done." If they stayed any longer, their faces would be slapped so badly. Yang Tian ignored Zhang Mingho, who had run away, and seeing that Pan Lei was still hesitating, he pointed directly to the red Ferrari in the brochure. "No need to choose, this one is fine. 25.55 million, just swipe your card."
"Ha? 25.55 million? Pan Lei was stunned, and she gripped Yang Tian's hand even tighter. This amount of money was an astronomical figure for her. "It's alright, as long as you like it."
Yang Tian took out his black card, handed it to Lin Xiaoran, and added, "No need to calculate the discount, just convert it to lifetime maintenance."
"Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Yang."
Lin Xiaoran took the card and ran even faster than before, her heart pounding with joy. Lifetime maintenance was nothing compared to the 25.55 million yuan order, from which she could earn millions in commission. Pan Lei stared at Yang Tian's profile, her heart pounding. When Yang Tian said, "If you like it, that's fine," she felt her face burning. He really doted on her, willing to buy her such an expensive car. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoran ran back with the car keys and paperwork, handing them to Yang Tian with both hands. "Mr. Yang.
It's all done.
We'll drive the car to the Tian Entertainment Media parking lot for you shortly. Just leave the keys at the security desk." Just then, Yang Tian's phone chimed. A system notification had arrived.
Ding.
"You have spent 25.55 million yuan on Goddess Pan Lei, with a 15% rebate, and 3.8325 million yuan has been credited to your account.
Pan Lei currently has 4.45 million yuan remaining. Alright, let's go."
Yang Tian took the car keys and handed them to Lin Xiaoran.
"You can take the keys over for me." He pulled the still dazed Pan Lei and walked out of the 4S store. Pan Lei's hand was limp and a little sweaty. Clearly she hadn't recovered yet. "Yang Tian. How come you're so rich?"
Pan Lei asked softly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him.
"You'll see later." Yang Tian smiled and pulled her into his car. "It's noon.
I'll take you to a Western restaurant.
We'll talk after we've eaten." He mentally calculated, Pan Lei still had 4.45 million credit left. He could spend it all after dinner in buying some jewelry.
Then, once the strategy was complete, he'd get the system reward. It was going to be so easy to win over the school beauty in just one day.
Money really is omnipotent.
As long as you spend it wisely, there's no goddess you can't win over.
Yang Tian secretly chuckled as he drove, feeling that life was getting more and more promising. Chapter 35. At the crucial moment, my relatives arrive. "Dad. Could you give me more allowance next time?
I was so embarrassed at the car dealership today. Zhang Mingho sat in the general manager's office of the Western restaurant, covering his reddened face, feeling wronged and almost crying. He had just lost so badly to Yang Tian in a spending contest that he was practically broke, and when he got home he wanted to ask for more money, but his father, Zhang Lei, scolded him. Zhang Lei slammed the documents in his hand on the table, furious.
10 million a year isn't enough for you to squander? Let me tell you, money doesn't grow on trees. All you ever do is compete with others in extravagance. Can't you learn something useful?
He only had this one son, whom he usually spoiled, but he was also afraid of spoiling him too much.
Zhang Mingho had no skills whatsoever, all he knew was spending money.
This time, he even dared to compete with others in spending. He was simply asking for trouble.
Zhang Mingho panicked and raised his voice. No, Dad. I met a tough guy today.
His name is Yang Tian, and he spent tens of millions in just a few days, buying sports cars without batting an eye.
My 8 million is nothing. Smack. Zhang Lei raised his hand and slapped Zhang Mingho again, leaving Zhang Mingho stunned and covering his face.
Who did you say?
Yang Tian?
Zhang Lei's voice trembled as he grabbed Zhang Mingho's collar and pressed. Are you sure it's Yang Tian?
Dad. Why did you hit me again?
Zhang Mingho was almost in tears.
My name is Yang Tian. What's wrong with that?
I'll beat you to death, you troublemaker. Zhang Lei angrily picked up the feather duster next to him, but then hesitated to actually use it.
Do you know who he is?
He spent 20 million on a single meal at our Western restaurant last time. And he has a special relationship with President Li Qing.
You want to compete with him in spending?
You're not worthy.
Zhang Mingho froze instantly, his face turning deathly pale. A tycoon who spends 20 million on a single meal?
He had heard people in the restaurant mention him before and thought he was a legendary figure, but he never expected that it was Yang Tian, whom he had mocked today.
Dad. I didn't mean to. Zhang Mingho's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. How was I supposed to know he was so good?
Just then, a waiter rushed in, flustered. Mr. Zhang.
Mr. Yang Tian is here.
He ordered more than a dozen bottles of Romani Conti worth 200,000 yuan each.
He said he wants to eat in a private room.
Zhang Lei's eyes lit up, and he quickly helped Zhang Mingho up. The opportunity has come. Come with me to apologize. If we can curry favor with this super rich man, our family will never have to worry about anything again. Zhang Mingho scrambled to his feet, nodding his head like a rattledrum. He'd even kowtow to him now, let alone apologize. In the VIP room of the Xiangyu Western restaurant, Pan Lei stared wide-eyed at the neatly arranged bottles of red wine on the table. Yang Tian, a dozen bottles of red wine, 200,000 per bottle, that's 4 million.
There are only 2 of us, can we finish it?
She tugged at Yang Tian's sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen anyone spend money so much in her life. Yang Tian smiled and ruffled her hair. It's okay if you can't finish it, I'll take it to your place so you can drink it at your leisure.
Besides, I'm happy to spend money on you.
He knew perfectly well that Pan Lei had 4.45 million yuan left in credit.
A dozen bottles of red wine would bring the total to just over 4 million yuan.
The remaining tens of thousands could be used to buy some top-quality steaks and desserts, which would just fill up the credit limit without any waste.
Hearing this, Pan Lei's face flushed red, and her heart pounded.
She secretly glanced at Yang Tian, handsome, rich, and doting on her so much. He was practically the male lead in a novel.
Why are you so good to me?
Pan Lei muttered softly, her eyes sparkling. Just as Yang Tian was about to say another sweet word, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Lei led Zhang Mingho in, both of them bent over like shrimp, with Zhang Lei holding a black card in his hand.
Mr. Yang. I'm so sorry. My son was ignorant and offended you at the forest store before. I brought him here to apologize.
Zhang Lei handed the black card to Yang Tian.
This is our store's prepaid card with 1 million yuan on it.
You and Ms. Pan can use it freely whenever you come here.
Zhang Mingho quickly followed suit, bowing so deeply his head almost touched the ground. Mr. Yang. Ms. Pan. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. The father and son were quite sensible.
He took the prepaid card and handed it to Pan Lei. Take it.
If you want to eat Western food in the future, just come here. You won't have to spend any money. Pan Lei was stunned, her hands trembling as she took the card. Yang Tian actually gave her a card with 1 million yuan?
He trusts her way too much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Zhang Lei breathed a sigh of relief when Yang Tian accepted the gift and pulled Zhang Mingho towards the door, saying, "Please enjoy your meal, we won't disturb you any longer." The door to the private room closed. Pan Lei looked at the black card in her hand, then at Yang Tian, and suddenly felt her eyes welling up with tears. "Yang Tian, how can you be so good to me?" "Because you deserve it." Yang Tian smiled and cut her a piece of steak. "Eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold." After dinner, Yang Tian drove Pan Lei home. As he carried the dozen or so bottles of red wine upstairs, Pan Lei watched Yang Tian's retreating figure, her heart warming even more. Such a wealthy man, yet he personally carried things, without any airs. Once inside, Yang Tian had just sat down when Pan Lei suddenly blushed and approached him, whispering, "Yang Tian, I am on my period, I can't do that kind of thing." She thought Yang Tian brought her back because he wanted to take things further, so she quickly explained, afraid that Yang Tian would be unhappy. Yang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, "Silly girl, I just brought you back, that's all." Pan Lei became even more embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, she leaned close to Yang Tian's ear and whispered, Then how about I help you?" Yang Tian looked at her reddened ears, his heart stirred, and he nodded. Half an hour later, Pan Lei rushed into the bathroom to rinse her mouth, her face flushed. When she came out, she glared at Yang Tian and said, "You went too far. I'm never helping you again." Okay, I won't do it next time." Yang Tian coaxed her with a smile. "By the way, Lin Xiaoran said the car has been delivered to your company parking lot. Do you want to go take a look?" Pan Lei's eyes lit up instantly, and her previous temper vanished immediately. "Really? Then let's go now." At the entrance of Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company, Pan Lei jumped up excitedly upon seeing the red Ferrari and kept taking pictures with her phone. "This is my car? Is it really my car?" She held Yang Tian's hand, her voice trembling. "Of course it's yours, all the paperwork is done." Yang Tian flicked her nose. "You'll drive this to work from now on, how impressive." Just as Pan Lei was about to say something more, her phone rang. It was a call from the company. Reluctantly, she put down her car keys. "I'll head to work now. Thank you for today, Yang Tian." After saying that, she stood on tiptoe, kissed Yang Tian on the cheek, turned around and ran, and waved back after a couple of steps. Suddenly, Li Qing called. "Yang Tian, I'm at Villa number 1, could you come over for a moment?" Li Qing's voice was soft, with a hint of coquetry. Yang Tian's heart tightened. Number 1 was the villa he bought for 900 million yuan. Luckily, he didn't take Pan Lei there, otherwise it would have been awkward. "Okay, I'll be right there." Inside Villa number 1, Li Qing was dressed in casual clothes, her hair draped over her shoulders, looking exceptionally gentle. As soon as Yang Tian entered, she pulled him to sit on the sofa. "Why don't you care about Starry Sky Shadow Pages Group? You spent nearly 10 billion to buy it." Li Qing poked his chest. "I was busy all day just to finish the handover. I'm exhausted." Yang Tian pulled her into his arms, his hands groping her restlessly. "I'm at ease with you taking care of things. I'll treat you well tonight. Stop fooling around." Li Qing blushed and pushed him away. "I want to renovate our wedding room. I called you over to ask for your opinion." Yang Tian was taken aback. He had bought the villa purely for the system's rebates, never expecting Li Qing to actually use it as their wedding home. He felt a warmth in his heart and patted her head. "Just do what you think is best. Let me know if you run out of money. You don't need to spend any money." Li Qing glared at him. "Love is mutual, I'll pay this time." As they were talking, Yang Tian's stomach rumbled. Li Qing smiled. "Are you hungry? I'll make you some noodles." Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and he pounced on her, trying to pin her down. "Okay. Let's eat now. What are you thinking about?" Li Qing blushed and pushed him away. "I bought noodles, they're in the kitchen." After saying that, Li Qing turned and ran towards the kitchen. Yang Tian watched her back and followed her with a smile. This life is just too blissful. Chapter 36: The Proactive School Beauty. In the villa's bedroom, warm yellow light shone on the large bed. Yang Tian stroked Li Qing's sweat-dampened hair, looking at the satisfaction in her eyes, feeling a sense of contentment. Li Qing nestled in his arms, gently poking his chest with her finger, a hint of reproach in her voice. "You were too intense today, didn't you secretly take some pills?" "I'm telling you, you can't take too much of that stuff, it's not like I'm telling you not to." Yang Tian lowered his head and kissed her forehead, smiling smugly. "Why do I need to take medicine? It's just that you're too alluring." He knew perfectly well that he couldn't have lasted this long without the system's rewards.
Good night.
Li Qing yawned, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier, and soon she drifted off to sleep with even breathing. Yang Tian held her close, inhaling her fragrance, and gradually fell asleep as well.
The next morning, Yang Tian woke up to find his arms empty.
He put on his clothes and went out of the bedroom, immediately seeing steaming hot soy milk and fried dough sticks on the dining table, with a pink note next to it.
On the note was a crooked smiley face drawn on it, and the handwriting was soft. Honey, I'm going to the company now. Remember to eat breakfast. I'll text you tonight. This woman is so considerate. Yang Tian picked up the note, his heart warmed.
He took a big gulp of soy milk and crunched the fried dough sticks.
After finishing his meal, Yang Tian opened Pan Lei's chat window and sent her a message.
The message was sent and received a reply of "I'm here instantly," followed by a video call. Yang Tian answered the call, and Pan Lei's face instantly appeared on the screen. She was lying on the large bed in the bedroom, wearing a light-colored silk nightgown, the neckline of which had slipped down a bit, revealing her fair collarbone, making Yang Tian's throat tighten.
Brother Tian, why didn't you reply to my messages today? Are you with another girl?
Pan Lei's voice was soft and a little aggrieved, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the collar of her pajamas. Yang Tian quickly pointed his phone camera at the ceiling in the empty room, then teased her with a smile. Do I look like that kind of person?
I just slept in late and woke up late yesterday. Pan Lei's eyes lit up. She picked up her phone and waved it, her tone full of pride. The red Ferrari you gave me is so cool. My colleagues were all asking about it today, and a few senior colleagues even greeted me. Thank you, Brother Tian. I'm glad you like it. Yang Tian stared at the figure on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing. Your pajamas are quite nice. Did you wear them especially for me? Pan Lei's face flushed instantly. She quickly pulled the blanket up to her chest, pouting and acting coquettishly. You're so annoying, I'm only wearing it for you to see. All right, I can eat ice cream tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian instantly perked up. Pan Lei had previously said her period would be a few days late, but now it's early? Really?
Yang Tian sat up straight, his eyes shining.
Okay, I'll treat you to the best ice cream tomorrow. Okay. Pan Lei blew a kiss to the camera, then I'm off to work now.
After hanging up the video call, Yang Tian stared at his phone screen, too excited to sleep. He could finally win over Pan Lei tomorrow. Once he'd conquered her, he could find the next goddess. Dating and making money at the same time, this life was too good to be true. As he pondered these thoughts, drowsiness overcame him, and Yang Tian fell asleep while holding his phone.
The next morning, Yang Tian waved goodbye and drove his sports car straight to Tian Tian Entertainment Media Company.
Yang Tian had just parked his car downstairs at the company when he called Pan Lei.
Ah? You're already downstairs?
Pan Lei's voice was a little flustered, but also a little expectant.
Then I'll ask Yushu for leave and come down right away.
After hanging up the phone, Pan Lei ran to Zhang Yueshu's office with her phone in hand, her face flushed. Sister Yueshu, I have a bit of an upset stomach and I'd like to ask for leave. Zhang Yueshu was looking at the documents when he glanced up at her and immediately saw through her little scheme. This girl couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. All right, approved. Zhang Yueshu put down her pen and teased, next time, remember to put more effort into your excuses, don't be so obvious.
Thank you, Sister Yushu.
Pan Lei blushed even more, grabbed her bag, and ran downstairs. As soon as she stepped out of the company gate, she saw Yang Tian leaning against a Lamborghini, wearing a black hoodie and grinning with a roguish charm. Pan Lei felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, ran over and took his arm. Brother Tian, shall we go get some ice cream now? Yang Tian pinched her cheek, his eyes full of laughter. What's the rush? Let me take you to a nice place first. Pan Lei opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and watched Yang Tian start the car, already looking forward to what was to come. Chapter 37: Winning over the school beauty and taking her shopping. Zhang Yueshu stood by the office window, watching Pan Lei skip and hop downstairs, her envy barely concealed. These past few days, everyone in the company has been talking about Pan Lei. They're saying she got a super rich boyfriend who gifted her a red Ferrari, and it's even registered in her name. Zhang Yueshu glanced down at the photo of the car keys on her phone. Her multi-million-dollar sports car was something she had saved up for a whole year, and compared to Pan Lei's, it was several levels below. That's like rising to the top in one step. Zhang Yueshu muttered to herself, feeling a little envious. Just then, she caught a glimpse of her secretary, Lin Xiao, carrying a coffee cup towards the break room, and quickly followed her discreetly. She hadn't been idle lately. She'd secretly recorded quite a few conversations with Lin Xiao. This woman was actually Wang Kuan's mistress, and the two of them often conspired on the phone. Li Qing had specifically told her before to keep a close eye on things happening at the company, so it seemed Li Qing had already suspected something. Jiang Yueshu saved the recording file, thinking she would report it later when Li Qing was less busy. Lin Xiao hadn't caused any real trouble yet, so she couldn't let Li Qing be distracted. Downstairs at Tian Tian Entertainment Media, Pan Lai sat in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. She knew what was about to happen. Her heart was pounding, and even her breathing became shallow.
Come on, I'll take you to get some ice cream.
Yang Tian turned his head, looked at her nervous expression, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips.
Ha! It's about eating this ice cream. Pan Lai took the ice cream cone from Yang Tian, and her heart suddenly relaxed a little.
But when she thought about her wild thoughts just now, her ears started to burn again.
Otherwise what? Yang Tian leaned closer, lowering his voice. You're not thinking the wrong thing, are you?
I didn't. Pan Lai hurriedly raised her hand and punched him lightly, as if it were a tickle, which only made her look more charming. The two quickly finished their ice cream, and Yang Tian started the car, driving towards her place. Pan Lai looked at the familiar street scene outside the window, and her relaxed mood became tense again. It was her first time, and her best friend had told her it would hurt a lot, so she was inevitably scared.
10 minutes later, Yang Tian led her into the apartment. Pan Lai stood in the entryway, her fingers tightly gripping Yang Tian's sleeve, and whispered, Brother Tian, wait a minute, can you be gentle?
Yang Tian ruffled her hair and softened his tone. Don't worry, I'll be gentle.
After some time, Yang Tian finished dressing and sat on the sofa.
Pan Lai nestled in his arms, her cheeks still flushed. She looked up at Yang Tian's profile, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Tian, in the future, you won't have any other women, will you? She had heard people say that the richer a man is, the more unfaithful he becomes, and she was afraid that she was just a passing fancy for Yang Tian.
Yang Tian lowered his head and pinched her cheek, smiling reassuringly. Don't overthink it, I'm sincere towards you. Of course, I'm sincere towards other goddesses too. He didn't finish the sentence.
Pan Lai's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Yang Tian was willing to spend over 20 million to buy her a Ferrari and even put it in her name.
If he wasn't sincere, why would he be so willing to spend so much?
She instantly felt relieved, snuggled closer to Yang Tian, and smiled sweetly. Yang Tian sighed inwardly. Li Qing had asked a similar question last time, but he had acquired the Goddess System, so there was no way he could stay here forever.
Without the system, how could he have billions in savings and be with the goddess?
He had spent over 10 billion on winning over Li Qing and nearly 30 million on winning over Pan Lai. He had never dared to dream of such a life before.
Are you hungry? Yang Tian glanced at the time. It was almost afternoon. You choose the place today, and I'll take you to eat something delicious.
Pan Lai thought for a moment, then took out the $1 million savings card that Yang Tian had given her last time. Let's go to the Encounter Western restaurant.
Use this card, and don't waste money anymore. I'll listen to you.
Yang Tian lowered his head and kissed her. The two kissed passionately for a while, then straightened their clothes and rushed to the restaurant. At the Western restaurant, Pan Lai paid the bill with her debit card, without ordering any red wine, and the meal cost only 8,000 yuan. Her movements were skillful and sensible.
After leaving the restaurant and getting back into the car, Pan Lai looked at Yang Tian expectantly. I'm free this afternoon, where should we go? I took the day off today. How about I take you shopping? Yang Tian said with a smile. Okay. Pan Lai happily kissed him on the cheek and quickly fastened her seatbelt.
After finishing speaking, the car drove towards Tianhai's largest shopping mall, Global Shopping Mall. Yang Tian was thinking to himself Pan Lai had already been conquered, and the system could no longer pay for her purchases, but he himself had over 1 billion yuan, so what was a little money to spend on her? Besides, Pan Lai had given him her first time, so she deserved to be cherished. In the conference room of the Global Shopping Mall, a room full of luxury store managers sat ramrod straight. General Manager Shin Chiyun, holding a performance report, stopped reading when he reached the luxury store managed by Sun Taihao. He looked up at the man in the corner and said, Sun Taihao, you didn't deliberately falsify your sales figures this month to avoid being laid off, did you? Sun Taihao panicked instantly and quickly stood up, waving his hands. President Shin, that's not true. Sales were indeed good this month, how could I dare to lie? Shin Chiyun stared at him for a few seconds, then said nothing more and continued reading the performance report. But the atmosphere in the meeting room had already subtly changed.
Chapter 38 The Tycoon Yang Tian.
Even the business moguls are panicking. The atmosphere in the conference room of the Global Shopping Mall was as tense as a string. Shin Shiyun slammed the performance report on the table, his face darkening as if it could drip water. He stared directly at Sun Taihao. Sun Taihao, your performance this month suddenly increased by more than 90 million. Could it be that you secretly falsified the figures to avoid being laid off? Upon hearing this, all the luxury store managers in the room held their breath. Who didn't know that Shin Shiyun hated counterfeiting the most? The global mall status as Tianhai's money pit was entirely due to his elimination system. The store with the worst monthly sales was immediately dismissed and replaced with a new one. This rule made each store fight tooth and nail for customers, providing impeccable service. However, some desperate stores dared to counterfeit goods, and several had been permanently blacklisted by Shin Shiyun before now. No one dared to easily cross the line. Sun Taihao stood up abruptly and sneered, "Fake it? Mr. Shin, that's not very interesting. Even without those 90 million, our store is still in the top 10 in the mall. Is it worth taking that risk?" He paused, then raised his voice so everyone in the room could hear him clearly. The extra money was spent by a super rich person. They bought all the women's watches in the store for a flat price of 93 million. The mall has security cameras. If you don't believe me, you can check them right now. 93 million? Someone gasped in surprise, dropping their pen. The person next to them quickly picked it up, their eyes fixed on Sun Tai. How this was equivalent to half a store's sales for 6 months. How did he end up running into him? Shin Shiyun was also stunned. His anger vanished instantly. He quickly went over and patted Sun Taihao on the shoulder with a smile. Sun Taihao snorted and slowly sat down. The managers around him immediately surrounded him, some offering cigarettes, others flattering him. "Mr. Sun, you're incredibly lucky. What does this tycoon look like? It'll be easier for us to entertain him when we meet him." Indeed, being able to spend nearly 100 million at once, that's what a real big shot is. Shin Shiyun also came over, his face beaming with smiles. "President Sun, could you tell us the inside story? Who is this tycoon? That way we can prepare in advance and not neglect our distinguished guests." He was secretly calculating in his mind. Global shopping mall makes money through commissions, and if this tycoon comes a few more times, his promotion to shareholder at the end of the year is guaranteed. Seeing that everyone was eager to know, Sun Taihao stopped keeping them in suspense and lowered his voice to say, "I don't know much either. I just know that his name is Young Tian, and he's incredibly handsome. You can remember him at a glance. Later I found out that he made a bet with Zhao Tianming of the Song Group, and I guess he got carried away with the bet, which is why he booked the whole place." He paused, deliberately building suspense. "Oh, by the way, he was accompanied by a woman wearing sunglasses. She had an amazing aura. Can you guess who it was?" "Stop guessing, Mr. Sun, just tell me." Shin Shiyun wrung his hands anxiously. "It's Li Qing." Sun Taihao uttered 3 words. "What? It's Li Qing, the one who spent 9.5 billion to acquire Starry Sky Pictures?" Someone stood up abruptly, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who hasn't heard about Li Qing's scandal? First, she spent 1.2 billion yuan to buy back company shares, then she was blacklisted by Starry Sky Pictures, and then she turned around and spent 9.5 billion yuan to buy them out. This move directly increased the market value of Tian Tian Entertainment Media by 500 million yuan. But everyone is wondering, where did Li Qing get so much money? Shin Shiyun slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. "I know. Maybe Yang Tian is the sugar daddy behind Li Qing. Otherwise, where would she get so much money for acquisitions?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped indeed. Li Qing's assets were all publicly disclosed before, and she was nowhere near this wealthy. Plus, Yang Tian casually spent over 90 million on a watch. If the two of them were related, everything would make sense. "Quick! Check the surveillance footage." Shin Shiyun immediately called over Manager Li, who was in charge of surveillance. "Copy the footage from the store at that time." Manager Li returned shortly after, running, drenched in sweat, with the USB drive. As soon as the video was projected onto the big screen, Sun Taihao immediately pointed at the young man in the image. "Stop! That's him. That's Yang Tian." Everyone crowded around to take a look and couldn't help but nod in agreement. His looks were truly stunning, with well-defined features and an exceptionally outstanding aura. He was definitely someone you could remember at a glance. Shin Shiyun stared at Young Tian on the screen, quickly took out his phone to take a picture, and then said to everyone, "That's all for today's meeting. I've already asked Manager Li to set Young Tian as a top-tier customer. You'll all receive a notification on your phones as soon as he enters the mall. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on yourselves." "Great. Thank you, Mr. Shin."
Everyone quickly took out their phones, afraid of missing the notification, and left happily.
Only Shin Chi-yoon and Manager Lee remained in the conference room. Manager Lee wiped his sweat and said excitedly, "President Shin, it's all done."
As soon as Young Tian enters the mall, all the store managers will receive a text message notification.
Shin Chi-yoon nodded, already calculating in his mind with a tycoon like Young Tian around, the performance of Global Mall will definitely reach a new level. He'd better serve him well.
Chapter 39. A shopping trip alarms the general manager. Tycoon Young Tian's status is off the charts. "Mr. Shin, everything's ready." As soon as Young Tian enters the mall, all the stores will receive a text message notification with his photo.
Manager Lee wiped his sweat, still wondering who this Young Tian was that made Mr. Shin so concerned. Shin Chi-yoon patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Well done.
Don't tell anyone about this. Keep our mall's god of wealth."
He knew perfectly well that a tycoon like Young Tian, who could spend 90 million at once, was more useful than 100 rich second-generation kids combined. If they could keep him, the mall's performance would surely improve in the future. Just as he finished speaking, Shin Chi-yoon's phone rang, and a text message popped up on the screen, along with a handsome photo.
Holy crap! They actually came. Shin Chi-yoon's eyes widened.
He didn't care about anything else, grabbed his suit jacket, and rushed out of the conference room. He had only one thought in his mind: he had to pick her up personally. He couldn't afford to be negligent. Inside the Global Mall, Young Tian led Pan Lei into a luxury handbag store. Pan Lei was still carrying her old bag, and Young Tian felt a pang of heartache seeing it. How could his goddess only have one bag?
"Welcome."
The saleswoman immediately greeted him, her eyes shining like light bulbs, especially when she saw Young Tian's clothes. Though not explicitly stated, it was assumed to be expensive. She became even more enthusiastic. Young Tian glanced at the bags on the shelves, overwhelmed by the sheer number of styles, and said directly, "Bring out all your latest women's bags and introduce them to me." If the system could still pay, he would have booked the whole place long ago. But now he's spending the billions in his own account. Although it's enough, it doesn't feel the same as spending the system's digital money, so he has to be careful, but he can't lose face, so buying fewer things is fine. The saleswoman was so excited her hands trembled. She quickly brought out several new bags, introducing them one by one. "This one is a limited edition for this fall-winter, only 3 arrived in the entire city. And this one, it's a celebrity style, it really makes you look elegant."
Pan Lei's eyes sparkled as she listened.
She picked up a beige bag, walked to the mirror, slung it over her shoulder, twirled around, turned to look at Young Tian, and said softly, "Brother Tian, this seems quite suitable for me."
"Good eye."
Young Tian nodded, noticing that the saleswoman only had 4 or 5 new models in her hand, and simply took out his bank card. "I'll take all of these new models, swipe my card." He was used to being extravagant, so buying just one felt awkward. Besides, Pan Lei liked it, so buying a few more was worthwhile.
"Ha? You want them all?"
Pan Lei was both surprised and delighted, and rushed over to kiss him on the cheek.
"Thank you, Brother Tian."
The saleswoman was so excited she almost jumped for joy. These bags cost over 100,000 yuan in total, and her commission was enough for 3 months' salary. She quickly took the bank card and turned to run to find a POS machine.
"Wait."
A middle-aged man suddenly stopped her and snatched her bank card. The saleswoman was startled, looked up, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Wang. What brings you here?" This man is Wang Tui, the general manager of the store. He had just received a text message from the mall saying that Tycoon Young Tian has arrived at the store, and rushed over in a hurry, just in time to witness the scene. Wang Tui, holding the bank card, quickly walked up to Young Tian, handed the card back with both hands, and even bent down slightly. "Mr. Yang, it's such an honor for our store to have you here. These bags are too good for you to spend money on, we'll just give them to you for free." As he spoke, he turned around and yelled at the female saleswoman, "What are you all standing there for? Pack the bag up quickly, in the best gift box." Okay. The saleswoman didn't dare to delay and ran to the back with her bag. Yang Tian frowned as he looked at Wang Tui in front of him. "Do we know each other?"
"Mr. Yang, you must have a bad memory."
Wang Tui quickly explained, his face beaming. "My name is Wang Tui, and I'm the general manager of this store. I've heard about your exploits for a long time. Last time you spent over 90 million yuan to buy out all the women's watches in the mall. That's legendary in our mall. I've always wanted to meet you, and today I've finally got the chance." Yang Tian then realized that his reputation as a super rich man had spread. He reached out his hand. "Yang Tian." Wang Tui gripped Yang's hands tightly with such force that it almost hurt. "Mr. Yang. If you ever want to buy a bag, just give me a call, and I'll personally deliver it to your door. He was secretly calculating spending hundreds of thousands to get the contact information of a tycoon was a huge profit. If Yang Tian came even once in the future, he could earn back 10 or even 100 times that amount. Before long, the saleswoman finished packing the bag, a large, full bag, and handed it to Pan Lei. Pan Lei hugged the bag, beaming from ear to ear. Yang Tian took out his phone. Okay, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll contact you if I need anything in the future. Okay. Wang Ti quickly took out his phone and scanned Yang Tian's QR code, afraid of being a step too late. Leaving the bag store, Pan Lei whispered, "Brother Tian, you're amazing. The store manager even gave you a bag. He didn't lose out." Yang Tian smiled. "In the future, when I bring other people to spend money here, I might be able to earn him millions in one go. This tens of thousands is just a stepping stone." Pan Lei nodded, seemingly understanding, and hugged her bag even happier. Just then, a chubby middle-aged man came running up, panting heavily. His tie was askew, and his forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't dare stop for a moment. It was Shin Shiyun, the general manager of the shopping mall. He ran up to Yang Tian, bent over, and took several deep breaths before raising his head, his face beaming with the most enthusiastic smile. "Mr. Yang. This beautiful lady. I am Shin Shiyun, the general manager of the shopping mall. Would you do me the honor of coming to my office to rest for a while and have some tea?" Yang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then realized even the mall's general manager had been alerted. He glanced at Pan Lei, and seeing her nod, he said, "Okay, lead the way." Shin Shiyun's office was decorated in an extremely luxurious style. The crystal chandelier was dazzling, the leather sofa was obviously very expensive, and famous paintings hung on the walls. Shin Shiyun personally poured tea for Yang Tian and Pan Lei using exquisite blue and white porcelain teacups with golden tea leaves floating on top, which were clearly not ordinary. "Mr. Yang, please try this. This is Da Hong Pao tea that I had someone get from Wui Mountain. Only a few caddies are produced each year." Shin Shiyun handed over the teacup with both hands, his attitude extremely respectful. Chapter 40, Claim Rewards. Super powerful kidneys automatically lock onto the new goddess. Mr. Lin, your nearly 100 million yuan purchase at the luxury store last time was being watched by the entire mall. We're truly sorry to have inconvenienced you and your girlfriend's shopping with this privilege card. Your girlfriend can spend 1 million yuan for free every month at any of our global's luxury stores. Shin Shiyun, hunched over, handed the gold-embossed privilege card to Pan Lei with both hands, his forehead almost touching the table. "Don't worry about the low limit, this is the maximum I can manage. I'll help you apply for an increase later." Pan Lei stared at the global VIP black card logo on the card, her mind going blank. 1 million per month? That's 12 million per year. She works at Tian Tian Entertainment Media, where her monthly salary is only 20,000 yuan. Even if she doesn't eat or drink, she can only save 300,000 yuan in a year. To earn 12 million yuan, she would have to work for 40 years without eating or drinking. This card is equivalent to giving her 40 years worth of salary. This is really for me? Pan Lei's fingers trembled, she dared not accept it, her eyes instinctively drifting towards Yang Tian. Her mind was now filled with, just how important is my boyfriend? She had asked Yang Tian before why he was so rich, and Yang Tian had just smiled and didn't say much. Now, seeing Shin Shiyun's obsequious manner, she finally understood, Yang Tian's identity was probably even more terrifying than she had imagined. "Take it, Mr. Shin's kind gesture." Yang Tian leaned back on the sofa, twirling his teacup with his fingertips, his tone nonchalant. Even as Pan Lei stuffed the card into her newly bought Hermes bag, her fingertips were still burning hot, and her eyes were full of stars as she looked at Yang Tian. The rich second-generation men who used to pursue her would at most give her a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan, but Yang Tian was different. He gave her a luxury sports car right away, and now he was giving her the privilege of spending 1 million yuan every month as she pleased. The difference was simply heaven and earth. "Thank you, Mr. Shin." Pan Lei's voice was sweet, and she had already made up her mind, this man, no matter what, I can't let him get away. After finishing his tea, Yang Tian got up to say goodbye, but Shin Shiyun insisted on seeing him to the elevator, saying repeatedly, "Mr. Lin, please come often. If you see a shop you like, I'll apply for an internal discount for you." Yang Tian waved his hand, "No need to see me off. From now on, I'll only shop at global stores." Shin Shiyun's face immediately lit up with a smile. Being able to latch onto this god of wealth was worth it, even if it meant receiving 10 more privilege cards.
He might even be able to get mall shares based on Yang Tian's spending performance. Even after leaving the office building, Pan Lei was still fiddling with the privilege card in her bag, a smile never fading from her lips. Your car is still in the company parking lot. I'll take you back. Yang Tian opened the passenger door of the Lamborghini. Pan Lei was taken aback. She had taken a day off to spend with Yang Tian, thinking she could be all lovey-dovey all day, but then she thought, Yang Tian must have something important to do, and immediately nodded, whatever you say. Upon arriving at the parking lot of Tian Tian Entertainment Media, the Lamborghini's scissor doors opened, immediately attracting the attention of many employees. Just as Pan Lei was about to get out of the car, Yang Tian suddenly grabbed her waist and leaned down to kiss her. The soft touch sent a blush spreading across Pan Lei's face, which instantly turned bright red. She gripped Yang Tian's clothes tightly, forgetting even to breathe. A few minutes later, Yang Tian let go of her and ruffled her hair. Go upstairs. Call me if you need anything. Pan Lei bit her lip and nodded, watching the Lamborghini speed away before covering her burning face and running upstairs. She wasn't going home. She wanted to show off her privilege card to her best friend and wait for Yang Tian's news at the company. Yang Tian parked his car on the side of a quiet park road, rubbing his hands together with his eyes gleaming. System, issue the reward for the strategy to win over Pan Lei. If it weren't for the reward, he wouldn't have wanted to be separated from Pan Lei. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over the goddess Pan Lei. Reward, Super Powerful Kidney X1, permanently increase spending rebate by 5%, current rebate 20%. Super Strong Kidneys, rapidly improves kidney function, significantly enhances stamina, and has no side effects. The next second, a warm current surged from my dantian throughout my body, and it felt like countless tiny insects were crawling inside my muscles, a sensation that was both tingling and pleasurable. Phew! That feels so good. Awesome! With this body, I could take on 10 people without a problem. Yang Tian grinned, then thought about the 20% cashback on his spending, and the image of the celebrity Jiang Yueshu suddenly popped into his mind. The last time the system scanned her, her spending amount was 100 million. He had already planned to take down Jiang Yueshu next, but with nothing else to do, he casually muttered, System, scan for goddesses within a 10-kilometer radius. Ding! Scan complete. Only one goddess within 10 kilometers of the host, automatically locked. Ding! Goddess Shen Hangyue has been identified. An exclusive consumer bank card worth 80 million yuan has been issued. Rules: this card can only be used for purchases related to Shen Hangyue paid by the system. Successfully winning her over will permanently increase your rebate by 5% plus special rewards. The more goddesses you win over, the more rebates you will receive. A series of notification sounds came crashing down on Yang Tian, leaving him completely bewildered. Wait. I was just scanning for fun, why did it automatically lock onto me? I'm not ready to go for a new one yet. Upon seeing the 80 million limit, he was delighted again. 80 million in spending, with a 20% rebate, would yield 16 million in rebates, which wasn't a loss. System, check Shen Hangyue's information. Yang Tian was curious. He knew Li Qing and Pan Lei, whom he had previously pursued, and he had also met Jiang Yueshu, so who was this Shen Hangyue? Ding! Goddess Shen Hangyue's information has been transmitted. Name, Shen Hangyue. Occupation, antique collector, a low-profile rising star in the antique collecting world, with an estimated value of over 100 million yuan. Type, aloof goddess. Hobbies, appraising and collecting antiques. Private number, 138x 5678 updated in real time. Location, Tianhai Antique City. Residential address, top floor executive apartment, Universal Shopping Mall. Yang Tian's pupils contracted when he saw the residential address, top floor of Global Shopping Mall? Isn't Shen Shiyun the general manager of Global? This Shen Hangyue, could she be his daughter? They just started dealing with Shen Shiyun, and then immediately set their sights on his daughter? This coincidence is just too outrageous. Yang Tian stroked his chin, becoming increasingly curious. Since I have nothing else to do, I'll go to Tianhai Antique City. First, to confirm if she's Shen Shiyun's daughter, and second, to see what this aloof goddess with an 80 million yuan quota looks like. He started the Lamborghini and drove towards the antique market, already thinking, if he really had something to do with Shen Shiyun, wouldn't it be easier to win him over? Chapter 41: First Encounter with the New Goddess. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Tianhai Antique City, Yang Tian slowed down his car. This street is strictly off limits to vehicles. Shops on both sides are covered with signs that read high prices for antiques and rare calligraphy and paintings. Newspapers are spread on the ground, and bronzes, jades, and porcelains are displayed. Vendors shout at the top of their lungs, "Don't miss out!" Ancestral jade pendant, selling at a low price. This place is a paradise for gambling on stones and finding bargains, but it is also a disaster area for scams. Some people find antiques worth millions for a few dozen yuan, while others spend millions to buy fakes. Yang Tian glanced around and his gaze instantly locked onto a figure in the crowd. The girl wore a beige dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and her features were so delicate they seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Even squatting in front of a street stall, she exuded a cool and aloof aura that kept strangers at bay. Standing beside her were two bodyguards in black suits, their muscles so muscular they seemed to burst out of their suits. Their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, and anyone who dared to look at the girl more than twice would be met with a fierce glare. Without a doubt, this must be Shen Hangyue. How much is this jade? Shen Hangyue asked in a cool voice, her fingers holding a piece of greenish-blue jade. The skinny stall owner stared at her face, drool practically dripping down his chin, and waved his hand. "Beautiful lady, want it? It's free, take it." His stall is full of counterfeit goods bought by weight. If he can get a beautiful woman smile in return, he'll make a killing. Shen Hangyue frowned and put the jade down directly. "Never mind." In her eyes, genuine jade is warm to the touch and has natural patterns, while this broken stone is not even a high-quality imitation. She had been exposed to antiques with her father since she was a child, and her eye for them had long been discerning. She understood the principle that you get what you pay for better than anyone else. "This is pointless, let's go back." Shen Hangyue stood up, her tone full of disappointment. If it weren't for her father, Shen Shiyun, having been in meetings all day, she wouldn't have bothered wandering around this rundown place. The genuine items at the auction house are so much more appealing. If you have the money, you can buy whatever you want. Why waste time here with these con artists? Just then, my phone rang. Shen Hangyue assumed it was her father calling, but when she took out her phone, she saw it was an unfamiliar number. She frowned. Strange, didn't I set it to a whitelist? How could it still call? After hesitating for a few seconds, she answered, "Hello?" There was no sound on the other end of the phone. "Who is it? Speak up." After waiting for half a minute without any response, Shen Hangyue lost her patience and hung up the phone. Yang Tian, who was not far away, put away his phone and smiled. He had just called to confirm whether she was Shen Hangyue, and now it seemed there was no doubt about it. Seeing Shen Hangyue about to leave with her bodyguards, Yang Tian hurriedly chased after her, calling out, "Hangyue, wait." Shen Hangyue paused and looked back. When she saw Yang Tian's face clearly, she was stunned. This man was indeed handsome, at least 185 centimeters tall, and even a simple white shirt made him look good, but she didn't recognize him. "How do you know my name?" Shen Hangyue asked warily. Her father had told her long ago that there were plenty of people trying to scam her by hitting on her, and he specifically hired 2 bodyguards for her to guard against these kinds of people. This man in front of her must have checked her information and was deliberately trying to get close to her. Before Yang Tian could speak, 2 bodyguards blocked his way. One of them said coldly, "Kid, stay away from our young lady. If you follow us any further, don't blame us for being impolite." Previously, someone foolishly tried to touch Shen Hangyue's hand and was beaten black and blue. Now, no one dares to approach her anymore. Yang Tian ignored the bodyguard and looked at Shen Hangyue seriously, saying, "Your dad sent me to pick you up." He was gambling that Shen Hangyue was really Shen Shiyun's daughter. As long as he could strike up a conversation, the rest of the strategy would be much easier. But after hearing this, Shen Hangyue's eyes grew even colder. "I'm not interested in your tricks. Let's go." After saying that, she turned and left. The bodyguard glared at Yang Tian and quickly followed her. Yang Tian stood there, a little stunned. This was the first time he had been so decisively rejected by his goddess. No wonder she was called a cool goddess, her guard was just too strong. But the more this happened, the more competitive Yang Tian became. "I refuse to believe I can't beat you." He quickly realized that if the soft approach didn't work, he would have to use the hard approach. Yang Tian quickly caught up and blocked Shen Hangyue's path. Shen Hangyue's face darkened. "What do you want to do? Call Shen Shiyun and say you're looking for Yang Tian." Yang Tian said calmly, "If he says he doesn't know me, I'll leave immediately and never bother you again. If he does know me, then you can talk to me about other things." This was his last trump card. Shen Shiyun was still counting on him to spend money at the global mall, so he certainly wouldn't say he didn't know him. Shen Hangyue stared into his eyes, trying to detect any panic, but Yang Tian's gaze was open and honest, not at all like someone lying.
She hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone. Fine, if you dare to lie to me, I'll have the bodyguards break your legs. After saying that, she dialed Shin Shiyun's number.
As soon as the call connected, Shin Hangyue asked, "Dad, do you know someone named Yang Tian?"
Shin Shiyun, who was on the other end of the phone, was in a meeting with his subordinates when he heard the name Yang Tian.
His voice instantly changed with excitement. "Yang Tian? Is he really that handsome, around 185 centimeters tall?" Yeah, you absolutely mustn't offend him. He's a major client of our mall. A top tier one. If you run into him, you must treat him well and not make him unhappy.
Shin Shiyun's mind is now filled with Yang Tian's words. From now on, I'll only shop at Global. If his daughter offends this god of wealth, he'll have nowhere to turn to cry.
Shin Hangyue held her phone, completely stunned her father actually valued this man so much.
She swallowed hard and whispered, I understand, I didn't offend you. After hanging up the phone, Shin Hangyue walked up to Yang Tian, her attitude noticeably softening. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier.
It's nothing. Yang Tian smiled. Do you have time? Let's take a walk together? He had already planned it out in his mind to get on good terms with Shin Hangyue, take her shopping, help Shin Qian boost her sales, get a 20% rebate, and finally, if he succeeded, he would get a system reward killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Shin Hangyue hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. She was genuinely curious what kind of person could make her father so nervous. You two go back first, drive the car away, Shin Hangyue said to the 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards exchanged a glance. Although they were a little uneasy, since the young lady had spoken, they could only nod and turn to leave. Seeing this, Yang Tian reached out to grab Shin Hangyue's hand, but she recoiled as if she had been electrocuted. Yang Tian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. His previous attempts to win over Li Qing and Pan Lei had gone too smoothly, but this Shin Hangyue was indeed quite interesting. The two walked to the entrance of the antique market. Yang Tian stopped in front of a Lamborghini, took out his key, and pressed a button. With a click, the scissor doors of the sports car slowly rose, and sunlight shone on the car body, making it dazzlingly bright. Get in the car. Yang Tian opened the passenger door. Shin Hangyue stared wide-eyed at the Lamborghini. It was a limited edition, costing tens of millions. Even though she was Shin Shiyun's daughter, she had rarely seen a luxury car of this caliber. This is your car? Shin Hangyue's tone was full of surprise. Yeah, it's for getting around, Yang Tian said casually. Shin Hangyue swallowed hard and bent down to sit in the passenger seat. She was now even more curious about Yang Tian's background. Chapter 42 Winning the Goddess's First Kiss. Yang Tian got into the driver's seat, watching Shin Hangyue frantically fasten her seatbelt, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. As soon as the click sounded, he slammed the door shut and floored the accelerator. Buzz! The sports car engine roared, its tires scraping the ground as it sped off, instantly leaving Tianhai Antique City behind. Shin Hangyue, in the passenger seat, was so frightened that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She gripped the roof handle tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white, and her voice trembled. You slow down. You're speeding. The scenery outside the window rushed past, and Yang Tian continued to overtake, even daring to cut through traffic lights. Shin Hangyue stared ahead, her palms sweating, filled with regret. If she had known Yang Tian drove this recklessly, she would never have gotten in the car. Don't worry, I'm a very steady driver. Yang Tian glanced at her pale face and was even more delighted. To deal with a cold goddess, you have to break her composure first and make her reveal her true emotions. Besides, the system had already given him master driving skills, so he could drive a truck with ease, let alone a sports car, and he wasn't afraid of causing an accident at all. Shin Hangyue couldn't believe it. She kept her eyes glued to the road the whole time, not daring to blink. It wasn't until half an hour later, when Yang Tian parked the car on a secluded section of the riverbank, that she felt completely exhausted and rushed out of the car. Yang Tian. What exactly do you want? Shin Hangyue was about to get angry when Yang Tian suddenly grabbed her wrist. Before she could react, Yang Tian leaned down and pressed his warm lips to hers. Please do not imitate this for the sake of the plot unless you are tall, handsome, and rich. Shin Hangyue froze instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mind going completely blank. This was her first kiss. When Yang Tian released her, she snapped back to reality, shoved him away, and took 2 steps back. Overwhelmed by grievance and panic, she squatted on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. What? How could you do this? That was my first kiss. Yang Tian scratched his head, a little embarrassed he hadn't been able to resist seeing her flushed cheeks and puffed up face. He walked over, gently helped Shin Hangyue up, and softened his tone. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. I want to pursue you, is that okay? Humph. You men are all the same.
Shin Hangyue wiped away her tears, pouted, and took a half step back, but her eyes were no longer so cold.
I even trusted you to be my dad's friend, and you have to make it up to me. How do you want compensation? Tell me.
Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Anything that could be solved with money was no problem for him, especially since Shin Hangyue had an exclusive spending limit of 80 million. Shin Hangyue bit her lip, suddenly remembering the antique auction tomorrow morning. She had wanted to go for a long time, but her father, Shin Shiyun, said she was wasting her time on frivolous things, and not only did he not support her, he also froze her bank card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Tianhai Antique City today to make up the difference. Seeing Yang Tian's ostentatious display of wealth and luxury, Shin Hangyue had an idea. Come with me to the auction tomorrow.
Buy me everything I want. If you're willing, I'll agree to give it a try with you.
She had calculated it perfectly. Someone who could afford a Lamborghini worth over 20 million yuan must be rich. If Yang Tianjin was willing to spend money on her, it meant he was sincere, and being with him wouldn't be a loss.
No problem. Yang Tian readily agreed. Call me tomorrow and I'll come pick you up.
Shin Hangyue calmed down a bit and looked up at the sky. It was already 9 p.m. But just as she was about to get into the car, she remembered something and glared at Yang Tian. What's wrong with you?
You want me to make a phone call, but you won't even give me your number? Do you have to make the girl ask for it first?
Yang Tian smiled, took out his phone, and dialed a number.
Shin Hangyue's phone immediately rang.
She took it out and saw it was the same unknown number she had received a call from that afternoon at the antique market.
You already had my number? Shin Hangyue was both angry and amused.
Of course.
Yang Tian waved his phone. Don't be late tomorrow, or I'll make up for it with another kiss? Who wants you to pay me back? Shin Hangyue blushed, pushed open the car door and got in.
If you dare not come tomorrow,
I'll tell my dad.
Watching the Lamborghini drive away, Shin Hangyue touched her lips, her heart still racing. This Yang Tian seemed different from the other guys she wanted to chat up.
Meanwhile, Yang Tian was driving, but Pan Lei was on his mind.
Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go find her.
10 minutes later, downstairs in the apartment complex.
Yang Tian stood at the door of Pan Lei's house, saw the light on in the living room, and deliberately knocked on the door in a low voice.
Who is it? Pan Lei's voice came from inside.
I deliver food, Yang Tian said, suppressing a laugh. I didn't order takeout, Pan Lei muttered as she opened the door, wearing pink pajamas.
The moment the door opened, Yang Tian slipped inside and slammed it shut.
Pan Lei screamed in fright, but after recognizing him, she patted her chest and said coquettishly, Brother Tian.
You scared me to death. I'll never open the door for strangers again. I just wanted to surprise you.
Yang Tian stared at the curves under her pajamas, his throat tightened, and he reached out to pull her into his arms, lowering his head to kiss her. Pan Lei instantly went limp in his arms, her cheeks burning now that he was holding her again. She could clearly feel the changes in Yang Tian's body, and she felt both shy and expectant. After their passionate kiss, Yang Tian picked up Pan Lei and carried her towards the bedroom. As he passed the living room, he caught a glimpse of the newly changed sheets on the bed, and his smile deepened. Yang Tian placed Pan Lei on the bed, leaned over her, and gently traced his fingertips along her waist. Pan Lei closed her eyes, her breathing becoming heavier. She could clearly feel that Yang Tian was lasting longer than in the morning, and his strength seemed to have increased as well.
After one night.
In the general manager's office of Global Shopping Mall, Shin Shiyun was restless. His daughter had suddenly asked about Yang Tian that afternoon, and he'd been worried ever since. Shin Hangyue had always been aloof and avoided boys like the plague. She'd even seen a doctor to confirm her sexual orientation was normal. If his daughter had inadvertently offended Yang Tian, this money-making machine, then things would be in serious trouble.
Dad, why did you call me here so late at night? I have an auction tomorrow. Shin Hangyue pushed open the door, looking impatient. Shin Shiyun immediately stood up, pulled her aside, and asked, You met with Yang Tian this afternoon? Did you have a fight with him? He's a big client of our mall, we absolutely can't afford to offend him.
Seeing her father's nervous expression, Shin Hangyue suddenly smiled. Dad, don't worry, I haven't offended him. Besides, I'm going to the auction with him tomorrow.
Shin Shiyun was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Her daughter was actually willing to go out with a boy? This Yang Tian is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 43, Going to the Auction. You're not allowed to go.
Shin Shiyun slammed her hand on the desk, scattering documents all over the floor. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at the crowd. Antique auctions are full of old men with one foot in the grave. What are you, a young girl, doing getting involved?
Wouldn't it be better to buy clothes and bags?
Why do you have to get involved in these old-fashioned things? He simply couldn't understand it. His daughter had grown up in a shopping mall where she could freely choose from jewelry and luxury goods, yet she was interested in these junk pieces, showing no girlishness whatsoever. He even suspected that perhaps taking her to see too many business tycoons collecting antiques in the past had instilled a rebellious attitude in her. Shin Hangyue gripped the hem of her clothes, her face turning cold. I'm just going to take a look, I'm not going to buy anything. Besides, you froze all my cards, so I can't buy anything even if I want to. She was seething with anger. If her father hadn't supported her, would she have needed young Tian's help? It was clearly her hobby, yet she was being treated as if she had done something wrong. You! Shin Shiyun's fingers trembled with anger, and in the end, he could only wave his hands and shout, Fine. I don't care about you. Go wherever you want. He had originally intended to ask young Tian about it, but this commotion made him forget everything. Shin Hangyue snorted, turned around and left without even closing the door. Back in her penthouse apartment in the mall, Shin Hangyue lay down on the bed, listening to the car horns below. But her mind kept replaying images of young Tian speeding through her mind, the roar of the Lamborghini, the feel of the wind on her cheek, and that sudden kiss. Pa! Why would I miss him? Shin Hangyue rolled over, clutching her pillow, her face flushed red to her ears. He's just a jerk who stole my first kiss. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became, and I finally drifted off to sleep in the middle of the night. The next morning, young Tian was woken up by his phone ringing. He picked it up and saw that it was Shin Hangyue. He sat up and realized the bedroom was empty, though the faint aroma of breakfast wafted from the living room. Walking to the table, he saw a bowl of fried eggs, the edges were burnt, a glass of milk, and a pink sticky note. Brother Tian, I'm going to work now, remember to eat breakfast. Yang Tian chuckled and picked up his phone to answer. Hello? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Shin Hangyue's voice was filled with urgent anger. Didn't you promise to come with me to the auction? It's starting at 10 o'clock, and it's already 8:30. Hurry up and come pick me up. What's the rush? It's still early. Yang Tian took a bite of the fried egg. Although the taste was so-so, it was strangely sweet. I'll go over after I finish breakfast. After hanging up the phone, he sent Pan Lei a picture of an empty plate with the caption, The fried egg smells delicious, thank you, baby. I quickly received a reply from Pan Lei, along with a shy emoji. It's my first time making this, it's good that it wasn't too burnt. Yang Tian smiled and drove to Global Mall after washing up. At the mall entrance, Shin Hangyue stood on tiptoe, peering around with her brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. It was already 9:10, and young Tian still hadn't arrived. Had he really stood her up? Just then, a car stopped in front of her, the window rolled down, revealing Wang Lei's greasy face. Hangyue, what a coincidence! Wang Lei offered a bouquet of roses with a fawning smile. I knew you were going to the auction, so I specially asked my dad for 20 million in funding. Get in the car, I'll take you there. He had been pursuing Shin Hangyue for a year, and yesterday he pestered his father all night for funding. He thought he had it in the bag this time. Shin Hangyue's card was frozen, and he had 20 million yuan. He didn't believe she wouldn't be tempted. No need, I have an appointment. Shin Hangyue took a step back, her eyes filled with disgust. Wang Lei's smile froze on his face. You have plans? With whom? Didn't you go to the antique market alone yesterday? He didn't believe it. How could someone as aloof as Shin Hangyue meet another man in just one day? Shin Hangyue ignored him, but became even more anxious. The auction was starting in 40 minutes. Suddenly, a piercing engine roar came. A Lamborghini, like an arrow released from a bow, executed a stylish drift at the intersection and came to a smooth stop beside Shin Hangyue. Yang Tian opened the car door, holding a bouquet of fresh sunflowers, and walked up to her. Sorry, buying flowers took a little longer than expected. Did you keep me waiting? Sunlight shone on him, and his white shirt accentuated his tall and straight figure. Compared to Wang Lei next to him, they were worlds apart. Shin Hangyue's eyes lit up, all her anxiety vanished, and she grabbed young Tian's hand, leading him to the car. Let's hurry. We'll miss our chance if we're any later. Hey! Who are you? Wang Lei got anxious and reached out to stop him, but young Tian glared at him and made him shrink back. Yang Tian ignored him, helped Shen Hangyue fasten her seatbelt, and stepped on the gas, sending the Lamborghini speeding away.
Snowflakes are falling and the north wind is howling. Why should I?
Wang Lei angrily threw the roses in his hand to the ground as he watched the car disappear into the distance.
So what if he drives a nice car? I have one too.
He jumped into his beat-up Ordini base model, floored the gas, and chased after him. He couldn't believe that the woman he'd been pursuing for a year would be snatched away by a stranger.
Besides, he had 20 million. Surely he wasn't inferior to the other man?
The traffic light turned green, and Wang Lei, his eyes fixed on the car in front, floored the accelerator and finally overtook Yang Tian. He glanced smugly in his rearview mirror, about to grin, when Yang Tian's car, like a ghost, instantly overtook him from the side, even lightly brushing against his rear.
Holy crap!
Wang Lei was so startled that he jerked the steering wheel, almost hitting the curb.
By the time he regained control of the car, Yang Tian's Lamborghini was long gone. This is impossible.
Wang Lei roared, slamming his fist on the steering while he was an amateur race car driver. How could he be so easily crushed? Inside the Lamborghini, Shen Hangyue watched the scenery rushing past the window, her heart still pounding. Wang Lei caught up just now. That was a close call.
Don't worry, it's all settled. Yang Tian said casually, then asked, has Wang Lei been pursuing you for a long time? Yeah, it's been over a year. It's so annoying.
Shen Hangyue rolled her eyes. All he does is flaunt his little bit of money. He has no taste at all.
Yang Tian laughed at seeing Shen Hangyue has no interest in Wang Lei at all, so this strategy is much simpler.
Soon, the car stopped in front of the antique auction house.
Yang Tian took Shen Hangyue's hand and walked in.
Just as they reached the entrance, they saw Wang Lei running over, panting, his eyes full of resentment, but he dared not provoke them any further. Shen Hangyue glanced at him, took Yang Tian's arm, and walked in with her head held high with Yang Tian by her side. She felt much more confident. Yang Tian felt the soft touch on his arm and a smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 44, 10,000 fans bought for 500,000. This so-called antique auction was anything but high class. It was just a meeting room on the third floor of a 5-star hotel that could hold 100 people, with a banner at the entrance that read Antique Auction Special Session, but there wasn't even a decent display case.
Yang Tian pulled Shen Hangyue inside.
The staff at the door handed them 2 auction catalogs with gold embossed covers and said with a smile, "Please come in, esteemed guests. There are still seats available in the 3rd row." The brochure listed the antiques to be auctioned today, from calligraphy and paintings to porcelain and jade, each with a starting price, description, and estimated selling price. Yang Tian flipped through a couple of pages and lost interest to him. These scraps of metal were less interesting than Pan Lei's fried eggs. He was here purely to help his goddess gain favor and rebates. The 2 sat in the 3rd row. Yang Tian handed the brochure to Shen Hangyue, draped his arm over the back of the chair, and whispered in her ear, "Just tell me which one you want. I'll take everything you want today." He had just glanced at the prices. The lowest was 3,000, and the highest was only 600,000. Even without the 80 million limit from the system, he could easily buy out the entire auction using the billions he had in his own account. Shen Hangyue held the booklet between her fingers, hesitating slightly. "Won't this be too expensive? I really like several of the jade pieces inside." She turned to a page introducing a jade fan, and her eyes lit up. The fan ribs were made of Hatian jade, and it was carved with bamboo patterns. It looked exquisite. But then she thought of her frozen bank card and felt a little dejected. Yang Tian reached out and took her hand, the warmth from his fingertips making Shen Hangyue tremble. He looked into her eyes and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, we have a promise. If you agree to try with me, I'll buy you what you like, remember?" Shen Hangyue's face instantly turned red to her ears. Remembering what she said in a huff after her first kiss was stolen yesterday, she quickly pulled her hand back and looked down at the manual.
"I know, stop touching me. This is an auction."
Yang Tian smiled and stopped teasing her. Just then, the sound of a gavel striking the auctioneer's hammer came from the auction platform. A middle-aged man in a tang suit stood on the stage, holding a microphone. "Welcome, bosses. Let's get the rules straight. No malicious bidding. Each bid must be at least 10% higher than the starting price, and payment and delivery will be made after the auction is over. Now, the auction begins." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 girls in cheongsams came up carrying a wooden box. When they opened it, they found a framed calligraphy and painting. First item, a Qing Dynasty scholar's painting and calligraphy, starting price 3,000, minimum increment 300. The man in the tang suit tapped the gavel. "Begin." 3,000. 3,300. 3,600. People in the audience started raising their paddles, and Yang Tian yawned as he listened to lousy painting. The artist's name was completely unknown. Was it worth fighting over? But then he saw Shen Hangyue staring at the stage with bright eyes, her hand almost reaching out. He quickly held her hand down. Don't rush, there are more you like later. Shen Hangyue glared at him, but didn't shake off his hand, her fingertips secretly brushing against his palm. Soon, the first 4 items were sold, with the highest-priced porcelain piece only fetching 350,000. Yang Tianzheng was getting bored when he suddenly heard the man in the tang suit announce, next item, a hot-in jade bamboo pattern fan, with all jade ribs and a silk surface. Starting bid is 10,000, with each bid increment no less than 1,000. Shen Hangyue sat up straight instantly, her eyes fixed on the jade fan on the stage, her breathing quickening. Just as Yang Tian was about to ask her to raise her paddle, Shen Hangyue suddenly raised her hand and shouted crisply, 200,000. The entire room fell silent instantly. The man in the tang suit nearly dropped the wooden gavel, stammering, 200,000? Miss, are you sure? The starting bid was only 10,000. Even the people around turned to look, their eyes filled with surprise, as if to say, what a sucker we've found. Yang Tian was also taken aback for a moment, then laughed. This girl was deliberately quoting a high price to test whether he was willing to spend the money, right? He leaned close to Shen Hangyue's ear, his voice laced with amusement. You like it that much? You're really going all out. Shen Hangyue blushed, but stubbornly said, I just think it's worth the price. If you think it's expensive, then forget it. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Tian squeezed her hand and said loudly, 200,000, we'll take it. Just as the man in the tang suit was about to shout 200,000 once, a young man in a corner of the third row of the auction floor raised his paddle, 200,000 and 1,000. Yang Tian turned his head and saw it was none other than Wang Lei. Wang Lei, with his legs crossed and toying with the number plate in his hand, looked at Yang Tian with a provocative gaze. Brother, there have to be rules when buying things, right? You can't just monopolize things by being quick, can you? He was seething with anger. He'd just been run over while speeding, and now seeing Yang Tian holding hands with Shen Hangyue, she dared to try and take his things? It was just 200,000 yuan, right? He'd add 1,000 yuan just to annoy Yang Tian and show Shen Hangyue who was truly willing to spend money on her. Shen Hangyue frowned and tugged at Yang Tian's sleeve. Don't argue with him, it's not worth it. She knew Wang Lei's temper if she clashed with him, who knew how high she'd go? But Yang Tian didn't move. Instead, he smiled and raised his card, his voice not loud but loud enough for everyone to hear, 500,000. The entire venue erupted instantly. The man in the traditional Chinese suit stared wide-eyed, his hands trembling. 500,000? Sir, are you sure you want to add that much? Wang Lei's smile froze instantly, as if he had swallowed a fly. He thought Yang Tian would only add 10,000 or 20,000 at most, but he didn't expect him to add 500,000 directly? That was 1/40th of his budget. You're crazy? Wang Lei stood up, pointing at Yang Tian. This broken fan is worth at most 50,000, you're spending 500,000? Are you out of your mind? Yang Tian glanced at him and said indifferently, I'm happy to do it, what's it to you? Besides, it's worth any price to buy things for my girlfriend. As he spoke, he put his arm around Shen Hangyue's shoulder and pulled her closer to him. Shen Hangyue's face instantly turned bright red, but she didn't push him away. Instead, she secretly looked up at him. This man, although a bit domineering, why did his words just now sound so reassuring? The man in the tang suit realized what was happening and quickly banged the gavel. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. 500,000 3 times. Sold. Smack. As the gavel fell, Wang Lei's face turned pale with anger. He gripped the bidding paddle tightly but dared not raise the price any further. He only had a budget of 20 million yuan. If he played this game with Yang Tian, he would lose his entire fortune. Ignoring Wang Lei's expression, Yang Tian smiled at Shen Hangyue and said, Do you like it? I'll bring it to you after we finish filming. Shen Hangyue bit her lip, nodded, and said in a voice barely audible, I like it. Thank you. Her initial hesitation had long been dispelled by Yang Tian's arrogance. This man seemed genuinely willing to give everything for her. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, watching the two's intimate display, had a sinister look in his eyes. He wouldn't let this go so easily. There were even more expensive items to be auctioned later, and he was determined to outbid Yang Tian and make Shen Hangyue regret it. Chapter 45 Wang Kuan, no one killed, yet he suffered a 50 million yuan loss. Clang. In the VIP room on the top floor of the club, the crisp sound of dice cups hitting the mahogany coffee table mingled with the deafening DJ music filling the room. Ghost Han leaned back on the sofa, his left arm around a young model in a miniskirt, his right hand groping another girl's waist. The cigarette in his mouth had burned down to the butt, but he didn't bother to flick it off. On the coffee table were open bottles of foreign liquor, and several stacks of 100 yuan bills were scattered around them, clearly indicating that he was having a great time. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Ghost Han glanced at the caller ID. It was his underling calling. A smile crept onto his lips, assuming the job was done. He freed one hand to answer, his tone casual, "All done?" But what came from the other end of the phone was the younger brother's urgent shout, his voice trembling with tears, "Big brother! Something terrible has happened. The two brothers we sent to kill young Tian have been arrested by the police. They're being held at the branch office and the police are interrogating them." "What?" Ghost Han's smile froze instantly, and he sat bolt upright. The young model, who was wrapped around his arms, tried to cling to him, but he shoved her away, grabbed 2 stacks of banknotes from the coffee table, and slammed them in front of the girl. "Take the money and get lost." Seeing that his expression was off, the 2 young models didn't dare to say anything. They quickly grabbed the money, hurriedly ran towards the door in their high heels, and made sure to close the door gently as they left. Ghost Hand ignored them, walked a few steps to the door of the private room, and listened to the sounds outside. Only the footsteps of the waiters could be heard in the corridor, nothing else seemed amiss. He locked the door behind him, then walked back to the sofa and growled into the phone, "How did you get caught by the police? Did you slip up?" "I don't know either, brother. Those 2 brothers did as you said, carrying guns to kill young Tian. I just got the surveillance video, but it's too blurry. I can only see that one person knocked them down. Now they're being interrogated, and I'm afraid they might not be able to hold a grudge and give us away." The henchman's voice was trembling. Ghost Hand's brow furrowed, his eyes as cold as ice. He'd taken at least 8 or 10 lives, and his greatest taboo was leaving any loose ends. After a 2-second pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "Send the video over immediately, then go do something else. Find a reliable person, find a way to get into the branch office, and by any means necessary, shut those 2 guys up forever. Remember, do it cleanly, don't give anyone any leverage. Don't tell anyone about this except you, not even your brothers." The younger brother on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment before stammering, Don't worry, boss. I know the rules. I'll make sure it's done smoothly." He knew Ghost Hand's temper all too well. This man was a ruthless killer who wouldn't blink an eye, and if he messed things up, his fate would be no better than those 2 brothers. The video arrived shortly afterward. After watching the video, although it was blurry, he could vaguely make out that it was young Tian, the target. Ghost Hand's face was so dark it could drip water. He paced back and forth a couple of times, then suddenly remembered something, picked up his phone again, and dialed Wang Kuan's number. The moment the call connected, Ghost Hand's furious roar rained down on him. "Wang Kuan! You dared to mess with me? You told me young Tian was just an ordinary college student, easy to handle, and what happened? The guys I sent got knocked down as soon as they arrived and were arrested by the police. 2 of my brothers might lose their lives because of this. Is this what you call easy to handle?" Wang Kuan, who was sitting in his luxurious private room drinking tea on the other end of the phone, was suddenly bewildered by the scolding and quickly asked, "Brother Gue, what's going on? I didn't mess with you. Yang Tianjin is a college student. I checked his background before, he has no connections whatsoever. Besides having some money, how could he be involved with the police? Don't play dumb with me." Ghost Hand sneered, his tone full of threat. "I checked the security cameras in room 789. They recorded young Tian's appearance and footage of my men confronting him. Go see it now and give me an explanation. If I'm not satisfied with your explanation, just wait. I'll start by taking action against your wife and children until I'm satisfied." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Kuan's reply, Ghost Hand slammed down the phone and casually tossed the small video recorder on the sofa. He grabbed the black coat from the back of the chair, put it on, then donned sunglasses, and slowly walked out of the private room. He wasn't worried at all that Wang Kuan wouldn't be able to find the video camera. Room 789 was a place Wang Kuan frequented, and he could easily find it whenever Wang Kuan went there. Half an hour later, in the private room. How is this possible? Wang Kuan stared at the footage on the video recorder, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. On the screen, young Tian, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, showed absolutely no fear in the face of Ghost Hand's 2 burly henchmen. The henchman on the left had just thrown a punch when Yang Tian dodged it with a sidestep and delivered a backhand elbow strike to his chest. The one on the right tried to sneak up from behind, but Yang Tian simply turned around, grabbed his wrist, and with a gentle twist, a crisp crack was heard, and the henchman immediately collapsed to the ground, howling in pain.
In just over 10 seconds, Yang Tian had taken down the two burly men.
And judging from Yang Tian's movements, they were swift and decisive. Unlike those of an ordinary college student, he seemed more like a master who had trained for many years.
Wang Kuan nearly dropped the video camera, a cold sweat breaking out on his back.
He finally understood why the Ghost Hands members had been arrested by the police. Yang Tian was no pushover, and perhaps the police's appearance was Yang Tian's doing. Just then, Wang Kuan's phone rang again. It was Ghost Hand again. He took a deep breath, quickly answered the call, and said with a hint of flattery, "Brother Gue, I've finished reading it. I didn't investigate carefully enough before. I didn't expect Yang Tian to be so capable, and your people have been wronged. What do you think we should do to resolve this?"
The man on the other end of the phone, Ghost Hand, spoke coldly. "Resolve it?
My two brothers are still in jail, and it's uncertain whether they'll get out. Here's what we'll do: give me 50 million as a settlement for my two brothers, and we'll call it even. If you don't give it to me, or if you dare to try anything funny, you know the consequences."
50 million?
Wang Kuan felt a pang of heartache and almost cursed aloud. He failed to kill the person, and now he had to pay out another 50 million. But when he thought of Ghost Hand's ruthlessness and Yang Tian's skills in the video, he dared not object. If he doesn't pay, Ghost Hand really will target his family. If he causes trouble for Yang Tian again, given Yang Tian's strength, he might be the one to fall next. "Okay. I'll give it to you." Wang Kuan gritted his teeth, practically squeezing out the two words. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kuan immediately opened his mobile banking app, his fingers trembling as he typed in the amount, transferring 50 million to Ghost Hand's account. Once the transfer was complete, he couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his phone to the ground with a loud crack. The screen shattered instantly.
"Damn it! We've lost both our wife and our army."
Wang Kuan was so angry that his chest felt tight, but there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Ghost Hand sat in his black Bentley, a sly smile playing on his lips as he looked at the text message notification on his phone. 50 million received. He puffed on a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, inwardly gloating. Wang Kuan was such a fat sheep. I never thought I'd make 50 million.
"Brother, it wasn't me, Ghost Hand, who ruined you. It was this chaotic world. I'll take your resettlement money and live a peaceful life. As for Yang Tian, that kid's got some interesting, maybe he'll come in handy someday."
He stepped on the gas, and the Bentley slowly drove away from the clubhouse entrance, disappearing into the night.
Meanwhile, the video camera inside the private room lay quietly on the sofa.
No one knew that besides recording Yang Tian, it had recorded something even more important.
Chapter 46: Frenzied Bidding, Cancellation of the Bet?
The crystal chandeliers at the auction were dazzling, and the auctioneer's voice still echoed, but Shen Hangyue, holding the jade fan in her hand, felt no joy whatsoever. She ran her fingertips along the fan ribs, her heart pounding. This fan was worth at most 50,000 yuan. She had initially asked for 200,000 yuan just to provoke Yang Tian and let him know he wasn't someone to be trifled with.
But instead of provoking Yang Tian, Wang Lei snatched it away and raised the price.
In a moment of impulsiveness, she asked for 500,000 yuan. Now, thinking about it, she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. What's worse, her father, Shin Shiyun, had already frozen her bank card, so she couldn't afford the 500,000 yuan herself and ended up having to rely on Yang Tian.
Shin Hangyue secretly glanced at Yang Tian beside her, her eyes darting around. "You aren't angry, are you?"
Yang Tian was pondering how to thank Wang Lei for this divine intervention. Shen Hangyue's gaze towards him had softened considerably just now, clearly showing she was tempted.
Hearing this, he burst out laughing, reaching out to ruffle Shen Hangyue's hair. "Angry? Didn't I tell you, whatever makes you happy?
If you see something you like, just name your price. You don't need to worry about the money." Upon hearing these words, Shen Hangyue's heart softened completely, as if it had been warmed by water. She recalled how she used to be scolded by her father for not doing her proper job when she mentioned jewelry to him, but Yang Tian had only known her for 2 days, yet he was willing to spend 500,000 yuan or even more on her without batting an eye. Taking advantage of Yang Tian's inattention, Shen Hangyue quickly leaned over and pecked him on the cheek, then immediately turned back to stare at the auction stage, her ears so red they looked like they could bleed. Yang Tian touched the spot where he had been kissed, his smile almost reaching his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wang Lei in the corner of the third row glaring at him, deliberately grinning with his teeth showing. The meaning couldn't be clearer. "Thanks, bro, help me win over my wife."
"Why should I?" Wang Lei's hand, gripping the auction paddle, was trembling, his nails almost digging into his flesh.
He pursued Shin Hangyue for a year, gifting her $1 million watch and throwing her a lavish banquet at a private club, but Shin Hangyue didn't even glance at him.
Yet Yang Tian only spent 500,000 yuan, and somehow managed to get Shin Hangyue to kiss him? Wang Lei grew angrier the more he thought about it, his eyes fixed on the auction catalog. He couldn't let Yang Tian succeed. I've got it. Wang Lei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had an idea. I won't compete with Shin Hangyue for the price.
I'll bid in front of her. I'll drive the price sky high, so I won't offend her, and I can make Yang Tian bleed a lot.
I'm so smart.
He touched the bank card in his pocket and felt even more confident it contained the 20 million yuan his father had given him, enough to ruin Yang Tian's plans.
One item after another went up in the auction.
After the jade fan small surged to 500,000, the subsequent items all sold at their starting price, and the auctioneer was almost losing his enthusiasm. Until he picked up a brocade box, his eyes suddenly lit up. Next, a pure gold hairpin with a scrolling floral pattern, exquisitely crafted, suitable as a gift for a girlfriend or lover. Starting price 100,000, minimum increment of 10,000. No sooner had these words been spoken than a voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone present, 5 million.
Wang Lei jumped up from his seat, holding up his bidding paddle, his chin practically pointing to the sky. After announcing his bid, he deliberately gave Shin Hangyue a cold snort, his eyes seeming to say, go ahead and bid if you dare. The auctioneer's gavel clattered to the ground, and his hand trembled as he picked it up. 55 million?
Sir, are you sure?
I'm sure.
Wang Lei said decisively, but his heart was pounding. Buying one for 5 million was already well over budget, but the thought of making Yang Tian feel the pinch made it all worth it. Shin Hangyue was so angry that she pointed at Wang Lei and couldn't speak for a long time. She had long wanted this hairpin and originally wanted to bid 200,000 yuan to get it, but Wang Lei directly raised the price to an astronomical level.
If you like it, just name your price.
Yang Tian gently held Shin Hangyue's hand, and the warmth from his fingertips instantly calmed her down. But, it's already 5 million. Shin Hangyue wanted to persuade him, but Yang Tian suddenly leaned over and gently touched her lips.
What are you doing? So many people are watching.
Shin Hangyue quickly pushed him away, her face as red as a ripe apple. Just now, she wasn't disgusted at all, but her heart was pounding. Yang Tian smiled like a fox. I was afraid you wouldn't be willing to do it, so I'm helping you make up your mind. Shin Hangyue bit her lip, suddenly stood up, held up the sign and shouted loudly, 5.01 million. The auctioneer's eyes widened.
After confirming that no one else would bid, he slammed down the gavel. Sold.
Congratulations, ma'am. Shin Hangyue leaned against Yang Tian and whispered, there are still more than a dozen items left to be auctioned, and there are a few that I like. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. If Wang Lei raises the price of every single item, how much money will Yang Tian have to spend?
Yang Tian glanced at the time. It was almost noon.
He couldn't stay at the auction any longer.
He squeezed Shin Hangyue's hand and said, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me.
Actually, he didn't go to the restroom at all. He went directly to the person in charge of the auction. The person in charge initially put on airs, Sir, the auction order is predetermined and cannot be changed. Yang Tian didn't waste any words and slammed the bank card on the table. Verify the funds and see if I'm qualified to make changes. The person in charge swiped the card with some skepticism, but when he saw the balance on the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. A string of zeros, at least 1 billion. He immediately put on a fawning smile. Don't worry. We'll adjust it right away and put the items your girlfriend likes at the front. Within minutes, the auctioneer's voice suddenly changed. Temporary adjustment. The next item to be auctioned, an icy jadeite bangle, starting at 50,000 yuan, with each bid increment no less than 5,000 yuan. After he finished speaking, he glanced specifically in Shin Hangyue's direction.
Before Shin Hangyue could speak, Wang Lei stood up again. 5 million. The entire audience erupted in uproar, with some unable to contain their comments. Is this guy crazy? Asking for 5 million for a 50,000 yuan bracelet? Does he have a grudge against that woman's boyfriend?
Wang Lei pretended not to hear, but cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected Yang Tian to be able to change the auction order. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Anyway, I can't win Shin Hangyue's heart, so I'll feel better if Yang Tian spends more money. Shin Hangyue took a deep breath and gritted her teeth as she shouted, 5.01 million.
Sold. The auctioneer's hand trembled as he struck the gavel.
Immediately afterwards, the auctioneer announced, next item.
A red agate bracelet, starting bid 80,000. 10 million.
Wang Lei interrupted him directly, his voice trembling slightly. This was his final budget, and he couldn't afford to exceed it any further. The entire room fell completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Shen Hangyue stared at Wang Lei, her eyes filled with disgust. She had made up her mind. She would go back and tell her father to terminate all contracts with the Wang family's flagship store in the global mall. Yang Tian patted Shen Hangyue, who was in a daze, and said softly, "Go ahead and shout, don't make yourself feel wronged." These words were like a warm current, instantly striking Shen Hangyue. She suddenly turned around, hugged Yang Tian's neck, kissed him on the cheek, and said in a tearful voice, "I won't gamble anymore. I'll be your girlfriend. I don't want these auction items anymore. I don't want you to spend any more money." She knew that Yang Tian changed the auction order so she could get what she wanted sooner. He was willing to bid against her to make her happy. How could she let someone like that suffer a loss? Yang Tian smiled and raised her auction paddle, saying softly, "Silly girl, I told you I'd make you happy." Looking at his profile, Shen Hangyue felt a warm and sweet feeling in her heart, and shouted loudly, 10.01 million. The auctioneer paused for a few seconds, then slammed down his gavel, "Sold." Wang Lei slumped in his chair, watching Yang Tian and Shen Hangyue smile at each other. He felt a mix of bitterness and hatred, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He had lost completely. Chapter 47. Wang Lei is kicked out of the auction. As soon as Shen Hangyue finished speaking, the auctioneer's gavel slammed down on the stage, making the red cloth sway. His eyes crinkled with laughter, and his voice trembled, "Sold. Congratulations, madam. Today's auction has truly been an eye-opener." Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from the second row, drawing everyone's attention. "Wait. Is this how you do business at an auction? Deliberately hiring shills to inflate prices and rip people off?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a wealthy man stand up abruptly, pointing at the auction stage with a livid face. "Starting with that jade fan, when the young lady bid 200,000, someone followed up to 500,000. Now, hairpins and bracelets, things that are clearly worth tens of thousands, are being driven up to tens of millions. This is blatant robbery. Are you going to keep bidding if the young lady takes a fancy to something else later?" These words caused an uproar in the room. "Yeah. I knew something was off a long time ago. That guy was always bidding before the girl. He was obviously a shill. That's outrageous. Is this auction house trying to rip off a bunch of suckers? We need an explanation. Otherwise, who would dare to come here again?" The crowd erupted in chatter, glaring angrily at the auction stage. The auctioneer, dressed in a tang suit, turned pale, gripping the gavel tightly. He hurriedly waved his hands, urging, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We absolutely didn't use any shills. That gentleman bid voluntarily." But no one believed his explanation. Instead, the murmurs from the audience grew even louder. Shen Hangyue's eyes instantly reddened as she looked at the stranger who had stood up for her. She had felt wronged by Wang Lei earlier, and now that someone had suddenly stood up for her, she felt both warm and bittersweet. She subconsciously moved closer to Yang Tian, her small hands tightly gripping his arm. Once the murmurs from the audience subsided, Yang Tian slowly stood up and clapped twice. The crisp applause instantly drowned out all other sounds, and the entire audience fell silent, turning to look at him. "First of all, thank you all for speaking up for us." Yang Tian's voice was calm, yet carried an indescribable aura. "The previous prices were all voluntary, just small amounts of money. There's no need to dwell on it. I only hope that in the upcoming auction, everyone will compete fairly, and that no one will deliberately disrupt things." The moment he said that, everyone was stunned. 20 million was just small change in his eyes? Whose rich kid is this? The auctioneer in the tang suit, as if grasping at a straw, quickly followed up by saying, "This gentleman is right. To ensure the fairness of the auction, we will now remove the gentleman who maliciously inflated the price and permanently blacklist him, forbidding him from ever stepping into the auction again." As soon as he finished speaking, two security guards in black suits quickly walked to the third row and grabbed Wang Lei, who was still in a daze, from both sides. "What are you doing? Let me go." Wang Lei struggled, his face flushed red. "I'm a member of the Wang family. How dare you touch me?" The security guards ignored him completely and dragged him out. Wang Lei was so angry that he stomped his feet when he saw Shen Hangyue snuggling up to Yang Tian, but he could only be dragged out of the venue without anyone listening to his protests. Without Wang Lei causing trouble, the auction went smoothly immediately. When Shen Hangyue placed her bids on the next few items, no one dared to bid. No one wanted to offend this tycoon who could casually spend tens of millions, and even less did they want to compete with him for a woman. In less than half an hour, Shen Hangyue had acquired all the items she liked, and all of them were sold at the starting bid. Linking her arm with Yang Tian's, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons with a smile. That was awesome. I was practically floating on air when nobody was bidding against me. Yang Tian pinched her cheek. If you like it, then let's go pay the bill. As soon as the two reached the backstage area, a receptionist in a cheongsam quickly approached, holding a bill in her hands, and smiled respectfully. Sir, your total bill is 30 million. Please keep your card safe. We have already activated a top-tier membership for you, and you will have a private room for future auctions. Yang Tian casually handed over the goddess exclusive card, but he was waiting for the system notification. Sure enough, his phone vibrated the next second. Ding! You have spent 30 million yuan on Goddess Shen Hangyue, and received a 20% rebate, totaling 6 million yuan. He opened his mobile banking app and stared at the string of zeros after his balance. The 10-digit deposit was dazzling. He suddenly realized he needed to set up a company, otherwise, if people asked where the money came from, he couldn't just say it was system rebates, could he? Although the system's funds were absolutely legal and he wasn't afraid of being investigated, he still needed to add a double layer of insurance. Alright, we can't take these auction items with us, there's no room in the car. Yang Tian suddenly remembered this. Shen Hangyue smiled, took out her phone, and gave an address. My dad has a villa in the suburbs, they can deliver it there. Let's go, I'm starving. Watching her skip and hop around, Yang Tian suddenly asked, Hangyue, do you own a car? What about a house? I own a house, a gift from my dad when I turned 18. I don't have a car, I just got my driver's license, and I haven't had a chance to buy one yet. Shen Hangyue tilted her head to look at him. Why are you suddenly asking this? A hint of a smile flashed in Yang Tian's eyes. It's nothing, I just feel it's inconvenient not having a car. He had already made up his mind after dinner, he would go to the 4S store to pick out a sports car for her, and he had to use up all the credit limit and squeeze every last drop out of the system. Sitting in the car, Shen Hangyue glanced at the passenger side mirror, secretly tidied her hair, and couldn't help but smile. She stole a glance at Yang Tian, who was driving, and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She used to think that rich kids were all carefree and irresponsible, but Yang Tian was willing to spend tens of millions on her and was so gentle. It seemed like being with him would bring surprises every day. Yang Tian started the car and drove towards the restaurant, but in his mind he was thinking, the company establishment matter needed to be handled as soon as possible, and he also needed to choose a car for Shen Hangyue, and he had to choose a color that she liked. Sunlight streamed through the car window, bathing the two of them, and even the air felt sweet. Chapter 48, Taking the Goddess to Buy a Car. After we finished eating, I said, come on, let's pick out a car for you. Yang Tian turned the steering wheel and headed straight for Tianhai's top luxury car dealership, his tone leaving no room for argument. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shen Hangyue clutched the hem of her clothes and whispered, no need, I usually have a driver when I go out, I don't drive myself very often. Her mind was full of antiques she hadn't finished researching. She had absolutely no interest in cars. Listen to me. Yang Tian glanced at her, his eyes filled with an undeniable force, but in his mind he was calculating, I have to spend her spending limit as soon as possible. Judging from her attitude, it will definitely go smoothly. In his eyes, Shen Hangyue's aloof goddess attitude was just because she hadn't been showered with money. Shen Shiyun's hundreds of millions of dollars were nothing compared to his current wealth. Shen Hangyue herself knew this, which is why she didn't dare to refuse outright and could only nod in agreement. But she wondered to herself, just how rich is Yang Tian? At the store entrance, Lin Xiaoran had just hung up the phone with Yang Tian, her hand still clutching a pen, her knuckles turning slightly white. She was now the store manager entirely thanks to Yang Tian. Last time, Yang Tian bought a sports car here for 25.55 million yuan, and the commission alone earned her over 2 million yuan. This time, Yang Tian contacted her proactively, so it must be another big order. The salespeople around them had already gathered around, their eyes full of envy. Manager, it must be Mr. Yang, right? I'm still envious of your commission from last time. Alright, let's disperse. Don't let President Xi see us and say we're slacking off. Lin Xiaoran waved her hand with a smile, but in her heart, she was already thinking about how to entertain them later. TCH, so what if she's latched onto a big shot? Zhou Xiaona sneered from behind, her eyes filled with jealousy. She had long coveted Lin Xiaoran's commissions and was hoping to snag a big client. Just then, a silver Porsche pulled up at the door. Wang Lei got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth and immediately spotted Lin Xiaoran in her business attire. His eyes lit up instantly. The last time he came here was half a year ago. Back then, Lin Xiaoran hadn't been promoted to store manager yet.
He had never seen anyone so pure and attractive. "You're the one. Come over here and show me the car," Wang Lei said, reaching out to touch Lin Xiaoran's buttocks. He was seething with anger. He had been chasing Shen Hangyue for a year, only to have her snatched away and then humiliated at the auction, being kicked out. He was looking for a place to vent his frustration. Lin Xiaoran quickly stepped back, forcing a calm expression. "Sir, please have some self-respect. I am Lin Xiaoran, the manager here." She had already memorized the list of wealthy second-generation people in the store and knew that Wang Lei had some connections, but not to the point that he was someone she couldn't afford to offend. "Have some self-respect?" Wang Lei scoffed, leaning forward. "Do you know who I am? You help me choose a car under 10 million, and you'll get your share of the benefits." "No interest." Lin Xiaoran's tone hardened, her mind filled with Yang Tian's image. "If you harass me again, I have the right to block you, and you can forget about buying a car here in the future." Wang Lei's face darkened. He was genuinely afraid of being blacklisted. Tianhai only had this one top-tier luxury car dealership. How embarrassing would it be to be turned away? But he still retorted sharply, "What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You don't even want the commission I offer, you hypocrite." After saying that, he swung his hand and walked into the store. He had only taken 2 steps when Zhou Xiaona approached him, her voice sweet and coquettish. "Young Master Wang, don't be angry. Let me introduce you to the cars. We can even go to the test drive area to chat. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." As Zhou Xiaona spoke, she nuzzled against Wang Lei's arm, secretly calculating, if she could please Wang Lei, she might be able to sell a car worth millions and earn a substantial commission. Wang Lei was in a slightly better mood after being coaxed by her. He glanced at Zhou Xiaona's figure and grinned. "Okay, then it's you. If you serve me well, I'll buy you whichever car under 10 million you want." The two were getting intimate when the roar of an engine came from afar. A sports car was parked steadily at the door, much more impressive than Wang Lei's Porsche. The car door opened, and Yang Tian led Shen Hangyue out. Shen Hangyue was wearing a white dress and had a cool and aloof temperament, instantly overshadowing all the women in the store. Lin Xiaoran's eyes lit up, and she quickly went to greet him, all the grievances she had felt from being angered by Wang Lei disappearing. "Brother Tian, you finally arrived, please come in." Her attitude was completely different from how she treated Wang Lei. Wang Lei, who had his arm around Zhou Xiaona's waist, turned pale upon seeing this scene. He recognized many car models, and this one was worth at least 20 to 30 million yuan, several times more expensive than his Porsche. "Humph, so what if he drives a nice car? What's with the show-off?" Wang Lei muttered defiantly, trying to save face. As soon as he said that, Lin Xiaoran turned around and glanced at him, her tone somewhat disdainful. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Yang bought a sports car worth 25.55 million from us last time. He's here to choose a car for this young lady. If you have nothing else to do, don't block the way." Wang Lei's face turned pale instantly. 25.55 million? His Porsche last year only cost a little over 3 million, not even a fraction of that. Zhou Xiaona quickly let go of his hand, took a half step back, and avoided eye contact with Wang Lei, no longer daring to stick close to him. Yang Tian completely ignored the two of them and led Shen Hangyue toward the store manager's office. "Don't waste time with irrelevant people, go in and choose a car." In the office, Lin Xiaoran handed over a thick brochure of luxury cars. Shen Hangyue flipped through a couple of pages, her eyes widening. Any one of them cost millions. Finally, pointing to a picture of a white Ferrari, her voice trembled. "This one, but it costs 12 million, isn't that too expensive?" She had only known Yang Tian for a few days, and he was already giving her such an expensive car. She was really unsure of herself. "Expensive?" Yang Tian laughed, took the brochure, flipped to another page, and pointed to a BMW X7 in front of him. "Add this, and it'll be $1 million car. It'll be convenient for carrying things when you go shopping in the future." After saying that, he took out 2 cards from his wallet and handed them to Lin Xiaoran. "Swipe them." Lin Xiaoran took the card with both hands, carefully put it in her pocket, and smiled broadly. "Brother Tian, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away, I promise there won't be any mistakes." She turned to leave, but then remembered something and turned back to give Shen Hangyue a sweet smile. "Sister-in-law, please sit down with Brother Tian for a while. I'll have the waiter bring in the tea." "Sister-in-law?" Shen Hangyue's face turned bright red instantly, and she quickly lowered her head, twisting her skirt with her fingers. As soon as the office door closed, Yang Tian pulled Shen Hangyue over, made her sit on his lap, and leaned down to kiss her. With his soft, fragrant body in her arms, Shen Hangyue froze. After a long while, she gently pushed him away, panting, Don't do this, we're still in someone else's office." What are you afraid of? Yang Tian pinched her chin, his eyes filled with laughter. You'll be mine from now on, it's only a matter of time.
He was calculating in his mind. Shen Hangyue had spent 12 million, and there were still tens of millions left in her credit limit.
He needed to find a way to spend it all. Maybe he could ask her out for dinner and shopping in a few days? If he could spend over 100 million at once, like he did with Li Qing, that would be amazing with the rebates. Lin Xiaoran took the card to complete the formalities, passing by the two men without stopping. Compared to a big client like Yang Tian, she didn't even consider someone like Wang Lei a threat. Chapter 49 Shen Hangyue, why don't we give it a try first?
As soon as the system notification sounded, Yang Tian knew in his heart, Lin Xiaoran had indeed kept up and swiped the card clearly. He stroked his chin and chuckled to himself. He bought this BMW for convenience. Driving a sports car only has 2 seats. If he took his goddess shopping or other errands, there wouldn't be enough room for more people. Now he completely understood, rich people's love of owning cars isn't about showing off, it's because they genuinely don't have enough. Less than 10 minutes later, the office door was pushed open with a bang. Lin Xiaoran, her hair disheveled from running, clutched 2 crumpled car purchase contracts in her hand, her forehead covered in sweat. Brother Tian. All the paperwork is done. We've chosen your favorite consecutive license plate number. When will the car be delivered? I sent you the address on WeChat, just bring it over. Yang Tian took the bank card and put it in his pocket, then casually pulled Shen Hangyue alone. Let's go. Shen Hangyue's cheeks were still flushed. She thought to herself, Yang Tian is generous, handsome, and has a great physique. Why don't I talk to him and give it a try? She obediently followed him downstairs. Just as she passed the cashier, her eyes suddenly sharpened. The person standing next to the cashier was none other than Wang Lei, who had bid against her at the auction. She swiftly broke free from Yang Tian's grasp, rushed over, and asked in an icy voice, Wang Lei? Wang Lei, who was impatiently urging Zhou Shena, froze upon hearing this voice. Turning around and seeing Shen Hangyue, he immediately forced a smile. Hangyue? You're so beautiful. You idiot. Before she could finish speaking, Shen Hangyue raised her hand and slapped her across the face. Smack. The slap was loud and crisp. Wang Lei had just finished test driving with Zhou Shena, and his legs were still weak. He was slapped so hard that he spun around on the spot and fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't get up for a long time, covering his face and howling. The surrounding salespeople were all dumbfounded. How could the aloof beauty who was just sweet and affectionate with Yang Tian suddenly act like a cat with its fur standing on end? The sales slips in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter, and no one dared to utter a sound. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, secretly amused. This girl's contrast is too great. She usually seems so otherworldly, but she's so ruthless when she takes action? Before Wang Lei could recover, Shen Hangyue had already squatted down and slapped his swollen face twice more, yelling as she did so, serves you right for bidding against Yang Tian. Serves you right for making him spend tens of millions more. I didn't beat you up at the last auction, but let's see where you run this time. She'd been holding this grudge for a long time. Last time, Wang Lei deliberately disrupted the auction, driving the prices of antiques to astronomical levels. She hadn't had a chance to retaliate then, but now that she was planning to be with Yang Tian, the more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she felt. That was Yang Tian's money. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and now that she'd run into him again, how could she let it go? Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Hangyue, I was wrong. Wang Lei cried out, clutching his head, not daring to dodge, afraid of angering Shen Hangyue. Zhou Xiaona stood to the side, her legs trembling with fear. She had thought Wang Lei was a tough guy, but she never expected him to be like a grandson in front of this beautiful woman. Having had enough of beating him up, Shen Hangyue clapped her hands, the coldness on her face instantly disappearing. She quickly walked back to Yang Tian's side, took his arm, and smiled sweetly. Let's go, don't waste time with this kind of person. Well, I didn't expect you to be this good. Yang Tian squeezed her hand, teasing her on purpose. If I ever make you angry in the future, will you hit me like this too? That depends on how well you behave. Shen Hangyue's eyes curved into crescents as she made a shooting gesture at his chest, and deliberately made a bang sound. If you dare to let me down, I'll kill you. Yang Tian was amused by her and burst into laughter. The two chatted and laughed as they walked out, leaving everyone in the room dumbfounded. Only then did Wang Lei dare to get up from the ground. Half of his face was swollen like a steamed bun, and he was grimacing in pain. Zhou Xiaona quickly handed over a tissue and whispered, Young Master Wang, why didn't you dodge? She didn't look very strong. Hide? Do you think I dare?
Wang Lei glared at her, his tone full of resentment. Shen Hangyue's father is the head of the Tianhai Luxury Goods Association. He also manages the stores in the global mall. My family's luxury stores all rely on her father's approval for their licenses. Getting a beating today for future peace is worth it. He's now kicking himself. If he hadn't acted impulsively at the auction, he wouldn't be in this mess. He chased Shen Hangyue for over a year without success, and now he's become her punching bag. What kind of situation is this? Zhou Xiaona then realized what was happening and quickly handed over the completed paperwork, smiling obsequiously. Young Master Wang, the paperwork is done. I'll get over 300,000 yuan in commission for this 9.8 million yuan Porsche you bought. It's all thanks to your patronage. When commission was mentioned, Wang Lei's expression softened. He took the paperwork and bank card, then casually patted Zhou Xiaona's bottom. A little too hard, you're sensible. Take the car to the global shopping mall parking lot. I need to go there later. If he hadn't gotten beaten up, he might have asked Zhou Xiaona out for dinner that night. Now he's not in the mood and just wants to get out of this shameful place as soon as possible. Zhou Xiaona winced in pain, but dared not utter a sound. What was a scolding or a slap in the face when she had already received more than 300,000 yuan in commission? At the door, Yang Tian had already led Shen Hangyue into the car. Shen Hangyue leaned back in her seat, still muttering, I didn't beat him enough just now. I should have slapped him a few more times. Yang Tian smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, it's good that you're calmed down. By the way, where do you want to go next? Shen Hangyue didn't answer, but said softly, why don't we give it a try first? Chapter 50 Registering the Yang Group. Yang Tian agreed to her request and took her home. After giving her a few instructions, he quickly left, his mind preoccupied with starting his own company. In the early morning in Tianhai, as the sunlight just shone on the Tian Entertainment Media Building, a white sports car screeched to a halt downstairs, the sound of its engine drawing the attention of passers-by. This was the 12 million yuan luxury car that Yang Tian had just given to Shen Hangyue yesterday. Shen Hangyue pushed open the car door, her well-tailored business attire and cool demeanor instantly overshadowing the surrounding noise. She glanced at her phone. It was already 8:20. She muttered to herself, they said they'd send someone to pick me up. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Yesterday, Yang Tian said he would split up into two groups. He would go register a company, and she would come to discuss cooperation. At first, Shen Hangyue thought it was unreliable. There's no company yet, who would cooperate with you? But Yang Tian immediately called Li Qing, and Li Qing agreed without hesitation. Only then did Shen Hangyue realize that she had underestimated Yang Tian's connections. You know, Li Qing is a top star in the entertainment industry right now. She just acquired Starry Sky Pictures, and her new movie has already forced other films released at the same time to reschedule before it has even been released yet. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with her? Just then, a pure and sweet-looking girl walked out of the hall. It was Pan Lei. She spotted Shen Hangyue immediately, walked over quickly, and said with a smile, You must be Miss Shen Hangyue? I'm Pan Lei, here to take you upstairs. As Pan Lei led the way, she secretly sized up Shen Hangyue. This woman was so elegant. Her aloofness and noble air were completely different from her own innocent style, and even she couldn't help but feel a little envious. As soon as the two entered Zhang Yueshu's office, Zhang Yueshu's eyes lit up. She circled Shen Hangyue twice, her voice excited, Beautiful lady. Interested in becoming a star? I guarantee you'll be a sensation across the internet in 6 months, earning 10 times more money than you would at your regular job. Shen Hangyue's qualities are simply a gift from God. Zhang Yueshu could tell at a glance that she had the potential to become a big star. No interest. Shen Hangyue sat down, her tone decisive. I'm here to discuss cooperation with President Li Qing. President Yang said you two had an appointment. She came not only to discuss cooperation, but also to prove herself. Yang Tian wanted her to be the general manager of the soon-to-be established Yang's Group, but Shen Hangyue knew that Yang Tian might not truly believe in her abilities. This time, she had to make sure things went perfectly. Zhang Yueshu handed over a cup of tea, smiling as she said, Sister Qing has been incredibly busy lately, so she asked me to entertain you first. She'll be right back. Don't worry, Sister Qing already spoke with me about the collaboration. There won't be any problems. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office of Shinkong Group, Yang Tian was getting straight to the point with Wang Haoyu. I want to start a company, but I'm not familiar with the procedures. Can you help me with that? Wang Haoyu's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with Yang Tian, so he quickly asked, Young Master Yang, what kind of business are you interested in? Technology, finance, or manufacturing? Just do whatever makes money, as long as the framework is set up first.
Yang Tian leaned back on the sofa. Nonchalantly, he started the company as a cover. If he really wanted to make money, winning over goddesses and getting rebates would be faster than anything else. Don't make it too complicated, just don't lose money.
Wang Haoyu was inwardly astonished. This was the true confidence of a big shot. He then asked, how much is the registered capital?
1 billion, I guess, Yang Tian said casually, as if reciting a menu.
What? 1 billion? 1 billion?
Wang Haoyu almost dropped his pen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had thought Yang Tian was just playing around with a few million, but he hadn't expected him to spend 1 billion.
This was going to be big.
Wang Haoyu quickly patted his chest and assured him, don't worry. Give me your documents, and I'll get all the paperwork done for you within 3 days. He only recently learned from his father, Wang Tianliang, that Yang Tian might be part of a mysterious conglomerate, one that could casually throw away billions. Now that Yang Tian is starting a company, it might be because the conglomerate is planning to expand its influence in Tianhai, and he has to stick close to them. Yang Tiangang had just reached the parking lot and gotten into his Lamborghini when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no!
I forgot to find the office. The company can't be without an office, can it? He quickly took out his phone and called Wang Haoyu. Hey, Wang Haoyu, help me find an office space, the best one in the city center, the bigger the better, the sooner the better.
Wang Haoyu on the other end of the phone immediately agreed, no problem. I'll contact them right away and guarantee to find you the best. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tian started the car Shen Hangyue had originally wanted him to drive her this morning, but how could he dare? Pan Lai and Li Qing were at Tian Tian Entertainment. If they saw him with Shen Hangyue, it would be too much trouble to explain. It was better to go separately for peace and quiet. Meanwhile, in the Tian Tian Entertainment office, Pan Lai had just finished serving Shen Hangyue tea when she heard the sound of high heels at the door. Li Qing was back. Shen Hangyue immediately stood up, feeling a little nervous. We're finally going to talk about serious business, we can't mess this up. As soon as Li Qing entered, she smiled and extended her hand. Miss Shen, thank you for waiting.
Yang Tian has already explained everything to me. Let's finalize the cooperation today. Shen Hangyue was stunned for a moment. It went so smoothly. It seems Yang Tian's influence is even greater than she imagined.
Chapter 51, Cooperation Successfully Achieved, Secretary Fired. In the office of Tian Tian Entertainment Media, Shen Hangyue had just sat down when the door was pushed open. Li Qing walked in, her black suit making her exude a powerful aura. Even the sound of her high heels on the ground carried a sense of oppression. Shen Hangyue subconsciously stood up, her eyes sweeping over Li Qing. As expected of a top star, she was already stunning on camera, but even more attractive in person, with a more refined demeanor than any female executive she had ever met. She quickly extended her hand, softening her tone. President Li, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
I'm Shen Hangyue.
Li Qing squeezed her hand, but her gaze remained fixed on her, and she asked directly, what is your relationship with Yang Tian? When Yang Tian called in the morning to invite Shen Hangyue to discuss cooperation, she had already been feeling uneasy. Now, seeing how outstanding Shen Hangyue was, her unease became even more pronounced. None of the women around Yang Tian were simple.
I am the head of the Yang Group. After the company is established, I will be in charge of all daily operations. Shen Hangyue didn't beat around the bush. She knew this was not the time to talk about personal relationships. I'm here today to finalize the details of the cooperation between the Yang Group and Tian Tian Entertainment.
She was actually curious about the relationship between Li Qing and Yang Tian, but cooperation was the priority, so she didn't dare to ask. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, didn't ask any more questions, and changed the subject. Cooperation is negotiable, but I need to test you first. Yang's group is just starting out.
What if it doesn't match our publicity schedule? Do you have a contingency plan in case there are funding problems?
These questions are quite tricky. A novice might be completely baffled.
But Shen Hangyue was prepared.
She tapped the folder on the table with her fingertips and said confidently, we will send a dedicated person to the publicity and distribution center to keep up with your data every day and ensure that we do not delay the progress. As for funding, President Yang has already set aside several hundred million yuan in reserve funds, which can be used at any time and will definitely not cause any problems.
She answered quickly and accurately, even taking into account the details.
Li Qing paused for a moment, then her brows slowly relaxed. It seemed Yang Tian hadn't misjudged Shen Hangyue. She was truly capable, not someone who got her position through connections. She immediately nodded. Okay, I have no objections to the details of the collaboration, let's do it your way.
In truth, she knew perfectly well that Yang's group and Tian Tian Entertainment were both Yang Tian's businesses, and the cooperation was simply a matter of transferring assets from one hand to the other.
However, Shen Hangyue's professionalism still made her unable to help but acknowledge it.
Shen Hangyue breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you, President Li. On behalf of the Yang group, thank you for your support."
Of course. Li Qing picked up her phone and called Jiang Yueshu.
"Come over here for a bit. You'll be handling the cooperation with President Shun from now on."
A few minutes later, Jiang Yueshu walked in wearing a cheongsam.
As soon as she saw Shen Hangyue, she smiled and extended her hand. "President Shen, we'll be business partners from now on. Keep in touch."
She had already figured out that someone who could be valued so much by Li Qing must have an extraordinary background. Shen Hangyue exchanged WeChat contacts with her, said goodbye to Li Qing, and turned to leave the office. Clutching the cooperation agreement in her hand, she couldn't help but smile before, when she negotiated cooperation with her father, she had to beg and plead with people. Today, thanks to Yang Tian, even Li Qing was giving her so much face.
This feeling was just too good.
In the office, after Shen Hangyue left, Jiang Yueshu immediately locked the door and her expression turned serious. "Sister Qing, there's something I must tell you, but I haven't had the chance before." Li Qing was flipping through the publicity plan for the new movie when she looked up at her. "What's wrong?
Why are you so nervous?"
Jiang Yueshu quickly took out her phone, opened a recording, and said in a low voice, "Listen to this. It's a recording I made secretly in the break room last time." Lin Xiao was on the phone with someone. Lin Xiao's voice immediately came through the phone, sweet to the point of being cloying. "Brother Kuan, I got the screening schedule for Tian Tian Entertainment's new movie. As for the performance-based agreement, Li Qing hasn't noticed anything amiss yet. Don't worry, I'll keep you informed of everything the company is doing.
I guarantee there won't be any problems."
Li Qing's fingers clenched tightly, and her face instantly darkened. No wonder Lin Xiao kept whispering in her ear when they signed the betting agreement, saying, "With Wang Kuan's conglomerate backing you up, you're guaranteed to make a profit."
It turns out she was Wang Kuan's woman. And this too. Jiang Yueshu switched to another recording. "This is Lin Xiao talking to Wang Kuan about the betting agreement. Wang Kuan is the boss behind it all.
She has been sending messages to Wang Kuan. The movie is about to be released, and I'm worried something might happen." Li Qing took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and calmly said, "I understand. You can go now and call the HR manager and Lin Xiao over."
Jiang Yueshu nodded and quickly walked out.
Li Qing leaned back in her chair, increasingly terrified by the thought if it weren't for Yang Tian, all her hard work over the past few years would have been ruined by Lin Xiao and Wang Kuan.
She picked up her phone and sent Yang Tian a message. "The collaboration is finalized. Shen Hangyue is very professional.
Also, thank you for helping me back then, otherwise, I would have really been in deep trouble." After sending the message, she composed herself and waited for Lin Xiao to come over. A moment later, the office door opened, and Lin Xiao walked in, wearing high heels and a smile on her face. "Sister Qing, you called me? Are you going to fire someone? I've been saying for a while that the HR department needs to be properly managed." Before she could finish speaking, she saw the HR manager following behind her with a serious expression, and her heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Chapter 52. The school beauty became Sister Qing's secretary? In the office, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat when she saw Li Qing's cold face. "I thought I had guessed the boss's thoughts. He was definitely going to fire the bad apples in the company. After all, Tian Tian Entertainment Media is not what it used to be. Countless famous artists are scrambling to get in, even willing to pay exorbitant breach of contract fees, simply because the company is backed by Starry Sky Pictures. With new movies coming one after another, they have more resources than they can use."
Process Lin Xiao's resignation.
Li Qing's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin Xiao's mind buzzing. The HR manager next to him froze on the spot, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg.
Sister Qing, you're not joking, are you?"
Lin Xiao panicked, her voice trembling.
"What did I do wrong? I've been following you for the past few years, serving tea and water, handling documents. What haven't I done right?" Li Qing glanced at the clock on the wall.
Seeing that it was almost noon, she didn't want to waste any more words with her. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the table. "Do I have to spell out your little affair with Wang Kuan?"
Wang Kuan.
Upon hearing those two words, Lin Xiao fell silent instantly, her face turning deathly pale.
"Oh no, Sister Qing must know. Her secret plot with Wang Kuan has been discovered."
She had only one thought in her mind right now: she had to tell Wang Kuan the news as soon as possible. The HR manager snapped out of it and quickly pulled Lin Xiao, who was still in a daze, aside. Secretary Lin, let's go and get the handover done first. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Li Qing sighed softly. Actually, Lin Xiao was quite efficient in her work. If it were other minor mistakes, she might be lenient. But colluding with outsiders to harm the company? That has crossed her bottom line. It's really inconvenient not having a secretary. Li Qing tapped her fingers on the table, and suddenly a person popped into her mind. Pan Lei. Recently, rumors have been circulating in the company that this young woman, who hasn't even graduated yet, drives a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan, supposedly a gift from her wealthy boyfriend. College students, after all, haven't had much contact with society, their interpersonal relationships are simple, and they're unlikely to cause trouble like Lin Xiao. She's the one. Li Qing made up her mind and called Jiang Yueshu directly, asking her to call Pan Lei over. Meanwhile, Yang Tian frowned as soon as he hung up Pan Lei's call. Going to be Li Qing's secretary? He was a little surprised, and then a thought popped into his head. No way. Did Sister Qing find out about my relationship with Pan Lei? Although he could have easily let it go, and even if he was found out, he wasn't the kind of person who would abandon his goddess after winning her over. How could he let someone else touch the goddess he had already won over? Therefore, he deliberately avoided interacting with the goddesses he was pursuing, just to prevent misunderstandings and trouble at home. He was on tenterhooks when he asked Shen Hangyue to liaise with Li Qing's company, but thankfully Li Qing didn't notice anything amiss. But now, Li Qing has suddenly changed her secretary, and she just happened to choose Pan Lei. No, I have to find out. Yang Tian hated the feeling of losing control, so he immediately dialed Li Qing's number. The phone rang for a few seconds before connecting, and Li Qing's gentle voice came through the receiver. Yang Tian? Why are you calling all of a sudden? With just those words, Yang Tian felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He chatted casually with Li Qing for a few minutes to make sure she didn't mean anything by it, then laughed after hanging up. Hee, I guess I was overthinking it. We met in a private room at a Western restaurant. Pan Lei, holding a glass of red wine, said with gratitude, Sister Qing, thank you so much for thinking so highly of me. I will definitely do my best in this secretary position and live up to your expectations. This meal is on me, please don't be shy. As she spoke, she filled Li Qing's glass with red wine. Li Qing smiled and clinked glasses with her, took a sip and put the glass down, not forgetting to remind her, just do your job well, don't waste money like this in the future. I won't say anything to you this time, but don't let it happen again. She was actually a little surprised. Pan Lei had just started working and hadn't even received her salary yet. How dare she order a bottle of red wine worth 200,000 yuan? After hesitating for a moment, Li Qing still asked, I heard you recently got a boyfriend, and he's quite generous to you? At the mention of her boyfriend, Pan Lei's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Yes, Sister Qing. He's super handsome, and he's so sweet to me. How about I introduce you two sometime? You definitely know him. She was introduced to Tian Tian Entertainment by Yang Tian. Although Yang Tian didn't explicitly state his relationship with Li Qing, she always felt that the two should know each other. Moreover, the money for this meal was entirely covered by the million yuan savings card Yang Tian gave her. So many people would fight tooth and nail for this secretary position. To have won Li Qing's favor, she has to perform well, because she might even get acting opportunities in the future. The previous secretary, Lin Xiao, is a prime example, but unfortunately, Lin Xiao didn't cherish it. Li Qing shook her head, forget it, just cherish it yourself. Having gone through what happened with Lin Xiao and Wang Kuan, she is now particularly sensitive to things like introductions. It was Lin Xiao who introduced her to Wang Kuan, which almost ruined her company. What's more, she now has Yang Tian young, handsome, rich, and doting on her. She doesn't even look at other men and has no interest in getting to know them. Pan Lei didn't think much of it and asked curiously, by the way, Sister Qing, was the person who called you just now your boyfriend? She had heard Jiang Yueshu say that Li Qing's boyfriend was incredibly extravagant. Last time they went to the global shopping mall, he bought out all the women's watches, spending over 90 million yuan. Many of the company's artists received watches, and she had one too. However, she wasn't jealous. Her boyfriend was just as good, and he even gave her a privilege card for the global mall, which allowed her to spend 1 million yuan for free every month. She found out that there were only a few of these cards in Tianhai, and having one made her very prestigious. Li Qing nodded, not saying much more. Let's eat. Study hard as a secretary, you'll have plenty of opportunities to act in the future. She and Yang Tian were headed towards marriage. Yang Tian had even bought her a 900 million yuan luxury villa as their wedding home, which was currently being renovated according to her specifications. She wanted to wait until their wedding to announce their relationship and give everyone a surprise.
Thank you, Sister Cheng.
Pan Lei's eyes lit up, and she quickly clinked glasses with Li Qing again. The meal was a lively affair, and after it ended, Pan Lei took out her million-yuan savings card to pay the bill. At the cashier, Zhang Lei, the owner of the Western restaurant, came over to pick up his things. He looked up and immediately recognized Pan Lei and Li Qing, who was wearing sunglasses.
He quickly and warmly greeted them. Mr. Li, Miss Pan, what brings you here for dinner today?
He knew perfectly well Li Qing had the store's top-tier VIP card, the one he had given to Yang Tian last time. And he had long since realized that Li Qing was Yang Tian's woman. While Zhang Lei was calling out to the waiter, "Quickly give Mr. Li and Ms. Pan a 30% discount," he was inwardly admiring Yang Tian to the point of prostration.
It's only been a few days. Brother Tian has already won over another goddess.
The key is, these two goddesses can actually sit together and eat so harmoniously, it's simply amazing. He even wants to kneel down and beg Yang Tian to start teaching. Outside the Western restaurant, Pan Lai looked at the bill, her eyes crinkling with laughter. She wouldn't have been willing to order such expensive red wine if it weren't to thank Li Qing. Li Qing smiled at her and said, "We've been drinking, so don't drive.
It's not safe.
I'll get someone to drive the car back, and we can take a taxi back to the company."
Okay.
The two stood arm in arm by the roadside waiting for a car, the sunlight shining on them, looking exceptionally close. No one expected that the boyfriends they were thinking about were actually the same person.
Chapter 53 Yang Tian speeds up the progress. A few days later.
Since learning that the school beauty had become Sister Qing's secretary, Yang Tian felt a sense of urgency. To avoid trouble at home, he knew he had to win over Shen Hangyue quickly, so he invited her to lunch today.
As soon as lunchtime arrived, Yang Tian stepped on the gas and drove his sports car straight to the Sangyu Western restaurant. Shen Hangyue still has tens of millions of yuan left in her spending limit.
She can use this meal to repay a favor and spend the limit quickly. The sooner she spends it all, the sooner she can win over this aloof goddess.
As soon as they sat down in the private room, Yang Tian shoved the menu at Shen Hangyue. "Order whatever you want, don't be shy."
Shen Hangyue's eyes lit up, and she asked softly, "The red wine here is particularly good.
Can I order a bottle?"
"Order.
You absolutely have to order."
Yang Tian laughed, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
"You're my girlfriend now, what's a little bit of this?" "Ah. I understand."
When Yang Tian publicly revealed their relationship, Shen Hangyue's cheeks instantly turned red to her ears. She hurriedly picked out a few dishes, ordered a bottle of ordinary red wine, and quickly called the waiter in. But as soon as the waiter pushed open the door, Yang Tian suddenly pointed to the top line of the menu, a bottle of top-quality red wine costing 200,000 yuan, and casually said, "Open this bottle first, then pack 99 more bottles, swipe your card." As he spoke, he took out the card and handed it over.
The waitress's hands trembled. The moment she took the bank card, she suddenly realized, wasn't this the legendary tycoon who spends 20 million on a single meal?
She had envied her colleagues for being able to serve him, but now it was her turn. She could barely speak properly. Okay. Please wait a moment, I'll go report to General Manager Zhang right away." After saying that, she turned and ran, her high heels making a thump-thump sound on the floor.
The private room fell silent instantly. Shen Hangyue's eyes widened, and her voice trembled as she said, "Yang Tian, you spend money so extravagantly?"
"That depends on who you're with." Yang Tian leaned closer, his tone carrying a touch of roguish gentleness.
"Don't you like drinking this wine?
I'll buy a lot and keep it at your place.
That way, if you want a drink in the middle of the night, you'll think of me as soon as you see the wine. Wouldn't that be great?"
Upon hearing this, Shen Hangyue fell silent instantly. The men she had met before either stared at her face or made demands after giving her a few gifts. No one was like Yang Tian. He remembered her casually mentioned preferences and was willing to spend money on her without even mentioning any conditions. Her heart was pounding. Shen Hangyue secretly glanced at Yang Tian, and a thought suddenly popped into her head: having a boyfriend like this seems really nice. Before she could think further, the door to the private room opened again, and Zhang Lei, the general manager of the Western restaurant, walked in with a hunched back. He saw Shen Hangyue next to Yang Tian, paused for half a second, and quickly put on a smile. "Mr. Yang,
your presence is truly an honor to our humble establishment."
As he spoke, he handed over two cards with both hands. One was Yang Tian's card, and the other was a brand new debit card. "This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, it's nothing but a token of our respect."
Zhang Lei was already in awe of young Tian. It's only been a few days, and Mr. Yang has already changed goddesses again. And he's so generous about it, I have to make sure I act the part. Rich people really do change partners quickly. He dropped the card and left, shouting to the kitchen before he left, Mr. Yang's dishes will be made first. Other tables, please wait. Yang Tian picked up the new card and glanced at it. It was exactly the same as the one he had given him last time, and he knew without a doubt that it had a credit limit of 1 million. He handed the card directly to Shen Hangyue. Take this. If you want to eat at this restaurant in the future, just swipe this card. It has a credit limit of 1 million. Okay. Shen Hangyue took the card, feeling even warmer inside. Although her father, Shen Shiyun, had hundreds of millions in assets, he had always been stingy with her, unlike Yang Tian, who casually gave her a meal card worth 1 million. Soon, the dishes and red wine were all served. Yang Tian poured Shen Hangyue a small half-glass. Drink less. If you can't finish it, we can take it back. Anyway, there are still 99 unopened bottles. One more sip won't make a difference. He drove himself and didn't touch a drop of alcohol. After having eaten and drunk his fill, Yang Tian asked for Shen Hanyue's villa address and instructed the waiter, deliver those 99 bottles of red wine there. Remember the address and don't deliver it to the wrong address. As Yang Tian drove, he thought to himself, I'm already busy enough dealing with these goddesses like Li Qing, Pan Lei, and Shen Hangyue. It seems like it's time to learn time management, or I'll exhaust myself. Chapter 54 Sharing a bed but not touching. In front of a villa in Tianhai Villa District. Yang Tian stopped the car, staring wide-eyed at the detached villa in front of him. Holy crap! Your house is actually here? He hadn't paid attention when Shen Hangyue gave him the address before, but now it dawned on him, wasn't this the same villa area as Li Qing's? Just a dozen or so buildings apart, not too far, not too close. You've only lived in this villa a few times since you bought it? Yang Tian poked at the dust on the sofa, somewhat speechless. Shen Hangyue blushed slightly and said softly, I'm scared living alone, so I haven't come over. Anyway, I'm not staying here, so cleaning would be such a waste. An hour later, the villa finally brightened up. Yang Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead and neatly arranged the 99 bottles of red wine from the Western restaurant in the wine cabinet, even mopping the floor until it shone. Phew! I'm exhausted. He slumped onto the sofa, his back soaked with sweat. Shen Hangyue looked at the clean room, bewildered. I don't live here, why did you clean it so thoroughly? Yang Tian suddenly sat up, pulled her into his arms, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Aren't you afraid of the dark? I'm not afraid at all, we'll live together from now on, it'll be cleaner and more comfortable. Before Shen Hangyue could react, Yang Tian lowered his head and kissed her. The faint scent of her perfume lingered around his nose, and in a moment of passion, his hand unconsciously moved downwards, wanting to remove her last barrier. Wah? Shen Hangyue suddenly burst into tears, her small hands pressing against his chest, but she didn't have the strength to push him away. Yang Tian instantly snapped out of his daze, quickly stopped, hurriedly straightened her clothes, and wiped away her tears with his fingertips. I'm so sorry, I was too hasty. I'm not ready yet. Shen Hangyue sobbed, her eyes red-rimmed. Could you give me some time? Yes. Of course. Yang Tian pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back, inwardly scolding himself, I was indeed a bit too hasty. Shen Hangyue leaned against him, listening to his strong heartbeat, and suddenly whispered, Then stay here tonight from now on. Except for that, everything else is up to you. After saying that, her ears turned so red they looked like they could bleed. In the past, she would never have said such a thing, even if it meant death. Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and he grinned mischievously, Okay. As long as I can live with you, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. That evening, Shen Hangyue took her newly purchased car for a test drive. Yang Tian took the opportunity to call Li Qing, inquire about the cooperation, and exchange pleasantries. Just after hanging up with Li Qing, Pan Lei called again, asking him to dinner. Yang Tian declined without hesitation. This was a crucial time to win over Shen Hangyue, and he couldn't afford to mess things up. Having too many women is a hassle. He sighed, leaning back on the sofa, but secretly felt a little smug. He read online that some people could date dozens of women at the same time without disturbing each other. He only had 3 and he was already a bit overwhelmed, but once he learned time management, he could manage it eventually. The sound of a sports car engine came from outside the door, and Yang Tian quickly got up to greet him. You bought so much stuff? I should have gone with you.
I only remembered on the way here that I'll be living here from now on, so I need to buy some daily necessities.
Shin Hangyue carried 2 large bags of things and helped him put the items into the refrigerator.
After tidying up, young Tian pulled her to sit on the sofa and said with a smile, "Are you really sure you want to be a manager?
That's very tiring. If it doesn't work out, you can always take a sinecure." "What are you laughing at?"
Shin Hangyue pouted, pinched him, and threatened him playfully, "Anyway, I don't care, you have to make me the general manager. Otherwise I'll never let you touch me for the rest of my life." Upon hearing this, young Tian immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay. The general manager position is yours.
I absolutely support you. Are you kidding me? You won't let him touch it? Wouldn't he be at a huge loss? Come on, it's time to sleep.
Yang Tian pulled Shin Hangyue towards the bedroom, and was stunned as soon as they entered the door. The bed was covered with cartoon bear sheets, and the quilt was printed with little rabbits.
You like cartoons?
Yang Tian scratched his head awkwardly, never expecting that the aloof goddess had such a childish side. Shin Hangyue blushed and pushed him away. "You go to sleep first, I'm going to take a shower, don't wait for me." She was actually a little panicked. She used to be afraid of the dark when she slept alone, and now that she was sleeping with young Tian, she felt a little uncomfortable, so she could only make excuses to hide for a while. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Young Tian stared at the alluring figure behind the frosted glass and swallowed hard. He was getting impatient, but some things can't be rushed. Anyway, he was only one step away from winning her over, so there was no point in being hasty. When Shin Hangyue came out after taking a shower, young Tian was already asleep leaning against the headboard, breathing evenly. Shin Hangyue quietly walked to the bedside, looking at his handsome sleeping face, and couldn't help but smile. Actually, she was testing Yang Tian just now. If he took advantage of her while she was showering, even if she agreed to be his girlfriend, she would never talk to him again.
Fortunately, he didn't disappoint her.
Shin Hangyue leaned in gently and kissed his forehead, whispering, "Young Tian, you seem to be someone I can really entrust my life to." After saying that, she lay down beside him, a sweet smile on her face, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 55: The Construction Workers' Sneak Attack, Learning of Wang Kuen's Assassination Attempt. Meanwhile, after threatening Wang Kuen, Ghost Han rented a house near Li Qing's villa and kept watch over the villa's gate day and night. However, for several days in a row, he didn't even see a trace of young Tian.
Such a nice villa, and nobody comes to stay at night?
Ghost Han stomped his cigarette butt on the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. Little did he know, young Tian had many stays. Pan Lai's apartment, Shin Hangyue's villa, he rotated between them, and wasn't staying anywhere fixed. After several more days of waiting, Ghost Han was at his wit's end. Staring at the renovation notice posted outside the villa, he suddenly had an idea.
That day, on the rooftop of a nearby residential building, Ghost Han looked at the cigarette butt scattered on the ground and his eyes lit up. The villa needs renovation?
Perfect, I can sneak in and work as a construction worker. He pulled out his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard, and in no time he had edited the employee information for a renovation company.
Done. I can stake him out tomorrow.
The 2 days he spent infiltrating the renovation team turned out to be the most frustrating days of his life. He was worth hundreds of millions, yet he was doing work for a few hundred yuan a day, constantly being yelled at by the renovation manager, and having several hundred yuan deducted from his wages. If he weren't afraid of revealing his identity, he would have picked up the manager and thrown him out long ago.
What are you daydreaming about?
I'll deduct another 50 from your salary today. Get to work. The manager yelled at him again, but Ghost Han didn't say a word, a hint of disdain on his lips. This kind of honest guy is better off being bullied. But as soon as he turned around, a cold glint flashed in Ghost Han's eyes. Only when he heard the person in charge say, "The employer is coming to inspect the progress," did Ghost Han suppress his anger and swing the hammer even harder. The opportunity had finally arrived. The surrounding construction workers were also on high alert. After all, the owner of this villa was very generous, and if they were found to have any faults and lost their jobs, it would be a huge loss. A moment later, a Lamborghini came to a smooth stop in front of the villa. Yang Tian got out of the car, looked at the uneven, pitted soil in the garden, and frowned. Does the garden also need to be redesigned?
Li Qing, who got out of the passenger seat, was a little uneasy. Yeah, I didn't tell you beforehand. You're not angry, are you? Whatever makes you happy.
Yang Tian had just finished speaking when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a construction worker walking quickly toward him, his movements suspicious. Having received physical enhancements from the system, his strength was already comparable to that of a special forces soldier, and he immediately tensed up.
What are you doing? Come back.
The renovation manager shouted anxiously when he saw someone daring to approach the employer. But Ghost Hand wouldn't stop. He didn't pause. Instead, the moment he got close to Young Tian, he suddenly swung the wrench in his hand and smashed it towards Young Tian's shoulder. He wanted to subdue Young Tian first, and then demonstrate his worth.
But the wrench didn't even touch Young Tian's clothes.
Young Tian dodged to the side, grabbed Ghost Hand's wrist with his other hand, and with a little force, there was a soft crack sound. Ghost Hand's face turned white with pain, and the wrench fell to the ground with a clatter.
Xing, go to the villa and wait for me. Yang Tian's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority.
Li Qing's heart had been pounding in her chest just now. Seeing that Yang Tian was all right, she quickly nodded and walked towards the villa, not forgetting to turn back and remind him, "Be careful." Yang Tian pulled Ghost Hand to a secluded corner, and the moment he released him, he stepped on Ghost Hand's ankle, coldly saying, "Speak, what are you trying to do, sneaking in disguised as a construction worker?" Ghost Hand was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat, but his heart was filled with shock. He never expected that Young Tian, who looked so refined, would be so ruthless.
How did you know I was faking it?"
Ghost Hand gritted his teeth, still trying to struggle.
"With skills like yours, you think you're a repairman?"
"If it weren't for the system's bonuses, you'd have been beaten to a pulp long ago," Young Tian thought to himself.
"Stop talking nonsense,"
Young Tian Foam said casually while increasing the pressure on his feet.
"If you don't talk, I don't mind breaking a few more bones for you."
Ghost Hand panicked completely and hurriedly shouted, "I'll talk.
I'll talk. I'm here to cooperate with you. Someone wanted to kill you and came to me, but I didn't agree and even swindled him out of 50 million.
He quickly pulled out the lie he had prepared beforehand, making no mention of the assassination mission he had taken on. If he did, he probably wouldn't be leaving here alive today.
Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Someone wants to kill me? Who?"
He racked his brains, but he couldn't recall offending any ruthless people.
"It's Wang Kuan."
Ghost Hand quickly pulled out his phone and pulled up the transfer records, clearly showing that Wang Kuan had transferred nearly 100 million to him in 2 installments. "Last time, Wang Kuan asked me to kill you, and I pretended to agree and accepted 50 million, but then I refused. Later, he hired 2 more assassins, but those 2 were beaten down by you as soon as they got near the villa entrance, and then they were captured. I happened to record a video, so I used it to blackmail Wang Kuan and demanded another 50 million in hush money." Ghost Hand kept a close eye on Young Tian's expression. Seeing that he didn't suspect anything, he quickly added, "I genuinely want to cooperate with you. If there's anything you can't do yourself in the future, I can help you solve it." His words were half true and half false. Half he wanted to curry favor with Young Tian, and the other half he was genuinely curious why were his 2 brothers so stupid as to not use guns and instead engage in hand-to-hand combat, which they hadn't even fought yet. Young Tian looked at Ghost Hand's ordinary face, so plain he'd blend into a crowd, and sneered inwardly. This Ghost Hand certainly knew how to be opportunistic. Knowing he couldn't win, he tried to curry favor. But Wang Kuan's matter needed to be settled properly. "We'll talk about cooperation later."
Yang Tian withdrew his foot. "Don't mention today's events to anyone.
If I hear even a whisper of it, you know the consequences." Ghost Hand nodded quickly, rubbing his aching ankle, and scrambled away. He now understood that Young Tian was not someone he could mess with, and he was lucky to even get out of there alive.
Chapter 56, Turning Around a Billion.
In Tianhai, within the Villa District, a month or 2 had passed since the attack. Young Tian had spent these months juggling 3 women, mostly with Shen Haingyue, occasionally helping Sister Qing with afternoon tea, and sometimes playing games at the school beauty's house. He was having a great time. If it weren't for the system's enhancements and his super kidneys, he probably would have become a cripple. He barely managed to get by. However, the effects were immediate. His relationship with Shen Haingyue had gradually warmed up. They were just 1 step away from becoming a couple. The 4 dishes and soup on the table were still steaming hot. Young Tian ate his rice as fast as the wind, not even letting go of the last bowl of rice that Shen Haingyue had just brought over. Although the dishes were not as exquisite as those in a 5-star hotel, they were made by Shen Haingyue herself, and every bite was fragrant. He ate the whole plate clean, leaving not a single grain of rice.
"Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Shen Haingyue walked over, wiping her hands.
Seeing a grain of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth, she couldn't help but reach out and wipe it off for him. She then picked up some vegetables and put them in his bowl, her voice soft and gentle. Young Tian chewed his rice and looked up, his eyes shining brightly. "What you made is 100 times better than Michelin-starred restaurants. By the way,
Haingyue, come shopping with me after dinner. Just tell me what you want."
He still had something on his mind. Shen Hangyue still had tens of millions of yuan in spending credit, and it would be a waste if she didn't spend it. But Shen Hangyue shook her head, her tone nonchalant. I don't want it. My dad manages the global shopping mall, so I've never lacked luxury goods since I was a child.
Holy crap! Yang Tian almost spat out the food in his mouth. Wasn't that a bit too Versailles? People who grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths or different luxury goods are like cabbages to them. However, he also noticed that when Shen Hangyue fed him vegetables at noon, the resistance in her eyes had disappeared, and their relationship had clearly grown closer. But he still felt uneasy until he used up his credit limit, not to mention that he hated owing favors the most. He had already given the 1 million monthly privilege card that Shin Chiyun had given him to the school beauty, Pan Lei. I'll take Shen Hangyue shopping today, which will not only repay all the favors I've done, but also allow me to use up my credit limit. It's a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Yang Tian grabbed Shen Hangyue's hand and walked out. Listen to me. Besides, the Yang Group is about to be established. Even if you don't want it, you can buy some bags as employee benefits. New employees will definitely respect you and work harder in the future. That's right. Shen Hangyue's eyes lit up, and an image of herself standing in the company, surrounded by a group of employees calling her President Shen, flashed through her mind. She immediately nodded. Okay, whatever you say. Yang Tian chuckled and shoved her into the blue Lamborghini. With a roar of the engine, the sports car shot off like a streak of blue light. Passers-by gasped in amazement. Who's that? A Lamborghini Aventador. So cool. Half an hour later, at the global shopping mall. Yang Tian didn't take Shen Hangyue to any other stores. They went straight to the luxury handbag flagship store they had visited before. Just as they arrived at the entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Mr. Yang. You finally arrived. It was store manager Wang Tu. He had already received news that the tycoon Yang Tian was coming, so how could he dare to be negligent? As soon as he ran out, he caught sight of Shen Hangyue next to Yang Tian, and his eyes widened instantly. Isn't this President Shen Chiyun's biological daughter? Wang Tu immediately understood. President Shen's move was brilliant. To attract a tycoon to spend money long-term, he even brought in his own daughter as a foil. No wonder Mr. Yang was so accommodating. If he had a daughter, he would have to learn from her. Yang Tian ignored his ulterior motives, took out his bank card and handed it over, speaking as casually as if he were buying cabbage. Ladies' handbag, take the one with the limit on the card, no discount needed, hurry up. Wang Tui's hands trembled violently. His knuckles turned white as he took the bank card. He hurriedly shouted behind him, quick! Get out all the best bags in the store. Make a list. Pack them up for Mr. Yang. The saleswomen's eyes widened in disbelief. They stopped what they were doing and scrambled to move the bags. This was a deal worth tens of millions. They had never seen such a wealthy client in their lives. After arranging the packing, Wang Tui bowed and invited the two to the VIP room. Mr. Yang, Ms. Shen, please go to the VIP room and rest. I'll brew you the best Longjing tea. There were only the two of them in the VIP room. Yang Tian pulled Shen Hangyue over and made her sit on his lap. Shen Hangyue didn't notice his little gesture. Instead, she frowned and said, Brother Tian, don't waste money like this. The Yang Group is about to be established. Buying office supplies, hiring people, paying salaries, all of these cost money. It's a huge sum. She had wanted to say it for a while, but there were too many people outside, and she was afraid of embarrassing him. Yang Tian slapped his forehead. Hey, I almost forgot about that. Give me a bank card number. Why do you need my bank card number? Shen Hangyue asked curiously, but still sent the number over. She thought Yang Tian was just transferring a few million for short-term purposes. But just a few seconds later, a text message notification rang. Shen Hangyue picked up her phone and her pupils dilated instantly. She almost dropped the phone. 10 billion? Yang Tian, are you crazy? Why are you transferring so much money to me? In all her life, the most money she had ever seen was tens of millions. She couldn't even imagine a billion. Yang Tian held her hand, his tone casual. Calm down, calm down. This money isn't for you, it's for the Yang Group. From now on, you'll be in charge of the company. You can spend it as you see fit. I'll be a hands-off manager. Shen Hanyue's nose tingled, and she suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. The warm touch startled Yang Tian, who saw her ears turn a deep red, her voice barely audible. Brother Tian, I'm ready. Let's go. Home. Yang Tian didn't even care about waiting for the bag. He grabbed Shen Hangyue and rushed out,
throwing down a sentence as he passed Wang Tui. Swipe the card first, send the bag to this address. Wang Tui was still holding the card reader.
Watching the two people hurrying away, he thought to himself, a tycoon is a tycoon. Spending tens of millions is like playing around. What are they rushing to do?
Inside the sports car, Shen Hangyue leaned against the passenger seat, her face still flushed, while Yang Tian's hands gripping the steering wheel were all smiles. He'd used up his credit limit, repaid his favors, and even nearly won over the goddess. This was life.
Chapter 57, Winning over the Goddess receives a loyalty pill as a reward. Tianhai, Villa area. As soon as the Lamborghini came to a stop, Yang Tian pulled Shen Hangyue into the villa. His hand had just touched the neckline of her silk slip dress when Shen Hangyue gently pushed it away. Brother Tian, wait a minute, don't rush. Shen Hangyue's face was so red it could bleed. She quickly kissed him on the cheek, then turned and ran to the wine rack. The rack was full of the wines Yang Tian had bought for her before. Only one of the 100 bottles had been opened, and the rest were neatly stacked, exuding extravagance. Her hands trembled as she took out a bottle, poured 2 glasses, and handed them over, her voice as soft as cotton. To celebrate the establishment of the Yang Group, shall we have a toast? Actually, she was nervous and wanted to drink some alcohol to boost her courage. Cheers! Yang Tian took the wineglass, clinked it against hers with a bang, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The rich aroma of the red wine had barely entered his throat when he stared at Shen Hangyue. This woman looks absolutely stunning in that wine-red halter dress. The neckline was low, revealing her delicate collarbones, and the hem of the dress just reached her upper thighs, her white legs making one dizzy. After a few drinks, Shen Hangyue was completely drunk. Her cheeks were flushed with an alluring blush, her eyes were watery, and her eyelashes fluttered. Her gaze towards Yang Tian was alluring. Brother Tian, the way you drink is so captivating. Yang Tian couldn't hold back any longer. He got up and pulled her into his arms, his hand sliding down her back as he breathed into her ear. Baby, tonight I'll show you what true comfort is. Shen Hangyue's heart pounded, her neck flushed red, and she gripped Yang Tian's arm tightly, nestled obediently in his embrace, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Tian, slower. I'm scared. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yang Tian's kiss landed on her lips. At first it was gentle, but then he pried open her mouth and kissed her fiercely and intensely, the taste of red wine in his mouth. Shen Hangyue went limp and let him carry her to the bedroom. A few hours later, Yang Tian sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. The scent of Shen Hangyue still lingered on his hands. The feeling of conquering the aloof goddess was even better than spending hundreds of millions. Give out the rewards, he shouted in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over the goddess Shen Hangyue. Reward, Loyalty Pill X1, permanent increase in spending rebate by 5%, current rebate 25%. Loyalty Pill, after taking it, you will be 100% obedient to the host's commands and will never betray them. Note, it cannot be used on the host or women. A pearl-sized yellow pill appeared in Yang Tian's hand with a whoosh, and his heart pounded. This thing is amazing. From now on, if he wants someone to obey, he can just feed them a pill? He quickly stuffed the pill into his wallet, thinking to himself, if only I had this when I encountered that assassin, I could have just fed it to him and used it as a black glove. With a 25% rebate now, spending 100 million would net him 25 million back, a huge profit. He'd already set his sights on his next target, the celebrity Jiang Yueshu. She has a spending limit of 100 million. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Shen Hangyue, wrapped in a white bath towel, her hair dripping wet, her face still flushed, shrank back upon seeing Yang Tian, pulling the towel tighter. Brother Tian, please don't come, my body still aches. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Yang Tian felt his anger rise again, but he suppressed it, walked over and pulled her to sit on the sofa, kissed her forehead and said, I have to go out and take care of something. We'll talk when I get back tonight. Watching Yang Tian's departing figure, Shen Hangyue breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little panic. She definitely couldn't avoid it that night. She took out her phone, her fingers trembling as she searched for things to be aware of in a relationship, and when she saw the description of men's duration, her face flushed red again. Her boyfriend Yang Tian was too amazing. Just then, the phone rang. It was his father, Shen Shiyun, calling. Shen Hangyue took a deep breath and answered, Dad, what's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Shen Shiyun's voice was a little urgent. Hangyue, are you with Yang Tian? Manager Wang from Global Shopping Mall just called me and said that Yang Tian spent tens of millions to buy you a bag at his store. Come over now, I have something to ask you. Question mark. After hanging up the phone, Shen Hangyue reluctantly drove the car that Yang Tian had bought for her and left the villa. Chapter 58, Wang Kuen's phone call? A trap? When young Tian returned after finishing his business, he found the house empty. Ah, you're not coming back tonight? Yang Tian hung up on Shen Hangyue's call, his fingers gripping the phone in a daze. He had just won over the aloof goddess and was planning to spend the evening in sweet intimacy, but she had something come up and couldn't come, leaving him feeling empty, and that sense of loss lingered for a long time. The next morning, my phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed Wang Kuan. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, his eyes instantly turning cold. This bastard, he hired someone to assassinate me last time, and now he dares to call me? After hesitating for 2 seconds, he answered the phone. He wanted to see what tricks this bastard was up to. Mr. Yang, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. I have an important matter to ask of you. On the other end of the phone, Wang Kuan's voice was so obsequious it was practically dripping with sycophancy, making no mention of the previous assassination attempt. If Yang Tian hadn't already known from Ghost Hand about Wang Kuan hiring someone to kill him, he probably would have been fooled by this tone. Yang Tian rested his chin on his hand and tapped the table with his fingers. You need something from me? Okay, send me your address. He wasn't worried about safety at all after receiving the system's reward. He was basically immune to firearms and his physical abilities were comparable to those of a special forces soldier. Killing Wang Kuan would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, Wang Kuan was a well-known figure in the circle, and killing him would easily cause trouble, so he would leave him for the time being. Just as he hung up the phone with Wang Kuan, another message popped up. It was from Wang Haoyu. Young Master Yang, I was the one who introduced Wang Kuan to that matter. I know you might not give me face, so I specially sent the Zhou Ruerui and Zhou Ruerui sisters from our live streaming company to your villa. They're already waiting there. Consider it my apology. Would you do me the honor of going? Yang Tian glanced at the message and frowned immediately. He did like beautiful women, but these kinds of offers always felt like they were calculated, especially since he wasn't lacking in fun right now. He replied directly, there's no need for this. If you want to see me to talk business, just say so. Send them back. Don't waste my time. After sending the message, Yang Tian leaned back on the sofa and pondered, did Wang Haoyu think that sending 2 live streamers would make him give in? I'll take this dinner to see what tricks Wang Kuan and Wang Haoyu are up to. Evening, West Garden Villa District. This place is full of powerful and influential people. At the entrance of the villa, Wang Kuan was pacing anxiously when he saw a black Bentley drive up. He immediately went to greet it. Brother Haoyu, you're finally here. As for Mr. Yang, did he take those twin sisters? Wang Haoyu got out of the car, his face a little stiff. No, young Master Yang said that we should just talk business and not do these fancy things. I've already let them go. He paused, then patted Wang Kuan's shoulder, but young Master Yang did agree to come to dinner. Be careful what you say later, and don't upset him again. Wang Kuan's heart tightened, and he quickly nodded and bowed. I know. Brother Haoyu, last time I took the initiative to refuse your Wanda's 300 million loan, this time you have to help me. With that betting agreement with Tian Entertainment, if the new movie is released, I'll have to pay 800 million. Please talk to young Master Yang and ask them to cancel the agreement. I'm willing to pay 700 million immediately. Wang Haoyu sighed, I'll try my best. You know Yang Xiao's temper, he's not one to be swayed by either soft or hard tactics. The two had barely sat down for 2 minutes when the roar of an engine came from outside the door. A blue Lamborghini came to a steady stop at the door, and Yang Tian got out of the car. Wang Kuan jumped up as if he'd been burned, and rushed over with a smile plastered on his face. Mr. Yang, you finally arrived. Please come in. Yang Tian ignored him and walked straight in. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Haoyu on the sofa and raised an eyebrow. Wang Haoyu, I told you not to do those useless things, and you actually listened to me. Wang Haoyu quickly stood up, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Yes, young Master Yang is right. I didn't think things through. I definitely won't do these kinds of things again. Yang Tian didn't dwell on the matter and sat down on the sofa. Wang Kuan, what do you want from me? Just say it directly, don't keep dawdling about it during dinner. Wang Kuan was about to speak when Wang Haoyu gave him a wink. After all, they hadn't eaten yet, and getting straight to the point might be too abrupt. Wang Haoyu quickly smoothed things over. Young Master Yang, the food is ready. Let's eat first and talk while we eat. It's not comfortable to discuss business on an empty stomach, is it? Yang Tian glanced at his watch and realized he was indeed a little hungry, so he didn't object. Okay, let's eat first. Inside the private room, the table was laden with delicacies. Abalone, lobster, and king crab were laid out in a circle, looking quite expensive. Yang Tian didn't stand on ceremony and started eating as soon as he picked up his chopsticks.
Wang Kuan offered to pour him some wine, but he waved his hand and refused, saying, "I drove here, I don't drink. You can talk during the meal, don't waste time afterward." Wang Kuan nodded quickly and cautiously began, "Mr. Yang, you have a good relationship with Ms. Li Qing of Tian Tian Entertainment, so you must know about this. I signed a betting agreement with them. If my new movie is released, I'll have to pay 800 million. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Could you speak to Ms. Li Qing and ask them to cancel the agreement? I'll pay 700 million right now, not a penny less." Yang Tian paused, picking up food with his chopsticks. He looked up at Wang Kuan, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Do you think this is possible? The agreement states 800 million, and now you're making Li Qing earn 100 million less? Do you think I'm shameless, or do you think Li Qing is stupid?" He had already asked Li Qing about the betting agreement. Wang Kuan was supposed to pay 800 million, and now he wanted to pay 100 million less, which was simply wishful thinking. Wang Kuan's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly gave Wang Haoyu a meaningful look. Wang Haoyu could no longer pretend not to see it. He put down his chopsticks, looked at Yang Tian, and said, "Young Master Yang, please don't be angry. Let me tell you something fair. The 800 million is to be paid in installments, and it will take 3 years for the full amount to arrive. But Wang Kuan's 700 million can be transferred to Tian Tian Entertainment right now, not a penny less. Think about it, if President Li Qing gets the cash, she can immediately start working on the company. Isn't that better than waiting 3 years?" Chapter 59. Two people with their own thoughts. Wang Haoyu swallowed hard, his tone softening even more. "Young Master Yang, I'm begging you. Please do me a favor for my sake." He was filled with regret. Wang Kuan had voluntarily waived Wanda's 300 million yuan loan on one condition: help him act as an intermediary to talk to him. At the time, he thought he had gotten a great deal, but now he realized that being an intermediary was a hot potato. He was caught in the middle, torn between the two sides. "Explain yourself first. Why do you insist on me doing this favor?" Yang Tian looked at him with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Wang Haoyu quickly explained everything. Wang Kuan waived 300 million yuan of our Wanda loan before, and at that time he agreed that I would act as his middleman. Young Master Yang, I had no choice. And I really think this is not a loss for Li Qing, and all the other 800 million yuan was to be paid in installments over 3 years, and the money would depreciate after 3 years, but Wang Kuan's 700 million yuan is transferred now, not a penny less. With cash in hand, whether President Li Qing is working to improve the company or investing in new projects, it's much better than waiting 3 years. These words struck a nerve with Yang Tian. He already had a plan in mind. 3 years was too long, and things could change quickly, plus he had no intention of letting Wang Kuan live that long. Installments? What if he died by then? Who would he get the money from? However, Yang Tian still patted Wang Haoyu on the shoulder as if to make a show of it, and said simply, "Okay, I'll make a call and ask Li Qing. After all, this is her agreement with Wang Kuan, and I can't make the decision for her." He dialed Li Qing's number in front of Wang Haoyu and put it on speakerphone. "Li Qing, Wang Kuan wants to talk to you about the betting agreement. He said the 800 million is to be paid in installments over 3 years, but now he's willing to pay 700 million in full. What do you think?" Li Qing's voice on the other end of the phone was decisive. "Brother Tian, if you think it's okay, then it's okay. Cash is definitely more reliable than installments. I'll listen to you." Yang Tian hung up the phone and looked at Wang Haoyu. "Okay, I'll give you face, I agree to this. Thank you so much, young Master Yang. Thank you so much, young Master Yang." Wang Haoyu was so excited he almost bowed, thinking to himself, Yang Tian's generosity. Giving away 100 million so easily, no wonder he's from the mysterious conglomerate. Then I won't go in. Next time, I'll treat you to a good drink. Before leaving, Wang Haoyu leaned close to Yang Tian's ear and whispered, "Young Master Yang, those twin sisters are still waiting for your call. There are quite a few people in Tianhai keeping an eye on them. If you're interested, you'd better hurry." "Understood." Yang Tian nodded, his suspicions about Wang Haoyu completely gone. Judging from his expression, he definitely didn't know about Wang Kuan's assassination attempt on him. Back in the private room, Wang Kuan saw that only Yang Tian had entered, and his face instantly turned pale. "Mr. Yang, this negotiation has broken down? If it's difficult, then we can stick to the original agreement." "No need." Yang Tian interrupted him and sent over Li Qing's private bank account information. "I agree. The full amount of 700 million will be deposited into the account. I will sign on Li Qing's behalf." "Really?"
Wang Kuan was stunned for 3 seconds.
After realizing what was happening, his voice trembled with excitement. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the conglomerate behind him. Quick!
Transfer 700 million to this account. Immediately.
Yang Tian was sitting in a chair drinking tea when Li Qing called, "Young Master Yang, the money has arrived."
700 million, not a penny less. It's good that you've arrived.
Here, take it.
Yang Tian said casually.
Li Qing offered to share half of the money with him, but he refused outright. "This is your money."
I don't need it.
He had acquired the Goddess system and received a 25% rebate on his purchases, so he didn't care about the small amount of money.
Upon receiving the money, Wang Kuan immediately ran out to draft the contract.
A few minutes later, he returned with the contract signed by himself. "Mr. Yang, you can sign it." Yang Tian glanced at the contract, found nothing wrong, signed his name, and stood up. "The matter is done, I'm leaving."
Take care, Mr. Yang. I'll treat you to dinner again next time. Wang Kuan saw Yang Tian off with a big smile.
But as soon as the blue Lamborghini disappeared at the intersection, his smile vanished and his eyes were filled with murderous intent.
He wasn't trying to save 100 million. He was deliberately feigning weakness to appease Yang Tian.
The more I investigated Yang Tian these past few days, the more alarmed I became. Yang Tian not only spends money like water, but women keep coming and going.
If I don't appease him first, how can I plan to bring him to his doom?
Yang Tian, you're the first person to make me suffer such a huge loss. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth and dialed his lover Lin Zhao's number. "Get ready, I'm going to meet someone with you this time. Yang Tian must die."
Chapter 60, Binding twin sisters as streamers. Half a month had passed since Wang Kuan invited Yang Tian to a banquet.
Yang Tian suddenly remembered that his soon-to-be established group didn't have a good office space, so he had to contact Wang Haoyu for help.
The Tianhai commercial district is filled with towering buildings and bustling traffic.
This is a paradise for capital, and a place where entrepreneurs are scrambling to get in. Yang Tian is standing on the rooftop of a brand new office building, holding onto the railing and looking down, his eyes full of satisfaction. This 30-story new building, just finished being renovated and not yet open for rent, will soon be the headquarters of his Yang group.
100 million a year, it's fucking worth it.
He strolled from the first floor to the top floor. The marble floors were so shiny they reflected his image, and the office layout on each floor could be adjusted as needed. It was even better than he had expected. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Haoyu's number directly. The acquisition of this building was entirely thanks to Wang Haoyu's connections. After all, Starry Sky's core industry was real estate, and Wang Haoyu had strong connections in this circle. "Haoyu, I've reserved this building. It'll be 100 million a year, just like we agreed before." Yang Tian's tone was decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Wang Haoyu laughed on the other end of the phone. "Brother Tian, you're efficient. I've already spoken to Shinkong. You can just transfer the money to their public account, and I'll keep an eye on the paperwork for you. By the way, should I tell them to waive the fee for a year? If you're willing to waive it, then don't." Yang Tian refused directly. Free things are the most expensive. I, Yang Tian, am not short of 100 million. What is owed must be given. After hanging up the phone, he immediately transferred 100 million to the Starry Sky account. However, he knew perfectly well that Wang Haoyu was genuinely giving him face. He had asked the property management while browsing the buildings earlier, and the annual rent for one floor of an office building in this area was at least 8-9 million yuan, so 30 floors would be 200-300 million yuan. Wang Haoyu was only asking him to pay 100 million yuan, which was equivalent to paying him to rent it out. It's a debt of gratitude. Yang Tian stroked his chin, took out his phone and called Wang Haoyu again. "Haoyu, thanks, I'll remember this favor." "Don't be so polite with me," Wang Haoyu said nonchalantly. "Once your Yang group is established, there will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future." After hanging up the phone, Yang Tian arranged the handover of the office building. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to go to Tian Entertainment to keep Li Qing company and also scan the QR code to link with Jiang Yueshu. After all, conquering another goddess meant more rebates and rewards. But as soon as he parked his car downstairs at Tian Entertainment building and silently chanted "scan for nearby goddesses," the system notification exploded. Ding! There are 3 goddesses within 10 kilometers of the host, celebrities Jiang Yueshu, Zhou Ruerue, and Zhou Ruerue. Ding! Zhou Ruerue and Zhou Ruerue are special cases. You need to win over both of them to succeed. Ding! Locking can be removed, but the host's bank account balance will be cleared. It will automatically unlock after the conquest is successful, and you can lock onto other goddesses. Yang Tian was completely dumbfounded. He thought there was only one Jiang Yueshu at most. Where did the three come from?
And Zhou Ruwerue and Zhou Ruwerue, aren't they the twin sisters that Wang Haoyu gave to his family last time?
Thinking of this, Yang Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Conquering one person is nothing compared to conquering two. Jiang Yueshu immediately lost her appeal. He didn't even check his spending limit and directly shouted, "Find Zhou Ruwerue."
Ding! Goddess Zhou Ruwerue has been successfully targeted.
Due to the special nature of the target, the spending limit has been tripled, and a 300 million yuan exclusive spending card has been issued.
Ding! This item can only be used for purchases related to the goddess. The system will cover the entire cost. Ding!
Successfully winning over both Zhou Ruwerue and Zhou Ruwerue will permanently increase your spending rebate by 10%, plus other special rewards.
The more goddesses you win over, the higher your rebate. Yang Tian suppressed his excitement and quickly checked Zhou Ruwerue's information. Goddess, Zhou Ruwerue. Occupation, live streamer on Shinkong Live platform. Hobby, making money. Type, petite and delicate. Private number, 1xxxxxx updated in real time. Location, Starry Sky Live Company. Residential address, Starry Sky Live Company. Starry Sky Live?
Yang Tian stroked his chin and smiled. A quick way to spend 300 million. Send gifts to the streamers. These two are streamers on Wang Haoyu's platform.
He sends gifts, the two sisters earn, Wang Haoyu earns, he gets a rebate, and he can even win a reward if he succeeds in winning them over a 4-in-1 deal. He repays favors and spends his credit limit at the same time. It's perfect. He immediately took out his phone to download the Starry Sky Live app, but the passenger door clicked open and a figure smelling of perfume sat down. It was Li Qing. You were waiting for me here?
Li Qing looked at Yang Tian's dazzlingly handsome face, smiling broadly with joy in her eyes.
Holy crap! Yang Tian was startled and felt a little uneasy.
He had called Li Qing before coming and told her that she wasn't at the company.
Why was she suddenly back? Coming to his senses, he quickly followed up, "Yeah, I missed you, so I came to see you." "Weren't you not at the company? Where did you go?"
"I just sent my new secretary, Pan Lei, to a training institution, the one from Tianhai University that you introduced me to last time." Li Qing smiled even more sweetly.
"When I got back, I saw your car and thought no one was there. But when I saw you inside, I got in. Want to come up and sit for a bit?"
Yang Tian stared at Li Qing. It had been a few days since he'd last seen her, and she looked even more alluring in her business attire. He couldn't resist reaching out to pull her close and kissing her passionately. After a few minutes of intense kissing, just as his hand was about to move elsewhere, Li Qing quickly pushed him away, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Once the company's new movie is released in the next couple of days, I'll be free, and I can spend more time with you then."
Having said all that, Yang Tian couldn't insist any further.
After Li Qing fastened her seatbelt, he started the car and drove towards the wedding house they had bought.
As for how to win over Zhou Ruwerue and Zhou Ruwerue? No rush, the quota is there anyway.
I'll figure out how to send gifts after I've spent time with Li Qing.
Chapter 61, Spending 100 million in a rage, slapping the face of the fake tycoon.
Yang Tian and Li Qing have been inseparable these past few days.
Yang Tian parked the car in front of Tian Entertainment as usual. Li Qing unbuckled her seatbelt, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Won't you go up and sit for a while?"
"No, you're on your period and have to work."
"I'll come and keep you company when you're free."
Yang Tian smiled and ruffled her hair, his tone gentle but firm. His mind was completely focused on winning over Zhou Ruwerue and her sister. He had no time for distractions. Being distracted at this moment would only slow down his progress. Li Qing didn't insist, blushing as she nodded and got out of the car. Watching Li Qing walk into the company, Yang Tian stepped on the gas and drove away, feeling incredibly happy. Li Qing was busy, Pan Lei was away for further training, so no one would bother him. He could spend his days pursuing the twin sisters, and his nights with Xinjingyi being surrounded by goddesses was simply amazing. Half an hour later, Yang Tian returned to the villa.
Pushing open the door, he found the living room empty. Shen Hangyue wasn't there?
He quickly made a phone call and learned that Shen Hangyue had gone out to buy something. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing no one's bothering me, I can focus on watching the twins' livestream." He leaned back on the sofa, took out his phone, opened Shinkong Live, registered a new account, and immediately labeled it Big Rich. The twin sisters were quite popular, and they found the live stream room in no time. In the live stream, Joe Ruwereway and Joe Ruwereway appeared side by side wearing matching dresses. One had a bright, lively smile, while the other spoke softly with gentle eyes. The number of viewers instantly surged to over 50,000, and the chat was flooded with comments. Yang Tian nodded in approval with their looks and figures, plus the added appeal of being twins. It's no wonder they become top streamers. But after watching for only a few minutes, an glaring comment popped up from the user, "I'm a millionaire. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Isn't being a streamer all about money? Come out and meet me, and I'll shower you with rockets right here and now." A bunch of followers chimed in, "Yeah, brother Qianwan is a real sugar daddy, hurry up and go for it. With that look, I'm going for him." Yang Tian frowned. How dare anyone bully the goddess he had his eye on? He immediately asked the system in his mind, "Can I use a special gift card to send gifts to my chosen streamer goddess?" Ding! You can use Goddess Joe Ruwereway's exclusive spending card for full reimbursement. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yang Tian immediately recharged 100 million. Since there was a 300 million limit available, why not spend it? Plus, he could get a rebate after spending it, a huge profit. The next second, the live stream chat exploded. A tycoon gifted Joe Ruwereway 100 super space battleships. A tycoon gifted Joe Ruwereway 100 super space battleships. One super spaceship is worth 100,000, so 200 of them would be worth 20 million. The special effects of the gifts in the live stream filled the screen, and the golden light was so dazzling that it made people dizzy. The live chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! Where did this super rich guy come from? He just threw away 20 million. Where's that multi-millionaire from before? Come out and have a go. Millionaire bro, I'm outta here, I can't afford to mess with this big shot. Yang Tian's fingers didn't stop. He kept clicking like crazy. Low-value gifts were too slow to send, so he specifically chose the most expensive super spaceship to send, with special effects one after another, and the number of viewers in the live stream jumped directly from 50,000 to 200,000, and the number was still rising. Meanwhile, in the live stream room of Shinkong Live Company, Joe Ruwereway and Joe Ruwereway looked at the screen full of special effects, their voices almost hoarse from shouting, but their faces showed panic. "Sis, this isn't a minor making a recharge, is it? We'll just get a refund later." Don't panic. Our popularity has increased a lot, and we've gained tens of thousands more fans. Joe Ruwereway took a sip of water. Why don't we ask Boss Wang? He can check the back end. The two quickly turned off their microphones, and Joe Ruwereway dialed Wang Haoyu's number. Starry Sky Live was a company under Wang Haoyu's control, so contacting him was the most reliable option. "Mr. Wang, there's a new account in our livestream called Big Tycoon that just spent tens of millions. Could you help us check if it's true?" A moment later, Wang Haoyu's voice came through the phone, "You two are rich. Yang Tian spent the money. I just checked the back end, and the registration information is his." After hanging up the phone, Joe Ruwereway grabbed Joe Ruwereway's arm and screamed, "It's Yang Tian. It really is him." Joe Ruwereway's face flushed red, and her voice trembled. Then tonight, shall we?" Last time, when Yang Tian rejected them, they thought he looked down on them, but now they realized they were overthinking it. They desperately needed money. Their families were in debt for millions, their younger brother was seriously ill and needed money for surgery, and they joined Starry Sky Live hoping to find a reliable older brother to help them. But when Wang Haoyu said that Yang Tian had spent over 10 billion in just a few days, they couldn't believe it. They wouldn't have gone to him on their own if they hadn't been forced into it. "Don't worry, just wait for his call." Joe Ruwereway's eyes gleamed. "He's already spent 90 million. After deducting the platform's cut, we'll get over 40 million. That'll be enough to cover our debts and my brother's surgery." Joe Ruwereway nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and turned the microphone back on, her smile 10 times sweeter than before. Inside the villa, Yang Tian's fingers were almost numb from exhaustion as he finally finished showering nearly 100 million worth of gifts on his phone. Just as he put it down, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have spent 100 million yuan on Goddess Joe Ruwereway, and received a 25% rebate, totaling 25 million yuan. After he finished reading the messages, he discovered a bunch of private messages in the live stream's backend. He then opened the private message sent by the twins. The beginning was full of words of thanks, and at the end, they even included his name. "Thank you for the gift, brother Yang Tian. You are so generous. I was actually recognized." Yang Tian shook his head with a smile. Starry Sky Live belongs to Wang Haoyu, so checking registration information is easy, right? But it's fine this way, it saves him the trouble of finding an excuse to meet.
Watching the two girls' charming appearance in the live stream, young Tian stroked his chin and pondered, should I top up another 100 million? Anyway, I still have 200 million left in my credit limit. After that, I can get a 50 million rebate, and it will also make the twins more attentive. My finger has already quietly moved to the recharge button. Chapter 62, I gained a follower with 100% loyalty. Suddenly, a video window popped up on young Tian's phone. It was a video call from Pan Lei. As soon as the video call connected, young Tian stared at Pan Lei, who was wearing revealing pajamas, on the other end of the line, and his mouth went dry. I learned that the school beauty, Pan Lei, is studying the daily work of a secretary at a training institution in Tianhai, and it is estimated that she will not be able to return for several more weeks. Young Tian exchanged a few words briefly before ending the video call with Pan Lei. At the same time, he secretly hoped that Pan Lei would be a good secretary. The secretary profession is more appealing to men. There's a saying that goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, the secretary. Thinking back on the fact that he had been accompanied by goddesses almost every night during this period, even though he had enhanced physical strength and super strong kidneys, he should still give his body a rest. After all, he was about to win over the twin sisters, which was not a battle he could fight alone. He needed to conserve his energy and make ample preparations. Sleep. A few days later, when Yang Tian dropped Li Qing off at the gate of her villa, Li Qing softly invited, "Since you have nothing to do at home anyway, would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" Yang Tian looked at her reddened earlobes and thought that it wouldn't take up much time anyway, so he nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll just have a cup of tea and then I'll leave. I won't disturb your rest." Li Qing's villa was elegantly decorated, with floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room overlooking the backyard garden. Yang Tian followed her into the living room, and Li Qing turned to go to the kitchen to make tea. With nothing else to do, he wandered around casually. Just as he reached the door of the study on the second floor, he heard a slight rummaging sound coming from inside. "Who's inside?" Yang Tian paused, his eyes instantly turning cold. This voice was off. He pushed open the door and saw a man in a black jacket holding a miniature camera. Ghost Hand suddenly looked up, saw that it was Yang Tian, and his expression changed drastically. He knew he couldn't beat him and was about to throw down the camera and run. "Don't rush off." Yang Tian's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling sense of oppression. "I was just thinking of asking you to cooperate." Yang Tian deliberately threw out bait, actually just wanting to find the right opportunity to subdue Ghost Hand. As long as he stopped and didn't gamble by jumping out of the window, with his system-enhanced qualities comparable to Special Forces soldiers, capturing Ghost Hand wouldn't be a problem. Ghost Hand's steps indeed halted, and in a flash, Yang Tian subdued Ghost Hand, then took out the loyalty pill he had obtained as a reward and stuffed it into Ghost Hand's mouth. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Wang Kuan after the banquet, but hadn't found a suitable time. Now that he had finally found Ghost Hand, he could use him to test its effectiveness and find a chance to deal with Wang Kuan. The Ghost Hand trembled and asked, "What did you feed me?" Just then, the Ghost Hand shuddered and then instantly returned to normal, so fast it was like an illusion. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, wondering to himself, could this loyalty pill be ineffective? He immediately probed, "Could you recount in detail what happened when Wang Kuan sent you to assassinate me?" He stared at Ghost Hand's face with sharp eyes. He actually wanted to test whether the loyalty pill was reliable and whether it could make this kid 100% obedient. Upon hearing this, Ghost Hand immediately straightened his back and didn't hide anything. "Brother Tian, I kept it from you before. Wang Kuan held a grudge because you stole the woman he was determined to have, so he specifically asked me to arrange an assassination. I found out that you were a recent graduate of Tianhai University, and I thought you would be easy to deal with, so I didn't go myself. I only found 2 underlings to ambush you, but, well, for some reason, those 2 idiots didn't shoot and instead fought you hand to hand. You beat them down and arrested them. In order not to expose me, I had to arrange for my underlings to go through a lot of trouble to silence them." Yang Tian was stunned after hearing this. Holy crap! This loyalty pill really works. When he asked Ghost Hand before, this kid only said it was related to Wang Kuan, without mentioning any details about Wang Kuan and the assassination, but now he spilled the beans. "What were you planning to do sneak in here?" Yang Tian continued to ask. "I wanted to come in and install miniature cameras to monitor you and gather intelligence, so I could resell the videotapes I have with your intelligence for profit." Yang Tian immediately ordered him to remove all the miniature cameras. Then he walked up and patted Ghost Hand on the shoulder, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Okay, work hard for me from now on, I won't treat you unfairly. Come on, let's exchange contact information. In the future there will be things I can't do in person, I'll have to rely on you."
After saying this, he let Ghost Hand quietly climb down from the second floor and leave. Ghost Hand quickly pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code to add Young Tian as a friend, and bowed even lower. "Thank you, Brother Tian. Don't worry, I'll do whatever you tell me to do from now on, no questions asked." Yang Tian was secretly delighted. This is a sure thing. He's gained a subordinate who can do the dirty work. It's a huge win. As I came downstairs, Li Qing was just bringing me a cup of tea. "What was that noise upstairs just now?" "It's nothing, I just saw a mouse, it's already run away." Yang Tian smiled, took the teacup, took a sip, and stood up. "I've finished my tea, I should go now." "You should get some rest." Chapter 63: The Twin Sisters' Dilemma, Dong Tianlong's Coercion. Leaving Li Qing's villa, Yang Tian gripped the steering wheel. He originally wanted to go straight back to Tianhai University after all. It had been a long time since he had been there, but as he drove, he hesitated and decided it would be better to go to Shen Hangyue's place instead. After turning a corner, the car finally stopped in front of Shen Hangyue's villa. Pushing open the door, he saw only the lights on in the empty living room. He slumped onto the sofa and couldn't help but sigh, "Damn it, I don't even have a home of my own." The villa he bought for 900 million was promised to Li Qing as their wedding home, but it's still under renovation and uninhabitable. Lately, he's either at Li Qing's or Shen Hangyue's place, and occasionally visits the school beauty, acting like a son-in-law living with his wife's family, not at all like a wealthy tycoon. "I need to buy my own villa as soon as possible, and get one for my parents too." Yang Tian sat up straight, a determined look in his eyes. "The Yang Group is about to be established, and my parents should take a break." Having made up his mind, he took a quick shower, lay in bed, and scrolled through his phone. He had originally planned to use up the 200 million yuan limit that Zhou Ruirui and her sister had set up that night, but when he checked the Starry Sky Live, he found that the two sisters had not only not started broadcasting, but their online status was also not displayed. These two girls know how to slack off. Yang Tian shook his head with a smile, not thinking much of it, and went to sleep after scrolling through his phone for a while. Meanwhile, in the staff dormitory of Tianhai Shinkong Live Company, Zhou Ruirui and Zhou Ruirui were staring at their phone screens, constantly refreshing the chat box with their fingers, their eyes full of anticipation. "Sis, why hasn't Brother Tian contacted us yet?" Zhou Ruirui bit her lip, her voice tinged with grievance. "He spent 100 million yesterday. Shouldn't he come looking for the streamer after spending so much money?" Zhou Ruirui sighed and swiped his finger across Yang Tian's profile picture on the screen. "Don't panic, Brother Tian is a super rich guy, he's definitely busy. Maybe he's with another goddess right now, let's not call him first, it wouldn't be good if we disturbed his good time." In fact, they had already prepared themselves in their hearts. Last time, when they offered themselves to Yang Tian, they were rejected and thought that Yang Tian didn't like them. Now that Yang Tian has spent 100 million, they know that this is an opportunity, but they are afraid that being too proactive will make Yang Tian dislike them. "Oh, right, Mr. Wang transferred my share of today's tips to me, 50 million. I gave it all to Dad." Zhou Ruirui suddenly spoke, his voice lowering, "But Dad said we still need 100 million to fill the hole." The sisters' eyes welled up with tears at the mention of this. Their family used to be quite well off, but their father, Zhou Wang, was swindled out of hundreds of millions of yuan last year. The swindler fled overseas, and the money owed was all borrowed from relatives and friends. To pay off the debts, their stepmother was actually trying to push them onto a wealthy man in Tianhai as his mistresses. That stepmother called me again, saying she has already made arrangements for us to come over next week to see Dong Tianlong. Zhou Ruirui's voice was trembling with tears. She also said that Dong Tianlong knows we live here. Zhou Ruirui clenched his fists, his eyes filled with disgust. "Ignore her. When we see Brother Tian, we'll borrow 100 million from him, okay? We'll do anything for him from now on. We'd never go with someone like that." Zhou Ruirui suddenly looked up, her eyes brightening. "Brother Tian is so generous, he'll definitely help us, right? Besides, he's much more handsome than Dong Tianlong, and he's gentler too." Mentioning Yang Tian finally brought a smile to the sisters' faces. They encouraged each other and decided to call Yang Tian first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, Yang Tian found some bread and milk in the kitchen of Shen Hangyue's villa to fill his stomach. Just after he finished eating, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Zhou Ruirui. "Brother Tian, are you free today? We'd like to meet with you." Zhou Ruirui's voice was a little hesitant. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled, agreeing, "Sure, you can choose the location." After hanging up the phone, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. These two girls finally couldn't hold back anymore. Walking into the garage, he didn't drive the Lamborghini. The sports car only had 2 seats, not enough for the two sisters. His gaze fell on a $1 million BMW X7, which he had bought along with Shin Hangyue's car last time. It was spacious and convenient for storing things, and now it came in handy.
Maybe I can even experience what it's like to be in a car.
Yang Tian started the car with a wicked grin and headed towards the address Zhou Ruirui had sent. In a coffee shop on Tianhai Commercial Street, Zhou Ruirui and Zhou Ruirui, wearing sunglasses, sat by the window, their fingertips white as they held coffee cups in their hands. They had spent the whole night thinking about it, fearing that Yang Tian would refuse to lend them money, and also fearing that mentioning the loan would offend him. Just then, a burly man with a scarred face came out of the private room with a glamorous woman in his arms, and spotted them immediately.
Hey, isn't this Rui Rui and Rui Rui?
Dong Tianlong released the woman in his arms, walked over slowly, and his eyes swept over the two sisters like a venomous snake.
I recognize you even with sunglasses on.
The two sisters froze instantly, their brows furrowing tightly, not wanting to pay him any attention. This was Dong Tianlong, whom their stepmother had introduced to them, who was said to be doing business in Tianhai and had very ruthless methods. Seeing that they didn't speak, Dong Tianlong laughed instead. Don't forget that your father owes me nearly 100 million. As long as you two are with me, I'll pretend I never borrowed that money.
Your stepmother has already talked to me, so you can't escape it. You're talking nonsense. We'll pay back the money my dad owes. We don't need your fake kindness.
Zhou Ruirui suddenly stood up, raising her voice a few decibels, deliberately attracting the attention of those around her. She knew Dong Tianlong cared about his reputation and wouldn't dare cause trouble in a crowded place.
Dong Tianlong's face darkened, but he didn't lash out. He just licked his lips, his eyes becoming even more lewd. Don't push your luck. The repayment period is in a week.
I won't even need to come. Your parents will personally tie you up and deliver you to their door. After saying that, he glared at the onlookers and turned to leave. After all, too many people would make things worse, and it wouldn't look good if things got out of hand.
The coffee shop fell silent. Zhou Ruirui finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out, "Sister, what should we do? What Dong Tianlong said is true. Dad told me yesterday that if he can't pay back the money, then he'll have to listen to his stepmother."
Zhou Ruirui bit his lip, reached out and wiped away his sister's tears, his eyes hardening slightly. Don't be afraid, Brother Tian will be here soon. He will definitely help us, we still have a chance.
Just then, Zhou Ruirui's phone rang.
It was a message from Yang Tian. I'm at the coffee shop entrance. Where are you guys?
The two sisters exchanged a glance, quickly wiped away their tears, and looked towards the door. A black BMW X7 was parked on the side of the road, and Yang Tian, dressed casually, was waving at them. The sunlight shone on him, instantly making them feel much more at ease. Chapter 64. The twin sisters are threatened. Yang Tian takes action. Well,
as soon as Dong Tianlong's figure disappeared at the coffee shop entrance, Zhou Ruirui couldn't help but sigh, tears welling up in his eyes like beads from a broken string.
Zhou Ruirui, who was next to her, was even more direct.
Her nose tingled, and she almost cried out, "Sister, what he said is true. Our stepmother will definitely come here and take us back." Zhou Ruirui clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white. It's not just the stepmother.
You know how powerful Dong Tianlong is in Tianhai. If he really wanted to find us, it would be easier than flipping through a book. The moment the word money was mentioned, the sisters' eyes dimmed instantly. Their family used to be rich, but their father's investments failed last year, leaving him owing Dong Tianlong 80 million. To pay off the nearly 100 million debt, their stepmother directly suggested offsetting the two sisters to Dong Tianlong, saying things like, "The original goods are worth 80 million, it's not a loss." Rui, don't panic.
Zhou Ruirui took a deep breath, trying to maintain her older sister's composure. Young Master Yang agreed to see us, he will definitely help us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a smiling male voice came from the other end. Who's so unhappy?
Tell me, maybe I can help. The two sisters looked up and saw a tall, handsome man sitting opposite them. It was Yang Tian, the man they were waiting for. Yang Tian was carrying 2 bouquets of pink roses, which he handed directly to them. I just bought these from a flower shop I passed by. Do you like them?
Just as Zhou Ruirui was about to complain about her experience, Zhou Ruirui suddenly pulled her up and quickly stood up. Young Master Yang, there are too many people here, why don't we find another place to talk?
She was genuinely afraid. What if Dong Tianlong hadn't gone far and saw them meeting Yang Tian? He might just do something drastic to Yang Tian.
Yang Tian didn't ask any more questions, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll do as you say. As soon as he stood up, Zhou Ruirui and Zhou Ruirui each took one of his arms, their soft bodies pressing against him. Yang Tian was overjoyed. These twin sisters were so good at it.
Everyone in the coffee shop was stunned, and several single men were even pounding their chests in frustration. Holy crap! Who is this handsome guy? Two stunning beauties are fawning over him. Need I say more? He's definitely a tycoon. What's the use of being handsome these days? Money talks. So sour.
Young Tian was led out of the coffee shop by the two sisters and walked straight to his white BMW. After the two sisters got into the back seat, he was about to drive off when Zhou Ruirui urged again, "Young Master Yang, drive faster, don't linger here." Yang Tian understood, stepped on the gas, and the BMW quickly drove away from the parking lot. But they didn't notice that in a black Rolls-Royce not far away, Dong Tianlong was being fed fruit by a glamorous woman, while his eyes were fixed on the direction of the BMW.
Damn it!
Dong Tianlong shoved the glamorous woman aside, slammed his fist on the steering wheel, and honked the horn.
Those two little wench actually ran off with other men?
I spent 80 million on these original ones, and if this kid ruins them, I'll lose everything. He pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Ruirui's stepmother's number directly, his tone so fierce it could kill. "You call those two brats right now. Tell them to get home immediately. If they dare to mess around with that pretty boy, I'll not only kill your husband, but I'll take care of you too." After hanging up the phone, Dong Tianlong gritted his teeth and ordered the driver, "Go to those two girls' rented room. We have to catch them today." On the other side, the BMW was driving on the streets of Tianhai. Zhou Ruirui and Zhou Ruirui sat in the back seat, their faces pale. They were trying to figure out how to ask Yang Tian for a loan of 80 million yuan. After all, it was their only hope of escaping their families. But just then, both of their phones rang at the same time. Zhou Ruirui glanced at the screen. It was her father's number. Zhou Ruirui's call was from her stepmother. The two sisters exchanged a glance, both seeing fear in each other's eyes, but they still gritted their teeth and accepted the task. "Rui, come back right now. Boss Dong Tianlong and his men are blocking our door." His father's hoarse voice came through the phone, mixed with his stepmother's screams. "You're not coming back, are you? Fine. I'll jump off the building right now. Zhou Ruirui, you ungrateful wretch. You grew up on the family's money, and now you won't even pay off our debts?" The stepmother's voice was even shriller. "If you don't come back, I'll break your father's legs. I'll make him bedridden for the rest of his life." "Dad! Don't be impulsive. Stepmother, don't touch my dad." The two sisters burst into tears. Before the other party could continue hurling insults, they quickly hung up the phone, frantically blocked the number, and silenced their phones. They were afraid of disturbing Young Tian, and even more afraid that if Young Tian found out, he would be implicated. "Wah!" Suppressed sobs echoed in the car. Yang Tian immediately pulled the car over to the side of the road and looked back at the back seat. "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Ruirui wiped away her tears, then suddenly leaned over from the back seat, tightly hugging Young Tian's neck with both hands, her voice trembling with sobs. "Brother Tian, take us. While we're still virgins, in a few days, maybe we won't be." As she spoke, she actually reached out to unbutton her shirt, instantly revealing a patch of her snow-white skin. Seeing her sister like this, Zhou Ruirui gritted her teeth and leaned forward, imitating her sister's actions as she unbuttoned her clothes. "Brother Tian, we'll take good care of you. We just beg you not to abandon us." Suddenly, a glimpse of spring unfolded in the car. The twin sisters' curvaceous, S-shaped figures were on full display, and Young Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was too exciting. He had never experienced anything like this in a car before. But he knew in his heart that the two sisters were desperate and had nowhere else to turn. Although he was a womanizer, he considered himself a gentleman and could not take advantage of others in their time of need. "Don't do this. Put your clothes on first." Yang Tian quickly handed over his coat, his tone firm. "Tell me what's wrong, and I'll help you solve it." Zhou Ruirui and Zhou Ruirui were stunned for a moment. Seeing that Yang Tian's eyes were serious and he didn't seem to be joking, they put on their clothes with red eyes. "Brother Tian," Zhou Ruirui sniffed, finally revealing the truth. "My dad just called and said that Dong Tianlong and his men are blocking our rented apartment. If we don't go back, they'll threaten to kill themselves. But if we go back, Dong Tianlong will definitely force us to go with him." At this point, she could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face again. Zhou Ruirui added, "Dong Tianlong is a local tyrant in Tianhai. Our family owes him 80 million, and my stepmother wants to give us to him as his mistresses. Brother Tian, we don't want to be with him, but we're afraid of dragging you down with us." After hearing this, Young Tian sneered inwardly. "It's just 80 million? It's just a local bully?
Is this all there is to it? He turned to look at the two sisters, his eyes full of certainty. Where do you live? I'll go back with you. It's just Dong Tianlong, right? With me here, he can't lay a finger on you. Really, really? Zhou Ruirui couldn't believe it. Brother Tian, aren't you afraid of Dong Tianlong's power? He's a formidable fighter in Tianhai. Afraid? Yang Tian laughed. Who dares to touch my people? He already knew what to expect, let alone Dong Tianlong leading a few men. Even if a reinforced company came, he wouldn't be afraid in his current state, unless someone could shoot him in the head from thousands of meters away or use a weapon of mass destruction. However, just to be on the safe side, Yang Tian still took out his phone and dialed Ghost Hand's number. Ghost Hand was an assassin he subdued using a loyalty pill awarded by the system. He was a top-notch fighter with 100% loyalty. Ghost Hand, go to this address and wait, Building 3, XX Residential Complex. When I get there, come up with me. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them directly, don't hold back. Yes, young Master Yang. Ghost Hand's crisp voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tian looked at the two sisters who were still worried and said with a smile, Don't worry, when we get there, I'll teach Dong Tianlong a lesson. With me here, no one will dare to bully you. Looking at Yang Tian's confident demeanor, Zhou Ruirui suddenly felt at ease. They felt that this man could really help them solve all their troubles. Yang Tian stepped on the gas, and the BMW sped towards the sisters' rented house. A good show was about to begin. Chapter 65, Meeting with Dong Tianlong. Just as the white BMW turned into the residential area, a few dozen meters from Zhou Ruirui's house, a figure wearing black sunglasses and a black hoodie suddenly blocked the front of the car. Wait for me in the car, don't be afraid. Yang Tian glanced at the back seat. Zhou Ruirui were clutching the hem of their clothes, their legs still trembling slightly. He reached out and patted the back of their hands, his tone so steady that it was reassuring. As Yang Tian stepped out of the car, the man in sunglasses approached him. It was the Ghost Hand he had sent. Ghost Hand glanced around and, seeing no one was paying attention, quickly leaned close to Yang Tian's ear and whispered, Boss. I saw Wang Kuan last night. He took Lin Xiao to see Dong Tianlong. The two of them were acting suspiciously, like they were plotting how to get you. It turned out that after Yang Tian subdued Ghost Hand with the loyalty pill, he sent him to investigate Wang Kuan. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and a sneer curled at the corner of his lips. Wang Kuan, that piece of trash, wasn't he taught a lesson enough last time? He still dares to jump around? How about I go and take care of him tonight? Ghost Hand's eyes gleamed, and he subconsciously made a throat-slitting gesture. His withered fingers twitched, a habitual movement when he gripped a knife. I'll make sure it's done cleanly, and no one can trace it back to the boss. No rush. Yang Tian patted Ghost Hand on the shoulder, quite satisfied with his subordinate's efficiency. Let's deal with Dong Tianlong's matter first, and settle Wang Kuan's score later. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Tian suddenly paused. By the way, the Dong Tianlong you mentioned, is he the one in Tianhai who does loan sharking? Yeah. Ghost Hand puffed out his chest, looking smug. This kid used to hang out with me, he even called me Brother Ghost Hand. I never thought he'd grow up so big and dare to act tough in Tianhai. Your former underling? Yang Tian was taken aback. He had heard from Zhou Ruirui and her sister that Dong Tianlong had connections in both the underworld and legitimate society in Tianhai, and even the richest man in Tianhai had to give him some leeway. He hadn't expected to have this connection. Alright, come in with me first and we'll see how things go. He didn't ask any more questions. After all, many people share the same name, and he would know whether they were the same person once they met. Turning around and getting back into the car, Yang Tian opened the door and said, Come on, let's go inside. With me here, no one can hurt you. The Zhou sisters exchanged a glance. Seeing the certainty in Yang Tian's eyes, their anxiety lessened considerably. They followed him and Ghost Hand, walking step by step towards the villa. The smell of smoke mixed with the stench of alcohol permeated the living room. Dong Tianlong sat cross-legged on the leather sofa, a cigarette between his left and a gold ring toying within his right, flicking the ash onto the smooth floor. Behind him stood a dozen or so bodyguards in black, each burly with exposed tattoos on their arms and eyes as fierce as hungry wolves. Zhou Wang. Go ahead and hit me again, you son of a bitch. Dong Tianlong stubbed out his cigarette in the crystal ashtray, sparks flying, his voice rough like sandpaper scraping. Those two little bitches dared to block you? Today you either hand them over, or you pay me 80 million in debt, you choose.
Zhou Wang squatted on the ground, his hair a mess, the screen of his phone flashing on and off, displaying only unable to connect messages. He glanced up at Dong Tianlong, then quickly looked down again, his voice trembling. Master Dong. I really can't get through. Rui and Rui, they probably didn't bring their phones. Didn't bring your phone? Dong Tianlong scoffed, suddenly standing up and walking to a woman in a red dress, Zhou Wang's wife, Zhou Huiqing. He reached out and pinched Zhou Huiqing's chin, forcefully lifting it upwards, his eyes lewd. Huiqing is still the most sensible. If you serve me well today, I'll give you another hour. Zhou Huiqing's eyes flickered, and a fawning smile immediately appeared on her face. She reached out and hooked her arm around Dong Tianlong's neck. What you say is right, Mr. Dong. I will definitely satisfy you. The two walked arm in arm toward the bedroom. Zhou Wang watched his wife's back, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white and his nails dug into his flesh, but he dared not take a step forward. Just now a bodyguard had shown him a scabbard, its cold light gleaming, and he knew that if he resisted, he would die. Within minutes, Zhou Huiqing's exaggerated panting could be heard from the bedroom. Zhou Wang slammed his fist on the ground, the concrete hurting his hand, but the pain couldn't compare to the regret in his heart. If he hadn't listened to Zhou Huiqing and hadn't gone after those high-return investments, he wouldn't have been swindled out of all his money and would have ended up owing Dong Tianlong 80 million. A little while later, Dong Tianlong came out with Zhou Huiqing, who was adjusting her skirt. Zhou Huiqing's hair was disheveled, and there were still tear stains in the corners of her eyes. She plopped down on the sofa and cried, Zhou Wang, are you even a man? I told you to marry those two girls to Master Dong back then, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened, I'm being bullied, and all you do is squat on the ground. Dong Tianlong leaned back on the sofa, swinging his legs even more enthusiastically, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Zhou Wang. He had already conspired with Zhou Huiqing. The so-called investment fraud was actually Zhou Huiqing transferring the money from the Zhou family company to his own account. Even the IOU for 80 million was a scheme set up by the two of them, with the aim of getting the Zhou Rui sisters into their hands. Alright, stop hitting me. Dong Tianlong waved his hand impatiently. Zhou Wang, this is the last hour. If I still don't see him, I'll take over all the remaining assets of your company and throw you on a construction site to move bricks to pay off your debts. Zhou Wang opened his mouth, about to beg for mercy, when the door to the room creaked open. Yang Tian walked in front, with Zhou Rui and Zhou Rui following closely behind him. Ghost Hand lagged half a step behind, his sunglasses covering most of his face, revealing only his hard-lined chin. The moment Dong Tianlong saw Zhou Rui and her sister, his eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf eyeing a piece of meat. He licked his lips and slammed his hand on the sofa armrest. Guards! Block the front door. Nobody's leaving today. A dozen or so bodyguards in black quickly surrounded the entrance, completely blocking it, their hands resting on the hilts of their knives. The Zhou Rui sisters shrank back behind Yang Tian in fright. Yang Tian stepped forward, shielding the two behind him, his eyes as cold as ice, and swept them over Dong Tianlong. Boss Dong, with such a big fuss, are you trying to keep us here for dinner? Chapter 66 The Powerful Ghost Hand. Yang Tian glanced at the bodyguards who only carried daggers, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. This little show of force didn't even require his intervention. It would be a good opportunity to see Ghost Hand's abilities. Brother Tian, that's Dong Tianlong sitting on the sofa. Be careful. Zhou Rui's voice trembled as she gripped her sister Zhou Rui's hand tightly, shrinking even closer behind Yang Tian. She had never seen so many fierce-looking bodyguards in her life. Her legs were cramping. Don't be afraid. Yang Tian patted her hand, not even glancing at the bodyguards, and walked straight towards Dong Tianlong. Ghost Hand, hands in his pockets, eyes behind his sunglasses as cold as ice, gripped the finger dagger with slight force, following beside Yang Tian, his steps as light as a cat. Seeing Yang Tian dare to ignore his bodyguards and walk straight towards him, Dong Tianlong narrowed his eyes but didn't order his bodyguards to make a move. This was his territory, and he wanted to see what kind of confidence this pretty boy had. But when he caught sight of Ghost Hand next to Yang Tian, his brows furrowed inexplicably. He felt that the figure looked somewhat familiar, but his face was hidden behind sunglasses, so he couldn't recognize him clearly. Just then, Zhou Wang, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly saw Zhou Rui and her sister. As if grasping at a lifeline, he scrambled over and knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly to the two sisters. Rui. Rui. Dad begs you. Go with Master Dong. As long as you obey, Dad can still live. Seeing their father's humble appearance, Zhou Rui and her sister's eyes instantly reddened, but they couldn't utter a single word. All their hopes were pinned on Yang Tian. Stop crying. Come back and go with Master Dong right now. Zhou Huiqing suddenly stood up from the sofa, rushed to Yang Tian in her high heels, and reached out to grab Zhou Ruerue's arm.
Don't drag me and your dad into this. You two will enjoy endless wealth and luxury with Master Dong. You're making a fortune. Before her hand could even touch Zhou Ruerue, Yang Tian suddenly raised his hand, and slap. A crisp slap echoed in the living room.
Zhou Huiqing staggered and fell to the ground from the slap, half of her face instantly turning red and swelling with a clear handprint. The living room fell silent instantly, even the bodyguard's breath caught in his throat.
Yang Tian shook his hand, his eyes so cold they could freeze. Selling your daughter for wealth and status? You think you deserve to be called a human being?
Zhou Huiqing covered her face and got up, both angry and scared, but dared not rush forward again. She could only turn to Dong Tianlong and cry out, "Master Dong! He hit me! Please help me teach him a lesson." Dong Tianlong's face instantly darkened. His man had been beaten in front of so many people. This was clearly a slap in the face. He slammed his cigar to the ground and gritted his teeth, saying, "Arrest him! Cripple one of his hands!" No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 bodyguards drew their daggers and pounced on Yang Tian. Just then, the silent ghost hand suddenly moved. His figure blurred, so fast that only a blur remained. Before the bodyguards could even hand Yang Tian their daggers, Ghost Hand's finger dagger flashed across the room like lightning. Crack! Crack! With a few crisp sounds, the tendons in the wrists of all 4 bodyguards were severed, and the daggers clattered to the ground. The men clutched their wrists and rolled on the ground, screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Who the hell dares to touch my boss? Ghost Hand took off his sunglasses, revealing a cold, hard face. His eyes swept over Dong Tianlong, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Little dragon, it's been years, and you've certainly grown bolder." Upon seeing Ghost Hand's face, Dong Tianlong's expression turned deathly pale. The cigar in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling like a leaf. "Master Ghost. It's you. How did you get here?" He built his reputation by following Ghost Hand back then, which is how he got his current status. He knows better than anyone that Ghost Hand is one of the top 10 most ruthless assassins in the world. He kills without blinking an eye, and those he targets don't even have a chance to collect their bodies. Ghost Hand stepped forward, grabbed Dong Tianlong by the collar like a chick, and dragged him in front of Yang Tian. "Now you know fear? Weren't you so arrogant just now?" Looking at the scene before him, Yang Tian was overjoyed. Holy crap, this Ghost Hand is too powerful. It was definitely worth subduing. Dong Tianlong knelt before Yang Tian, kowtowing repeatedly until his forehead turned red. "Master Tian. I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me this time." He didn't dare ask why Ghost Hand was following Yang Tian. All he wanted now was to save his life. "Boss, how about we deal with all these people? It'll save us trouble later." Ghost Hand touched the finger dagger at his waist, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ever since he took the loyalty pill given to him by Yang Tian, he couldn't help but want to take action whenever Yang Tian was in any danger. Yang Tian shook his head. "No need. Killing them would mean dealing with the police, too much trouble." He looked down at Dong Tianlong, who was still kowtowing, then glanced at Zhou Wang beside him. "How much money does Zhou Ruerue's family owe you?" 8,000. Dong Tianlong replied quickly, barely daring to breathe. "Sir, you don't need to pay for this. I'll tear up the IOU right now," Dong Tianlong said. Just as Dong Tianlong was about to tear up the IOU, Ghost Hand suddenly stepped on his back with a crack, yelling, "Did my boss ask you? Stop talking." Dong Tianlong winced in pain. Dong Tianlong immediately shut his mouth, pressed his face to the ground, and didn't dare to utter a sound. Zhou Huiqing, who was standing next to her, was terrified. Her trousers were soaked with sweat, and her head was almost touching the ground. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just now, she dared to talk back to Yang Tian. Now that she thought about it, she was lucky to be alive. Zhou Ruerue and Zhou Ruerue hid behind Yang Tian, watching the scene before them with eyes full of admiration. They never imagined that Yang Tian's seemingly insignificant little brother was so powerful. They would never have to be afraid of Dong Tianlong again. Yang Tian looked at Zhou Wang and took out his phone. "I'll pay back the money. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you right now. You owe 80 million, and I'll help you pay back 100 million with interest. They'll sever all ties with you from now on, understand?" He was always decisive in his actions, and since he was going to help the Zhou Ruerue sisters, he would help them to the end.